You are listening to Dark Echoes, a Dark Falls romantic suspense by Savannah Cade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. Please subscribe to this channel so you'll know when new books come out. It also lets me know that people are listening so I can keep getting you more great audiobooks. Remember to like and comment on the videos too. This helps the channel keep bringing you more great content.
Chapter 1. Risa Caldwell found more adventure than she'd bargained for when she tripped over the body of a local missing girl. She decided to vary her usual running route that morning, thinking she'd like a little more adventure. Well, she got it. Her usual route was 2 miles through the woods, on an open path where she often passed other joggers. Today she tried a harder route, through a more isolated area. Still, she normally felt safe and comfortable jogging out here, even though she was mostly alone. For whatever reason, that morning she'd gotten a Jones to try something new. So, when the path split to an unfamiliar trail, Risa gave in to a whim and took it. Portions of the national park were open to runners, hikers, and in some places, even mountain bikers. The entrance to the path was clear, and she decided it was worth a shot, even though she had no idea how long or difficult it was. She'd thought she was prepared for anything. That had been a mistake. Though she managed to run at a solid pace for about a half mile after the split, the path quickly narrowed to where that kind of speed wasn't safe. Underbrush grew in close, free to spread where hikers had not been using the trail. Soon enough, the path also grew steep, and rocks and roots acted as makeshift stairs. Risa found she was hiking rather than running, but it didn't matter. She loved a challenge, and she had nowhere she needed to be. So she followed the mystery trail deeper and deeper into the forest. Today was one of her days off from the fire department, hence the long run. A tried-and-true morning person, she'd woken up with the sun and happily seen the day was already bright and warm. She'd taken the standard precautions. She'd let her best friend Leah Dev know where she was going and that she was running alone. Of course, Risa had her cell phone on her, tucked into a nice pocket stitched into the backside of her shirt. She didn't have earbuds though. As much as she felt safe out here running by herself, she liked hearing what was around her. When the path flattened out before her, even though it wasn't very wide, she'd picked up her pace again. But the reprieve hadn't lasted long. It was only maybe 20 steps later that she was sent suddenly sprawling as a sharp pain shot up her left leg. She'd hit the ground hard, feeling the scrapes on her hands and knees. Twigs and rocks pierced her skin, pain now spiking her arms as well. Cautiously, she rolled over onto her butt to check the damage. Crap, she thought. It felt like she'd twisted her ankle. Still, she wanted to be wrong. For a moment, she just sat there, hoping the throbbing pain would pass if she waited it out. It probably wasn't going to work, but she gave it a try. While she waited, she picked tiny twigs from her palms and pulled leaves off her shirt. From her position on the forest floor, Risa looked around to see if anyone was nearby. Maybe they'd see her and come help pull her up. When no one appeared, she checked out the scene on the ground. She turned around when she rolled onto her butt and was now facing back the way she'd come. Narrowing her eyes, Risa spotted something sticking up in the path. It looked like maybe a root, but the leaves covering it obscured what it was. Still, Risa frowned. Something smelled, and that was a little odd, because she hadn't noticed any scent of decay before. Maybe it was because she was sitting here, in the rotting leaves. When the rains had come last week, everything had gotten soaked and had been sitting, damp and rotting, since then. She could feel a little bit of the wetness seeping up through her running shorts. She groaned. Wet butt was the worst. Hobbling back along the hard path, with a twisted ankle and wet clothing, was not something she was looking forward to. Sighing, she pulled her phone out and checked for signal. As expected, she was out of range. Crap. Risa tried texting Leah anyway. Tripped, twisted my ankle. I'm okay though. Hobbling my way out. Will be a while. She hit the send button and hoped it would work. Then she put the phone back into the cute little pocket on her shirt. Clambering up onto one foot, Risa gingerly tried putting some weight on her left foot and felt the sharp pain again. Nope, she thought. Not gonna do that. Definitely twisted and hopefully not broken. The trail behind her was littered with bumps and wet leaves, but ahead of her it was more clear. Hopping a bit farther that direction on just one foot, Risa tried to be as careful as she could and watch where she went. She tried to make sure she didn't further injure herself in the process. It was only after she got back to the root she had tripped over that she realized what had gone wrong. Balancing as she leaned over, she brushed the leaves away a little bit and discovered it wasn't a root under the leaves, but a knob of something covered in denim. Risa frowned as the smell got stronger. She brushed away more leaves and discovered yet another swath of denim. Looking to her left now, she saw another shot of color, this time sparkly blue. It was a sneaker. Risa sucked in a sharp breath. She hadn't tripped over a root, but a body. Chapter 2. Shaking from her discovery, Risa pulled out her phone again and held it up to the sky. She needed a signal bad. What she'd tripped over was definitely a body. At least she knew better than to touch it any more than she already had. When her phone still refused to find a link, Risa swallowed hard and looked at the body again. Tipping her head and checking angles, she decided it looked like it had been here a while. The sneakers, their color and size, made her heart clench. They weren't very big. They were also a lovely shade of sparkly baby blue. Though she didn't touch, Risa hopped a little, shifting her position and checked out the right-hand side of the trail. If the legs were over on the left, a torso and head should be on the right. She gulped. Unless they weren't. She wasn't normally squeamish, but the thought did not sit well. It took a moment of deep breaths before she looked. Sure enough, under the fallen wet leaves, the body was twisted, maybe face down. Through the gaps in the leaf cover, she could see flecks of pink fleece hoodie. Her stomach rolled. Not with disgust, but because she was afraid she'd found Kaylee Shulte. Missing child posters featuring Kaylee's smiling face had appeared all over town along with news reports. Her face had been featured on the announcement corkboard at the fire station. The digital version had been stuffed into Risa's email inbox with requests to share it. One shift at work, her truck had gone out and stapled print copies on phone poles old-school style. And she'd seen other pictures around town, posted by other firefighters or officers or by Kaylee's family and friends. Everyone was waiting for Kaylee to come home. Risa was no expert, but it wasn't as if she'd never seen a dead body before. As a firefighter for the local FD, most of what she'd seen was burned or at least singed, dead due to smoke inhalation. She rarely encountered random bodies left out in the woods like this. Then again, who would? Even so, she knew doing anything more here at the scene was wrong, and that she was not to touch the body again. Still unable to find any signal, but happy that it appeared her text message had finally sent, Risa held the phone out in front of her again. This time she used the flash and took as many pictures as she could. While she tried to get every angle, that involved crouching down on one knee, then hopping over to the other side. Risa was trying desperately to do the right thing, but also to keep her weight off her newly twisted ankle. She was working on ignoring the fact that she had literally fallen over a dead body. If anything happened, because face it, no one was coming to get her, these pictures might become the only evidence she had of what she'd found. But what would really happen out here? This body was buried under leaves. It had likely stayed here, undisturbed for a while. But was this an unfortunate accident? Or had Kaylee been killed? If so, was the killer still paying attention? Startled by her thought, Risa stood to her full height, an impressive 5 feet 10 inches, and began frantically scanning the dense trees. She stopped and consciously lowered her breathing rate and let her ears perk up. She wasn't sure what she was listening for, since she didn't know what a killer might sound like, but she was grateful she couldn't hear or see anyone nearby. Turning her attention back to the body, Risa glanced up the hillside. A disturbed trail in the mud and leaves made it seem as though the body had started farther up the bank and somehow managed to slide down here, perhaps with the rain and the mud that washed through last week. Last week, the rains had kept everyone away. This week, though, the park had reopened. She wondered now why she'd decided to take this trail today. Apparently, no one had come through here recently, though Risa could understand why, given the poor shape of the trail. She turned her attention back to taking pictures. When she'd gotten as many as she thought she could, she looked at her phone. Leah had not texted her back. Or maybe she had, and it wasn't getting through. Risa next tried to get the GPS to mark the spot, before finally giving up. With a deep sigh of resignation, Risa realized she was going to have to get herself out of this mess. She thought about what her father always told her. Princesses save themselves. She was definitely going to have to do that now. Black girl magic wasn't just Serena Williams or Beyoncé, she thought. Sometimes it was hobbling your own way out of the woods with evidence of a dead body. Turning, she took one last set of pictures, this time of the trail itself. Risa was trying to get as much evidence as she could, showing exactly where it was placed now. Then she got to the business of getting home. There was always the possibility that this body, Kaylee Shulte or not, was just someone lost in the woods who hadn't survived. Risa was not going to be the next casualty. She consoled herself that Leah knew where she was, but that wasn't going to save her anytime soon, and the guys on shift would never let her live this down if she got stuck. Having dressed that morning for a run in the woods, she had only what she and her cute pockets could hold. Risa hopped a little farther, until she found a sturdy stick with a nice T at the top. Testing her weight on it, she leaned against the rough flat spot at the top for support. Though it was uncomfortable, it would hold her, she thought, and that would have to do. Forcing herself to go slow wasn't easy. She was a runner and a doer by nature. Some of the little root staircases were much harder to navigate on a single foot, and she wound up on her butt. Scooting down them holding her walking stick over her head was faster and safer. With nothing but time and her thoughts for company, her heart grew heavy as she went. The Shulte family had fervently hoped Kaylee was still alive. She was old enough that some people believed it was possible the girl had simply run off. Her thoughts shifted. Not only was Risa going to need medical attention when she got in, she was going to have to lead the investigators back to the spot. What had taken about 30 minutes to run took over an hour and a half at this painful speed. But as she approached the trailhead, she saw a shadow coming her way. Risa thought of the dead body behind her, and the fact that she couldn't run. So she stood tall and took her only option. She waited, facing the man coming at her.
Chapter 3. Ethan Eames headed into the trails at the national park. Hiking behind him was local forensic scientist Grace Lee and Leah Dev, best friend of the woman they were looking for. In fact, it was Leah who had called in the body, though she hadn't seen it. This was a new one to him, the first time he'd had a body reported by text message. Ethan was torn. For one, he was not dressed for this crap. He'd shown up to work in his usual suit, button-down shirt and tie. Work was a lonely office at the Dark Falls PD, because that's where FBI agents got shuffled when they didn't have a local branch office. At the precinct, the number of other officers who spoke to him was roughly 0. The FBI had planted him here, about 3 months ago, with no apparent rhyme or reason, and told him to check up on whatever cases he'd thought were necessary. Whether his agent in charge was trying to get the local officers to riot against him or waiting for him to quit, he didn't know. The sneakers he'd slipped on his feet when he exited his car at the parking lot had been virtually unused. He was pretty sure his assignment in Dark Falls was punishment for that mess in Florida. Luckily, the day was beautiful. It was his only consolation. So far in his time in here, he'd managed to examine a burned-out drug lab after it had blown up. That meant he walked through afterward and wrote up his observations. Then he watched as the local PD gathered evidence. He nodded at them that they were doing a good job. Ethan wrote an incredibly boring report for the bureau. Then he went back to contemplating his office walls. He'd next organized a massive search for a missing girl, but the search had turned up nothing after a week. While the work had been welcome, the situation hadn't done anything to help his mood or his standing with the bureau. He'd been one of the top graduates in his class at Quantico. His job should have been exciting. Damn it. Dark Falls, so far, didn't seem to have much that the local PD couldn't handle. He wasn't in any position to wrestle any interesting cases away from them. And since they weren't necessarily his friends, the feds versus the boys in blue and all, they weren't letting him in on most of their cases either. Until another case came along that had federal jurisdiction, there wasn't anything for him to do. He was of two minds about the dead body. Part of him was excited for something to do that let him out from behind the desk. Even just getting out and checking to see if the call was legit gave him an escape from an office packed full of people always talking to each other and discussing cases, but never with him. The other part of him knew it was possible that a small child had lost her life. Right now, he was hoping Risa Caldwell, whoever she was, wasn't a reliable source. If this missing girl was lucky, he would discover someone had left some clothes out in the woods and there was no body. Even though that would mean that he would be back at his desk by about, he looked at his watch, lunchtime. It was the preferred outcome here. Ethan thought about the sandwich he could get down at Mike's. Truly, he wasn't expecting much from this, but he led his little trio into the woods. "You're frowning," Leah Dev said, hiking the wide path beside him. The very petite woman packed more of a punch than she ought to. "Is it because of the girl?" He shook his head. "As of right now, there is no girl. Right now, there's only a text." "Well," Leah said, "you'll discover Risa isn't prone to overreaction." That statement sounded like it was going to go further, but at that moment a noise had them both looking up to see what it was. Ahead on the trail, a form took shape, and Ethan spotted a woman slowly making her way toward them. A large stick was tucked awkwardly under her arm, and she gripped it tightly for support as she moved jerkily along the rough path. She appeared to be working hard to keep weight off what looked like a bad ankle. Ethan bounded forward. "Stay where you are," he said, waving his hand to get her attention. He peeled his suit jacket and handed it back to Miss Dev, not even taking his eyes off the woman heading his way. Her dark skin glowed with sweat from what appeared to have been a run, perhaps before the incident with her ankle. The jogging clothes made him think it wasn't the hobbling along the trail, but pushing herself that had worked her up. Her wide eyes glowed with surprise, and his own concern was growing. That ankle didn't look good. He stepped in front of her and scooped her up. "Hey, what are you doing?" She batted at his shoulder, harder than he'd expected. Then she seemed to realize that wasn't in her best interest. "Keeping you off that ankle. I've got you." Though she was tall, he was taller. Though she was fit, so was he. "You'd be easier to carry," he complained good-naturedly, "if you quit struggling." She frowned at him, and his heart flipped. He was in trouble. "I'd be easier to carry if you just asked me first." Well, crap. That was a valid point. "Apologies," he said, wondering whether he should set her down, ask then pick her back up. He settled for holding on to her. "Is this okay? I'm trying to save your ankle." She sighed, and thankfully relaxed into his hold, as he headed back down the trail with the warm weight of a woman in his arms. He tried to make whatever small talk might be appropriate for this very odd situation. "Are you Risa Caldwell?" She nodded, and he noticed that even though she had relaxed against him, she was still holding herself stiffly in position, making it much easier for him to carry her. Ethan turned sideways, avoiding a branch, and said, "So tell me about this body you found." "Tripped over," she corrected him, then turned somber. "It's a girl." Chapter 4. Ethan called for an ambulance, despite Risa's valid protests. "I'm a firefighter," she said. "I don't need an ambulance. And I'm qualified to know that." "No, you don't need one," he agreed, but it didn't change the fact that he'd already called for one, or that her coworkers might be showing up for this. That might be her real issue, but he couldn't help that. If she was lucky, the local EMT service would be first on the scene, and she wouldn't have to say anything to her crew. The first responders that he knew were a tough lot, and getting caught with a twisted ankle from something as simple as your morning run wouldn't play well with that crowd. You don't need an ER or hospitalization, but the first aid kit that I have in my car isn't going to get your ankle set properly. Are you right about there being a body in the woods? He prodded, already knowing her answer. Of course I am. Then we need to get back into those woods. Unfortunately, I'm going to need your help to do that. Which means we need an ankle brace and a set of crutches. Probably also a steroid injection. She sighed the words out, resigned to what was coming and proving she did know more about what she needed than he did. Then she looked up at him. I don't think ambulances usually carry crutches. I know. That's why I requested they bring some. He watched as she frowned at him, clearly not expecting him to be as organized as he was. But what else could he be? His one job was to be ready, and sadly very little had gotten in the way of that. He'd be damned if he was going to screw that up. He asked Leah to open the back door of his car, and when he set Risa into the seat sideways, he realized the zing he'd felt when he picked her up wasn't going away. Though he needed a case, he really hoped there was no body up on the trail. Mostly, he didn't want anybody to be dead. Furthermore, he was finding he didn't want Risa Caldwell to be his star witness. He wanted her to be saying yes to him if he asked her out for drinks. While they waited for the ambulance to show up, Leah fussed over her friend, asking about her ankle and her mental health. Risa offered up her own clinical diagnosis on both, which in his opinion was relatively acceptable. Leah continued to fuss, and as he watched, Risa put up with it. Unfortunately, of the 4 people here, one was an injured firefighter. One, Leah Dev, was a CPA with no medical experience. The third was a forensic scientist, Dr. Grace Lee, so twisted ankles were not her forte, and the last was him, an FBI agent. His medical training involved, don't get shot while you're out in the field. Risa looked up at him. That was a nice Princess Carrie back there. Princess Carrie? He frowned, not understanding. Yes. A fireman's carry is much more efficient. He laughed. She would know. What she was calling a Princess Carrie had seemed like a more polite way to get her out of the woods. A fireman's carry was not comfortable for the person being carried. He knew from his own tough training days at Quantico. But still he laughed. All right. Next time, I'll toss you over my shoulder and run. At least it made her grin. It was another 5 minutes of her talking to Leah, and him asking exactly what she'd seen before the ambulance showed up. Unfortunately, it did sound like she'd stumbled onto a body. She spoke in terms that made sense, said nothing hysterical or overwrought, and was clear about what she'd seen. Exactly as Leah Dev had predicted. 30 minutes later, the paramedics from the ambulance declared her set. Her ankle was as braced as they could get it, without going to the ER. She'd had the aforementioned steroid injection. And though he wouldn't have said she was in any condition to hike the woods, that's where they were going. Unfortunately, Ethan had to insist that they go as soon as possible. Though she'd brilliantly documented the body and the scene with her phone, he still needed her to find it again. She was the only one who knew which branches she'd taken on the trails. Without GPS coordinates, her statement that she'd veered off to the left and taken the better-looking trail each time there was an option wasn't going to be enough. He was never going to find the body without her. Unfortunately, it looked like the body might be Kaylee Shulte, the local child he'd been searching for 2 weeks ago. That had been Risa's guess, too. Once again, it was likely she was right. Dead missing children were a much more serious matter than adults, who were often presumed to have gotten themselves in trouble. Kids were considered completely innocent in regard to their status, and thus presumed lost or abducted. That meant that missing kids fell under FBI jurisdiction. Ethan was praying Risa was wrong. His star witness was still in her running gear, and Ethan hadn't seen her eat anything. He wasn't going to get his lunch after all, so he turned to her and said, I promise I'll buy you a meal after this. In the meantime, can I get you to eat a granola bar? She shrugged and graciously accepted the meager offering, though it was more than a little smushed. When at last they began to head up the trail, Ethan had to turn around and tell Miss Dev she had to stay put. "Are you serious?" She sounded almost outraged that she wasn't allowed into the middle of what was likely to become an official FBI investigation. He tried to be nice. "Those pictures look pretty solid. I can't authorize a civilian coming along." She'd pouted a moment before accepting that he wasn't going to change his mind. Then she hugged Risa and asked, "What do you want me to do? Should I wait? Go home?" Risa shook her head and waved her friend off. "You've done so much, and I know you missed some work for this. Thank you. But what about your car? You shouldn't be driving. You need to keep that foot elevated, and this hike isn't going to help." Ethan jumped at the opportunity. "I'll take care of it. I'm the one who kept you out longer today," he said, looking back at Risa and wondering what he was going to do about his problem of one very dead body and one very live woman. It was almost 5 minutes before Leah finally pulled out of the parking lot, supposedly headed back to work. She, too, had been dressed for an office job. Only Grace Lee was actually prepared for their expedition. He'd called her from the office, and she'd been ready to head out into the field, dressed to hike, kit in hand. Risa, on the other hand, was operating on little food and a twisted ankle. Ethan grimaced at the thought. At least he'd managed to get her some nice crutches, but the trail wasn't going to be easy. It took a full hour for them to reach the body, even with Risa hobbling along with much better crutches than she'd used on the way back. It also included him carrying her up several steep inclines. He had to admire her gumption for taking the route in the first place, and while they walked, she explained that she now regretted it on several levels. Though somber, he turned to her. "This is a good thing. If that's Kaylee Shulte, her family needs to know. It's better that you found her." When she frowned at him questioningly, Ethan elaborated. "You're a trusted member of a community rescue organization. They'll know you did the right thing. No one saw their daughter and ran screaming. Teenagers didn't poke at the body, wondering if it was real. You're the best person for this." She'd nodded grimly, then pointed ahead. "It's there." Ethan looked up the trail and caught the slight whiff of decay. He'd been around enough dead bodies to recognize it was human. His heart sank.
Chapter 5. By the time Risa finally made it home to her apartment, the sun was setting. Her day was shot, but damn had it been eventful. She was exhausted, still in her running clothes, and she still hadn't had the shower she'd expected to get almost 10 hours ago. "Jesus," she whispered to herself, finally alone in the small, empty living area. She ran her hand over her short hair. There was still so much to do, but simply hopping into the shower was now a thing of the past. There was also the issue of needing to notify her chief that she was out of commission for a while and call Noelle Gray, her arson investigation trainer. Risa let her head fall back with the frustration of what she was missing out on. Luckily, it wasn't a bad sprain, and she wouldn't be out long. Unluckily, she'd not been able to do the right thing and treat the sprain immediately. It just hadn't been possible. But she thought that little girl's family had gotten the news today that their daughter was not going to be found alive. Risa sobered at the thought. Her ankle would be okay. And she'd eventually gotten food and proper treatment for her sprain. FBI Special Agent Ethan Eames had eventually called another Dark Falls officer to escort Risa back to civilization. She hadn't heard all the instructions Ethan had handed down, but they apparently included food and a trip to urgent care for an X-ray and a proper boot for her foot. By the time she was out of the park, Risa had been incredibly grateful to leave despite the scene unfolding in front of her and her avid curiosity about it. As planned, once the ambulance EMTs had her ankle taped up, Ethan Eames had her lead him and Dr. Lee into the woods. When they'd arrived, the forensic scientist praised her for not messing with the body. Then she had Risa talk her through exactly what had happened and what she'd done once she realized it was a body. So Risa had crouched down, hard to do on crutches with only one good foot. She pointed to where she had caught her foot and tripped. She showed where she'd brushed away the leaves and seen jeans-covered knees, then pointed to the pale blue sneakers smudged with dirt. I didn't smudge them. I never actually touched the body or the clothes, Risa explained carefully. The leaves on the upper part of the body, the part that wasn't hanging across the trail, remained untouched, and she was asked if she thought the body had been disturbed since she had seen it. She didn't think so, but she pulled out her phone and all three of them checked the scene against her original pictures. When she explained that was mostly why she'd taken the pictures in the first place, Agent Eames and Dr. Lee had praised her for her foresight. That had been nice. The dead body of a little girl had not. Eventually, Risa was asked to step back, and she'd gladly gotten herself out of the way. She tried to find something, a tree stump or a log, to put her ankle up on, and she wound up a good 5 to 7 yards farther down the trail. But she could still hear the two of them talking. Grace took professional-style pictures with an actual camera, not like Risa's. A moment later, though, Agent Eames approached and asked her for her cell phone, then promptly confiscated it. Now she was home and she still didn't have it back. Risa was fuming. Despite Ethan's killer smile and that red hair that had just enough length to start to curl, which was somehow both adorable and sexy, that didn't justify stealing her phone. She gritted her teeth just thinking about it. "I don't have a home phone," she told him, angry. "That's all I have. I just found the dead body of a little girl, and you just took my only communication." He'd looked at her like she was nuts. Risa had stared back, but once he started talking, she understood. "That's exactly why I took your phone. I can't let you tell anybody about this. You have pictures of a dead body and evidence on a now classified case. We have to at least notify her parents before gossip gets back." Risa had quickly realized her mistake, and her anger fled. She hadn't stated her case well. He had misread her, and she would forgive that. She held her hand up to stop him, but he didn't stop. "You can't share these photos. Have you uploaded any of them to the internet or social media or anything?" So much for misreading her. Now he was being a dick. She was horrified and insulted all at the same time. She could tell from his expression that her anger was clear. "Good God, no." Her voice came out a little sharper than intended. "I'm not a raving idiot, nor an asshole. No one deserves to learn about their dead child on Facebook." He'd at least nodded, but then he said, "This is a federal case. You can't talk about it, and you can't leave with a phone full of evidence." She'd still had her foot propped awkwardly on the log, but she'd managed to cross her arms and glare at him. "No shit, Sherlock. What I need my phone for is the fact that somebody killed this little girl, and they might be out there. I just found her, and you're suggesting that I go back to my apartment alone tonight, with no mode of communication with the outside world. What if this killer is watching us?"
Chapter 6. Ethan stared blankly down the trail, away from Risa. He had dicked that up royally. Then again, he hadn't really. What he'd said was protocol, plain and simple. Though he'd royally insulted her by saying she couldn't spread the word of her find on social media, it had needed to be stated out loud. Even if he trusted her, failing to make it incredibly clear that she could not speak of this to anyone, including her good friend, Leah Dev, would not have been acceptable. The law dictated he lay out the rules in no uncertain terms. Any error would lead his superiors to question exactly what he'd said and how, to determine whether his communication was the weak point or not. He'd already had that same conversation with Leah, and he trusted her to keep her mouth shut less than he trusted Risa. But she'd now been officially warned. It didn't make him feel any better, other than knowing he had a way to prosecute her if she screwed it up. He wasn't going to lose his badge over a beautiful badass woman he'd inadvertently insulted. After gathering his breath, he turned back to Risa. "I'm sorry. You have a valid point. But we have no reason yet to believe this girl was killed. It looks like she was farther up the bank and slid down." At that point, he had turned to Dr. Lee and asked for her opinion. Dr. Lee, who had been crouched and staring at the body for an extended period of time, tipped her head up at the sound of her name. Still, she hadn't been paying attention to him, and he'd had to repeat the question. The scientist came over and stood between him and Risa, pacing the path, looking up the embankment, and clearly trying to make a judgment. He'd worked with on-scene scientists and techs before. They typically had zero concern about his case. Mostly, they wanted to solve a puzzle. He'd learned early on that it was best to step back and wait. Eventually, Grace pointed up the slope. She motioned to places where it seemed a path existed between the trees. That's where a body might have slid down, through here and stopped here. She pointed to each piece of her proposed path. If there was enough water last week. She'd gone on to use the phrase that Ethan always hated. The disruption up the embankment was consistent with the body having slid down, perhaps a week ago. She refused to say that it had happened, only that she would know more when she rolled the body over. So, while Risa stood off to the side, Grace enlisted Ethan to help collect the leaves. She'd handed him blue latex-free gloves, and together they'd slowly gathered the leaves, placing them into a special evidence bag. That was one of those things he'd not understood as a rookie agent, but later forensic classes had instilled in him the need to save everything. He'd also had cases cracked by scientists who managed to find the most minute detail. Given those previous victories, he was more than willing to do the grunt work of bagging rotting leaves. Once the body was uncovered, it was pretty clear that the clothing, the blue denim jeans, the sparkly sneakers, the pink fleece hoodie, matched what Kaylee Shulte was wearing when she disappeared. Again, Dr. Lee spent an inordinate amount of time snapping pictures from every angle. But Ethan was more unsettled by the moment. One side of the little girl's face was partially exposed now that the leaves were gone. He caught a glimpse of skin through the hair draped across her forehead and nose, apparently having flung there during her slide down the bank. One eye was open and staring sightlessly into the distance. Where her face had been covered by the leaves before, now he was starting to see what they were dealing with. The back of her hand was showing as well, and that bothered him even more. When he turned around, he spotted Risa looking at the body. Her brows pulled together, and he hoped she wasn't seeing what he was. "Don't look." "What? Is it going to make my day worse?" Eventually, he'd replied, "I think maybe it will. This is worse than you thought." "Damn," she said. But instead of looking away, she tucked her crutches under her arms and hobbled closer. Luckily, she avoided tripping on any of the roots and rocks in her way. Then she was standing beside him, looking at the body and seeing what he saw. Kaylee's hands and face were covered in cuts. And they weren't from sliding down the hill.
Chapter 7. Risa heard a sharp knock at the door. It sounded official, but still it startled her. She wasn't one to be fooled by people or things that merely seemed official. As she wobbled her way to standing, she analyzed the sound. It was too high up on the door to be Leah. That made sense. She told Leah that she was okay, that she only wanted to sit on her couch and watch TV. Risa had hoped for two things, that her brain would turn off and that she'd pass out soon and get some sleep. Though she hadn't wanted to get off the couch, she was hopeful this was the officer Agent Eames had promised to send with her phone. She wasn't comfortable sitting here with no quick contact to the outside world, so despite needing to get her ankle iced and elevated and desperately needing a shower, Risa had first fired up her computer and opened all her messaging systems. Though they were a handy backup for communication, they only worked if she could type and someone was online when she needed them. She couldn't sneak up to the door since she clumped along on her crutches and remaining good foot, but she did her best. Slowly, she made her way over, as another impatient rap only irritated her further. When she put her eye to the peephole, she saw an officer. Relief flooded through her and she realized just how worried she had been. "Hello," she said. "I'm sorry. I'm a little slow. Can I see your badge, please?" She asked it as nicely as she could, but she was still concerned. The way Kaylee Shulte's body had looked indicated a serial killer, and Risa was not going to sleep well tonight. When she saw the officer's badge, she opened the door and took the bag he offered. "That bag has your phone, and I also have a note." He held it out toward her with a smile. The note she was not expecting. Taking it, she opened the folded paper just enough to see that it was signed, Agent Ethan Eames. Risa tried not to sigh dramatically. The man was probably warning her once again to keep her mouth shut about the case. That, however, was not this officer's fault, so she thanked him and stepped back inside, throwing all the bolts. At least now, she thought, she would feel better stepping into the shower and washing this day away. She'd had her foot iced and elevated for almost 45 minutes. She was pocketing the cell and heading awkwardly for the hallway when it buzzed. "Bad idea, Risa," her brain admonished as she reached to check it. She'd been away from her phone for hours. Who knew how many mountains of messages awaited her? If news had spread of Kaylee's body, then there might be people worried about her. It would depend on how successful Ethan was at shutting down the leaks. So she changed course and plopped herself back on the couch. Propping her ankle on the arm, she added the ice bag again. She might be here a while. Damn, she wanted that shower. At first, she just scrolled through to see what looked most important. Her messages were entirely blown up. Everyone had contacted her wanting to know if she was okay, including the chief. Damn it, she thought. She'd wanted to tell him first. She'd intended to, but the last time she'd had her phone, she was on the trail and there was no signal. Of course, long before they got back, the phone was out of her hands. Though she wanted to reply right away, she checked her other messages first. The more she looked through the things she was being asked, the more she became concerned again. People already seemed to know too much. Now she was worried what Eames might think. It suddenly occurred to her she probably had to be considered a suspect, since she was the one who found the body. Even without her phone, they might think she was responsible for any information that turned up online. And it seemed the town already knew what had happened. Mr. Adorable, sexy FBI agent wasn't telling her anything. And hell, they'd had her phone for hours. Ethan told her they would download and delete any pictures of the body or anything associated with her find. So Risa expected that, but now she wondered, what else might they have done? Immediately, she looked for any newly installed apps, though she figured the FBI wouldn't be so obvious as to leave the icon on screen. She had no idea how to tell if something had been downloaded onto her phone and hidden. Then she turned to her images file and found that all the pictures she had taken today were gone. Even the one of the trailhead she'd sent to Leah as her shorthand for last place scene. She assumed the pictures had been completely scrubbed, not just merely deleted, and she found herself grateful that at least her other pictures remained. She had a brief, horrifying moment where she praised any god anyone had ever prayed to, that she did not sext. Not only did she not send dirty pictures of herself to anyone ever, but when weird guys from online dating sites sent them to her, she immediately deleted them. She had never been more grateful for that practice than right at this moment. Though certainly the FBI agents who worked over her phone would have seen worse, that was a bullet dodged. Her thoughts turned somber as they again turned to the little girl in the woods. Though Risa hadn't known Kaylee or her family personally, she would have traded anything to have found the girl alive. Still, her phone was in her hands, and it was her newest worry. Spending a brief amount of time in the search bar, Risa tried to find out how to tell if someone had hacked her phone. The basic check process she found revealed only that the pictures had been deleted and nothing she could see had been added, so she left it at that. If they were following her or recording her conversations, they would certainly learn a few things. They would learn that she was willing to ask the produce people at the store if they had other, better cantaloupes in the back. That she binge-watched her TV shows. That she was single and was on several online dating sites. Then again, they might see some nasty pics from guys trying to hook up. So maybe next time, she'd leave them on and say hello to whatever federal agent was monitoring her phone. Once she'd exhausted her meager tech skills, she turned to the messages. She replied to the chief first, finding it interesting that even he seemed to know that she'd not only twisted her ankle while running, but that there had been something far more involved. He'd given her the next shift off and told her to check in before she returned. He was willing to let her take whatever time she needed to heal. She understood about firefighters who couldn't carry their weight, firefighters who had injuries, firefighters whose ankles or knees buckled when they were in a fire. Those were the firefighters who were a danger to others. She found, as she often did when she was sick, she was stuck with the internal struggle of desperately wanting to go to work and the absolutely petrifying fear that if she did, she might hurt one of her coworkers. She accepted her chief's offer and thanked him. Everyone else seemed to credit their knowledge to Leah. It appeared Leah had only told people Risa had twisted her ankle out in the woods, and that Leah had come to pick her up. Well, Risa thought, good story on Leah's part. Agent Eames's speech putting the fear of God in her friend seemed to have worked, although there was always the possibility someone might figure out that a body had been found, that Risa was incommunicado all day, and that she'd twisted an ankle while running. One only needed to put two and two together. It seemed no one had yet, though. Risa was grateful, as she didn't want to get chewed out by Eames. So she assured everyone she was okay, and that she was off duty resting her ankle. She assured Leah that eventually she had been fed. The officer who had driven her home had even been smart enough to feed her before going to the urgent care. No one wanted a patient who was hurt and hungry. The fast food they'd picked up wasn't normally on her diet, but even a cheap burger was better than waiting until she got home. When her messages were cleared, she decided she could finally get that shower. But as she stood up, a paper fluttered to the ground. Picking it up was a bitch, but she wanted to see what it was. Standing at last, she flipped open the note from Agent Eames. It said only, "I owe you dinner."
Chapter 8. Ethan knocked on the door to Risa's apartment. The building had no elevator, so he'd climbed the long flight of stairs, wondering how Risa had managed it last night with her crutches. It was certainly going to make things hard for her in the coming days. That wasn't his problem, he reminded himself. A few noises bumped from inside the apartment, as apparently she stumbled around a little bit to come to the door. "No hurry," he called through the heavy frame. While he waited, he inspected the door and decided it was as secure as was reasonable in this neighborhood. She should be safe. Now, that ankle could become bad business if anything else happened to it. He was glad she was being careful. When at last she answered the door, it suddenly became clear that some of the noise he had heard was her waking up. Though he'd called ahead and said he would be here now, apparently she'd fallen asleep on the couch while waiting. Thankfully, she was dressed. However, her hair was now done up in short little knots around her head. It was adorable, almost as though he'd caught her in her pajamas. She hopped backwards on her good foot, doorknob in one hand, crutches held in the other. "Come on in." She seemed to look around the apartment, as though trying to assess it for company. Though the place was clean, it was very clear she had set up shop on the couch. A blanket and pillow were draped over one arm, and he had to think she had done that just moments before opening the door. On the coffee table stood an open bottle of flavored vitamin water, and what were probably black bean tortilla chips. What looked like hummus sat next to that, as well as several other undefined bags of healthy snack food. She was one of those. Behind him, he heard her struggling with the door. "Here, let me take care of that." Risa nodded a thank you and stuck the crutches back under her arms, swinging off toward the center of the apartment. Well, he thought as he failed at his self-assigned task of not looking at her, she might be one of those, but it looks good on her. Then, while he still faced the door, he took a moment to get himself together. That was not okay. Kaylee Shulte's body had been removed from the scene and taken to the morgue late yesterday afternoon. The area where Risa had found it was still being checked over by not only Dr. Lee, but now by the full team of forensic techs she'd brought in. Ethan even had police officers guarding the space last night. They'd wound up shutting down all the trails after a few looky-loos had tried to hike other trails around the closure and come in through a back route. It was going to be a huge case, though he still didn't want to admit how bad it was. Risa was going to wind up being a witness, so thinking that anything looked good on her was out of bounds. He turned back and found her motioning him toward the table that was in the corner of the dine-in kitchen area. The apartment was small, but well organized and cozy. The carpet was the standard silver gray one might find in a rental, but she'd painted the walls a beautiful teal blue. The couch was comfy looking, as though someone could curl up with a book. The dining table had a shabby chic look to it, and he wondered if it was a design choice or a necessity. Though she had a steady job, he knew that salary didn't always go far. Cops, firefighters, EMTs, and teachers, the most valuable people to a society in his mind, were the least well paid for what they were worth. He looked around once more as she settled into the chair, leaning her crutches against the windowsill, as though she might have done this several times already. "Can I get you anything?" he asked. She laughed, white even teeth flashing, her eyes lighting up. "This is my place. I'm supposed to ask you that." He pointed to the crutches. "Nah, not this time." He was here to record her statement, and she knew it, so he was glad they were at least starting on a good foot. Pulling out his recorder, he began by noting the date and time. Then he asked her full name for the record. Risa Naomi Caldwell. Her date and year of birth quickly followed, and Ethan wondered why he hadn't known all of this before. Then again, the day had not gone according to plan. His normal day consisted of coffee, a sandwich, and writing reports. It was a full hour and a half later before he finished asking all of his questions. She'd given consistent answers, which was a point in her favor. The only answer he hadn't really liked was when he'd asked why she'd decided to take the different trail that morning. All she'd been able to say was that it was a whim. Anything that was a whim did not play well in court. That was his ultimate goal here: find the perp and sew the case up tight enough that even an idiot DA could slam dunk it. He wished she was able to produce any actual reason that prodded her to go the other way this morning. Risa couldn't come up with one. Despite prodding her for a better answer, he didn't get it. "Well," he said, thankful the recorder was off, "I bet you didn't think you'd have to deal with that yesterday." Risa Naomi Caldwell shook her head. "No." Then he asked another question that didn't belong on the recording, but it was one he was curious about. "Has anyone asked you about Kaylee Shulte?" She frowned. "Everyone's asking everyone." "That's what I mean, I guess. Has anyone figured out you're the one who found the body?" "Not that I'm aware of." He leaned in then. "Look, I don't mean any disrespect to your friend Leah. She seems like a good friend. But..." Risa nodded. She seemed to know what was coming. "I'm concerned about her ability to keep this to herself." "You're not concerned about mine?" Risa asked. "I was, but I called your chief." "Of course you did." "Well," he said, "it is in your job contract to keep confidential the things you see on a daily basis. So, luckily, you have a boss I can ask about your ability to do so. I can't rest assured of the same thing from Leah." Risa nodded. "Honestly, I think she'll be fine." Ethan started to smile, until she continued. "Until she gets drunk." He stiffened. "Does that happen often?" "No. We go out to a bar sometimes on the weekend, and every once in a while, she'll have too much. When she drinks too much, she talks too much." Risa trailed off with an odd look in her eyes. Ethan wanted to know what the rest of that sentence was, but knew it wasn't his place to ask. "Is there any way you can help keep her in the loop and keep her mouth closed?" "You're asking me to babysit my friend?" "Unfortunately, I am. We need to keep this on lockdown. Right now, there's a lot the public doesn't know. In fact, there are things Kaylee's parents don't know." Risa almost gasped. They haven't seen the body yet. They both knew that once the Schultes saw the body, they would know their daughter had been murdered. He hadn't told Risa all of it yet either. If she was lucky, this would be the extent of her involvement in the investigation. They had not liked it, but he was trying to keep the Schultes from seeing their daughter for 2 more days. He was hopeful he could crack something more on the case, maybe have something positive to tell them before he let them see what had happened to their baby girl. Ethan changed the topic and threw out his next gambit a whim. "I owe you dinner. Would you like to go out for dinner?" How many years had it been since he had stumbled asking a woman out? Then he reminded himself he wasn't asking her out. Pausing, he looked askance at the snacks on the coffee table. "Do you eat meat?" She smiled. "I prefer that it's ethically sourced, but God, yes. I had a drive-through burger last night, and only what I could find in the apartment today. If you gave me a real meal, I might declare you my new favorite person." This had been a shitty day, and that statement shouldn't have made him feel so good. But it did.
Chapter 9. Risa thought maybe she shouldn't be here. He'd taken her out. Out. It wasn't the most expensive restaurant in town, but when she'd asked what she should wear, he'd said, "Nice." She'd thought of him as being in his standard FBI uniform, the suit and button-down shirt, the tie. But if she was going to match that, she needed to class up from her couch surfing game more than a little bit. She told him she was in no position to get dressed in any reasonable amount of time. He'd only leaned back in the uncomfortable chair and said, "I'll wait." She didn't like the way her heart fluttered as she'd pulled on a blouse in a bright color. Her outfits had been limited because of the crutches and the boot. So the only thing that fit, her very nice pair of slacks, had to do the trick. The whole time she got dressed, she imagined he was going through her things, checking in her drawers in the small kitchen, eyeballing the family photos to see if she'd lied about anything, checking under the couch cushions for spare coins, potato chips, and maybe evidence. Okay, that last one was beyond ridiculous, but she could imagine him doing it. When she'd asked, he'd told her she was cleared from being a suspect, and that was a relief. But then he'd asked how she'd slept, and that wasn't. She'd had to admit it wasn't good. While she hadn't admitted she'd slept on the couch, he'd seemed to have guessed that. Risa considered staying on the sofa, a tactical maneuver. Her major concern was that she was slow on the crutches. While she could run if she had to, she was not going to maneuver well. The couch was central to the apartment, thus affording her the best chance to run to the door and brace it if someone tried to come in. It was also close to the fire escape beyond the dining area window, which she wouldn't hesitate to use. However, that kind of thinking was not good for getting a decent night's sleep. Eames at least seemed to be understanding. He hadn't mentioned that he'd clearly woken her up when he arrived, or whether he'd spotted the romance novel she'd been reading. At dinner, he sat politely across the white tablecloth from her, ignoring the crutches jammed into her side of the booth. He asked her questions, and this time they were not about what had happened yesterday, not that he could have out here in public. Instead, this felt more like a date. What made you want to become a firefighter? She heard that one a lot. It wasn't a profession women usually wound up in, but there were growing numbers in the field. She explained how she came from a family of firefighters, her grandfather and uncle, her dad, and her oldest brother. They'd never discouraged her from becoming one, too. So it wasn't until academy that she'd heard anyone even suggest she wasn't up to par. He laughed then, his greenish eyes glinting. "I bet you showed them." She only shrugged and tried to keep the smirk off her face. She'd been born for this job, but she didn't say that. "You grew up here in Dark Falls?" He steered the topic in a meandering fashion. "Oh Lord, no. My family is from Cheyenne. I got recruited here a couple of years ago." "They recruit firefighters?" He seemed startled. It wasn't mean, only that he didn't know. She liked that he was willing to ask. So many guys pretended they knew everything. Apparently, this department got its first female firefighter somewhere between 8 and 10 years ago. And she got on okay. But about 3 years later, as the chief tells it, they discovered that her shift always had the highest close rate on their cases. Ethan frowned. "That seems odd." "I know. Doesn't it?" So the chief studied it. It turned out when she subbed for someone, that shift got a higher close rate. It wasn't even the shift. It was her. Ethan narrowed his eyes. She was magic? Almost. Risa grinned. Turns out, she was a woman. They didn't already know that? Oh, they did. They just didn't know what it was worth. So they hired another woman for one of the other shifts. And that shift suddenly had a higher close rate too. Ethan leaned forward. She enjoyed being able to keep him on the edge of his seat. He'd shucked out of the suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and planted his elbows as he listened intently. It turns out people are very willing to talk to women, more so than with men. Maybe they're embarrassed to tell the male firefighters what they really did that started that blaze, or maybe they're just more comfortable with women. But it turns out when we ask, we get answers. Huh. Ethan narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. For the first time, she wondered what he was thinking. Then he told her. They might talk to you because you're, well. She felt her eyebrows go up. She shouldn't have done it, but she wanted to know so badly. All this conversation was probably not appropriate between a witness and an FBI agent on a case, but he didn't seem to take issue with it. So maybe they weren't breaking any protocol. For a moment, she wondered if this could actually be a date. It might be because you're beautiful, he offered it up almost too casually. You've got a great smile. You're easy to talk to. The compliment made her face heat. Despite the warm fuzzies that gave her, she steered the conversation away. Maybe it's because I'm a woman. They're the same way with all the women. Thus, the chief has tried to recruit us wherever he can. Every station, every shift, at least one female firefighter. Apparently, some of the other cities are wondering what he's up to. They haven't figured it out yet. Ethan laughed, a bold, deep sound that spoke of crackling fires, good whiskey, and something a little erotic. It does make sense. I've noticed there are certain things that people will tell certain partners that I have, when they won't talk to me. Or they'll talk to me and not my partner. Sometimes we push it, good cop, bad cop. That's a real thing? He grinned. Sometimes. But who people talk to is different with everybody. She only nodded and decided turnabout was fair play. What made you want to be an FBI agent? Is it a family thing? He shook his head no and then said, well. Actually, I do have a cousin who's also in the bureau. Is he an agent like you? Ethan corrected mildly. And yes. In fact, I'm confident she has a much higher security clearance than I do. She heard something in his words, something wistful or maybe remorseful, and she wondered what it might be that he regretted. Then she reminded herself that it wasn't her place to wonder. Maybe when the case was closed, she thought. Far too soon, dinner was over and he was taking her home. He helped her up the stairs and even checked out her apartment, declaring everything clear. It was the first time she'd been truly worried. Risa stood at the door, promising to do all the bolts after he left. He'd made it back out to the landing, giving her instructions. Keep the windows locked. Do the chain on the door, it looks like you're not using it regularly. She wanted to ask how he could tell, but she had more pressing concerns. Ethan had more to say, though. Sleep in your bed tonight. Because I'm safe? He paused before answering. Because the fire escape, he pointed through the small unit to the window, is a way out, but it's also a way in. The bedroom window is too high to access from outside because you're second floor. But it's low enough that you can jump if you have to. Her alarm must have shown on her face because he jumped back in. I'm sorry. I wouldn't leave you alone if I didn't think you'd be okay. All these escape scenarios I think of are just a hazard of the job. I didn't mean to scare you. Because you think Kaylee was murdered by a serial killer and that he might still be around? Though Ethan looked surprised, he didn't say no. What he did say was, I think you're safe. Nodding but concerned, Risa closed the door behind him. She bolted everything, and even slid the chain closed like he'd said. But she'd noticed her doormat was askew when they'd walked up to the door. That had never happened before. Almost as though someone picked it up to look for a key. She went to sleep in her own bed that night, but with a very uneasy feeling. Chapter 10. Risa was grateful that the next day was Saturday. She slept in as best she could. She'd slept better for being in her bed, but a little worse for Ethan's lack of answers. Though Risa should have been on shift today, her ankle meant that she was off. Because it was Saturday, Leah was not working her 9-to-5 job and could come over and spend time during the day. On the phone, Leah had asked if she was sleeping okay. Risa thought the question was about having seen the body of the slain girl. Risa sadly had seen worse, but that wasn't what had kept her up. It was the doormat. Stupid but so odd. Ethan cleared the apartment before he let me in. I didn't even ask him. Risa fought the smile that wanted to creep across her mouth. He didn't push his way in, either. He held my arm walking up the steps. Like a date? Leah exclaimed. Oh no. He was probably afraid I'd tumble backwards. Those stairs are a menace even if you aren't on crutches. Leah did them in heels most of the time. Risa didn't tell her friend how Ethan had held out his hand, silently asking if he should do the key, and she'd let him. He'd politely asked, "Do you want me to check the place?" Maybe she should get Ethan back again to scope her apartment out again tonight. Just to be sure. Though it wouldn't be necessary if she didn't leave the apartment. Then again, she thought, if nothing else, it would let anyone who might be watching her know that she was getting periodic visits from an FBI agent. But Ethan wasn't coming today. He had a murder case to crack. Leah, however, was. She'd found several movies on Netflix and decided the two of them needed to eat as much popcorn as they could. Good friend that she was, she asked what kind of food Risa wanted her to bring. All she had to say was, "I have been craving Chinese." No questions asked, Leah showed up with all her favorites. She'd not complained when Risa wanted to sit at the table like a civilized human, and she'd fetched plates, silverware, and drinks without having to be told where anything was. That, Risa thought, was one of the benefits of having a very good friend. She and Leah were a bit of an odd couple, and they knew it. Leah's job was desk-bound with regular Monday through Friday hours. She was petite and curvy, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, as if to spite the Indian side of her heritage. Risa, on the other hand, was tall and athletically built. Her job was purely testosterone-driven, and instead of working in an office and wearing a nice suit, she wore turnout gear, fire-retardant boots, and often a face mask. But for whatever reason, she and Leah worked. They had each other's backs. Leah was the first person whose home Risa had gone into as a firefighter in Dark Falls. On her very first shift, barely knowing her way around, so of course she didn't get to drive the rig, they'd had a call for a condo unit fire. The fire had started from a loose wire sparking in the kitchen. That condo had belonged to Leah and her then-boyfriend. Just like the Dark Falls Fire Department chief had predicted, when Leah got home and saw all the devastation of her property, she had immediately turned to Risa. The two women had been inseparable ever since. Risa had headed over to visit the woman after her shift ended, so she was there when Leah's live-in boyfriend had gotten violent over the fire. After he suggested the fire was Leah's fault and she kicked him out, it had again been Risa that Leah turned to. It was Risa who told her she'd been lucky to get out before she wound up married to a man who might get even more abusive. Risa admitted that in those early days when Leah was on her couch, often crying herself to sleep, she'd thought that Leah was as emotionally weak as she was physically tiny. It turned out Risa was wrong. That was probably why they were such good friends. Risa had been a firefighter for a handful of years in Wyoming, so she knew the job before she knew the city of Dark Falls. She'd been recruited, or maybe the better term was seduced, here by a higher paycheck and a cheaper cost of living, and a chance to get out from under her family name. Her father, of course, had saved his best friend from certain death in a heroic rescue that also, of course, defied his captain's orders. These days, any firefighter who did that would be terminated immediately, so there was no way Risa or her oldest brother would ever live up to the Caldwell name. Her brother was okay with that, Risa was not. Getting out of town had allowed her to make her own way. Having Leah as a friend had allowed her to start fitting in. Having Risa as a friend had allowed Leah the confidence to change something that had been embedded into her. Now, Risa knew exactly who to call when her ankle was propped on the edge of her couch, and she knew that she could tell Leah, as she had yesterday, that she needed time alone to sleep and mope. Leah fully understood, and Risa had known too, that Leah would be back this morning making sure everything was okay. It did her heart good. She still didn't have a lot of friends here, but she had Leah. After the first movie finished, Leah insisted on homemade milkshakes, for which Risa was tremendously grateful. But then Leah began asking questions. "Risa, there's something in your eyes when you talk about the other day. I've got to ask, though I know you probably can't answer. Kaylee Shulte, she didn't just fall, did she?" Risa pressed her lips together. She'd promised Agent Eames she wouldn't tell, but lying to Leah was difficult. She couldn't tell the truth. Her friend caught on. "How bad was it?" This time, Risa gave a single word. "Bad." Still, she didn't mention the feeling she was starting to have that she was being watched. Surely, she was just being paranoid.
Chapter 11. Even though he'd worked late into the night on Friday, Ethan got up early again Saturday and headed back into the office. His dinner the night before with Risa had been his only real break. He'd managed about 4 hours of sleep and was only home the extra 20 minutes it had taken to check all his locks before falling face first onto his mattress. He'd taken a quick shower this morning and been back out the door. He'd been ready for this. Despite being parked in a town with no branch office, he was still an FBI agent. Ethan was grateful that he'd taken Risa out to eat. Though he'd considered just bringing her food, their little date had been better. In his own mind, he called it taking care of his witness, and wondered if he could write up an expense report that said something to that effect. He hadn't mentioned it to Risa, but before he'd gone to her house to get her statement, he'd spent a good portion of his day in the morgue. He only hoped she couldn't smell it on him during their interview or the meal. There hadn't been a spare minute to shower in between the two, but he had put the car windows down on the drive over, hoping that would dissipate some of the scent that clung to him. Colorado at least had clean air. Despite the green atmosphere and community feeling brought out by bike trails, sculptures on the roadsides, and boba shops on every corner, the city had a darker side. He'd been hoping everything was as granola as it appeared, but Kaylee Shulte was proving that theory very wrong. Even more disturbing information came to light during the autopsy. As difficult as it was to watch an autopsy, simply because of the gore factor, it was harder to watch one on a person who'd been murdered. On the upside, it fired him up and made him determined to solve the case. On the downside, it bothered him to get such intimate details about a life cut short. The person he was viewing had probably never intended for strangers to see those facts. Autopsies included everything from what had been eaten for breakfast to possibly the last time they'd peed, and if they'd had sex in the past 24 hours. Combine that with a cell phone he could check, and he could pretty accurately piece together the last hours of a person's life. The process was even more disturbing when the body on the autopsy table was as small as Kaylee Shulte's. The case was so bad that the best news was that her skull had been slightly caved on the upper right side by a blow hard enough, the medical examiner was certain, to have rendered her unconscious almost immediately and probably kept her so during the ritual that had left her dead. After the autopsy, there was no doubt her death had been bizarre. The cuts on her hands and face are nothing compared to what is on the rest of her, Dr. Grunhilt had warned him as he pulled the sheet back. Gashes about 4 inches long ran up one leg and down the other. They cover her arms to the backs of her hands. He pointed as Ethan had looked with a clinical eye. Sometimes they were parallel, sometimes they crossed, and sometimes they met at an angle. It looks as though her clothing was removed, the marks carved into her, and then after she died she was put back into her clothes and her body left in the woods. Something about the way the blood had pooled in the cuts led Ethan to that conclusion. Dr. Grunholt had nodded in agreement, adding, Kaylee passed at some point during the cutting. Then he'd used the word ritual and went back to conducting the formal autopsy. Dr. Grunholt had looked up at him a few times, but Ethan stood silently watching as the medical examiner went about his macabre job. In another lifetime, Grunholt should have been a pediatrician. He could have played the kindly older doctor on a hospital show on TV. Instead, though he probably should have retired years ago, Grunholt was standing over a murdered child. When they were done, and the doctor had stitched up the Y-shaped incision he'd started with, Ethan had heard most of the reporting that would go into the autopsy files. That was why he had come. He'd needed to watch. He had to listen to get the information before anyone else, and he'd wanted to be able to ask his questions. He now knew too much. Though no one yet had the toxicology report or the labs, he'd looked to Grunholt as they walked down the hallway. Ethan stopped them and looked the doctor square in the eyes. It's not random, is it? Grunholt had shaken his head. I don't know what it is or what those marks mean, but they mean something. You've got a case on your hands, sir. That had been it. The older man had dismissed him and left Ethan to pull off his paper booties, gloves, and paper robe. He stuffed them into the designated trash and headed down the hallway. Crap, he'd thought. He'd been hoping against hope since yesterday that the cuts on her face and hands would be the extent of it. He'd fervently hoped it was more benign than it appeared. A high percentage of cases that looked like cult murders were accidental. Then the killer somehow found the guts to add a few cuts to the body, to throw suspicion in a different direction. But this morning had made it clear that wasn't what had happened to Kaylee. In fact, Grace Lee had informed him that rigor mortis and some of the debris stuck in Kaylee's hair and on her clothes indicated she'd been laid out like a starfish originally. Though Ethan had checked up the embankment the first day, he was going to have to go back. They'd missed something. Everything now seemed to be falling into place, the worst place possible. The Shulte family's insistence that their daughter had not run away had become much more credible. The parents' demands to see the body would now also be harder to ignore, and what they saw would be harder to take. Ethan had worked late into the night writing up reports. When he'd finished that task, he started sending those reports out with requests. Now, as he walked his way through the Dark Falls PD, he got interaction from the officers for the first time. Many looked at him as if to ask, how's it going? Unfortunately, he wasn't yet ready to tell them the Shulte case was worse than they'd imagined. The entire PD had been hoping she'd turn up alive, and they were now hoping it would be a case of a little girl lost in the woods that had become fatal. It would be an unfortunate outcome, but at least that kind of thing was preventable. But he was going to have to disavow them of that notion as well. Tucked inside his office, for the first time glad for the closed door and the closed communication, he turned on his computer and waited for information from the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit to load. He was hoping for an additional response from his cousin. She'd previously worked for the BOW and was now a field agent. If he was lucky, she'd work up a profile. She'd been damned good at it, and he considered himself lucky to have that connection. He was also looking for responses to inquiries he'd sent to as many other branches as he could. He was looking for similar cases. Aside from a few expected return emails, his inbox was disturbingly empty. Ethan sighed and buckled down to do his own search. After several hours, he'd amassed a good handful of cases. The problem was, they were only similar. None was the same, something ruled out each one. Ethan was back at square one. Everything about Kaylee's body screamed of a serial killer. But nothing matched.
Chapter 12. By noon Sunday, Risa was bored out of her skull. Leah had plans for the day. While she'd spent all of her Saturday entertaining her disabled friend, it wasn't going to happen again. Risa's firefighter friends were on shifts, so she wouldn't be seeing them today. Risa had a handful of other acquaintances, but they weren't necessarily the kind that she would call to help her carry her crutches down the stairs. They were more the kind she hung out with on the weekend or went to parties with. Risa had always been one for action, so with her job now taken out from under her, her life was so unstructured that it was already driving her crazy. Typically, with 24 hours on and 48 off, she often needed something to fill the time between shifts. She picked up extra work whenever someone needed their position covered, enjoying the overtime and using it to build her savings account. But for the other days, she found a nice, cushy volunteer position at the library. They were wonderfully flexible about it, too. Sometimes she thought she would make it in after a shift, and then the shift would have been so horrifyingly exhausting that she'd sleep most of the next day and never get to the library. Other times, she managed to show up on both of her off days. Still, they always seemed happy to have her. With a plan in mind, Risa got dressed. She pulled on a pair of capri pants, grateful that they fit with the boot. Again, they weren't what she would have chosen, they were just the only thing that worked. At least she could wear whatever shirt she wanted. Then, sunscreen and a little bit of makeup later, she was out the door. She stepped out and looked down at the doormat. Still aligned exactly where she left it. Good. Just being outside of her apartment felt better. Or it did until she looked down the staircase to the street and spotted somebody moving just out of the frame the doorway made. She wasn't sure if they'd been watching her or not. Had they been looking up the staircase and ducked out of the way as she caught them? Probably it was simply someone walking down the street and had nothing to do with her whatsoever. Though she'd managed some sleep again last night, it had come in fits and spurts. She did not think her paranoia was justified, but the cuts on Kaylee Shulte's hands and face were disturbing. Even Ethan had not been able to say it wasn't a serial killer, which meant her asking about it hadn't been the first time it had crossed his mind, and he couldn't rule out the petrifying possibility. As far as Risa knew, Ethan had been on the Shulte case from the moment that Kaylee was first reported missing. He was the only local FBI officer, and it was a missing child case. Bringing in the FBI was standard protocol for missing kids. For almost 5 days straight, she'd seen evidence of him out and around in the city, hunting down leads, leading grid searches in the woods, and more. That was the thing, she thought. They knew Kaylee's body had not been there 2 weeks earlier. All those sections of the woods had been searched right after she disappeared. Risa was on the official search and rescue squad, so she knew this. That gave a much narrower time window for her body to be dumped. Ethan had probably figured that out the first time he stood on the trail. Risa tried to put her morbid thoughts away and look toward a day at the library. As Risa drove, she found she couldn't shake the ideas she was developing about Kaylee. They already knew that where she had found the body, on the trail, was almost definitely not where it had been left. As Dr. Lee said, it looked like it had slid down the embankment, which meant Kaylee had been abandoned farther up. Risa knew the general area relatively well. Though she'd never run that trail before, she'd been all through the woods. Her team was called out whenever there was a search, so she was usually included. She was certified for the rescue teams, but with no one to yet rescue, she'd been out making search grids with everyone else. She hadn't been assigned to that area, though. Risa and her team had been in another section of the park, miles away. As a firefighter and search and rescue and evacuation team member, she'd been one of the team leaders. Even though the teams were mostly civilian and untrained, no one should have missed a body laid out on the ground. They formed human chains and moved through the woods fingertip to fingertip. So she didn't think they could have missed Kaylee if the body had been there during the initial searches. Also, Risa had been in that exact area on another search long before this, and she thought she remembered areas that could be reached from the other direction, maybe even a flat spot or two. Perhaps that was where they had left Kaylee's body. Another question Risa had was, how long had Kaylee been dead? Given what Dr. Lee said, it looked like about a week or two, but anything was possible. Even Dr. Lee didn't like to commit to a solid time frame. Risa had a lot of questions. The only person she could ask was Ethan, and he was far too busy to answer. She suspected that he might need someone to talk to, as well. Or maybe he was doing just fine, it was his job after all, and that was just wishful thinking on her part. Still, she wondered if he thought of Kaylee's death as a personal failing. He'd been the agent on the case to find her. Risa was more than a little curious if it made him feel better or worse that Dr. Lee had declared it was possible that Kaylee was dead before they'd even finished doing their grid searches. When Risa put those pieces of information together, it meant that Ethan had been hunting for a girl who was already long gone. And Kaylee had been killed somewhere else, and then taken out in the woods and left. That was a very sobering thought. Risa pulled up to the library and parked in one of the handicap spots before pulling out of it again. Though she would have qualified for a temporary tag, she'd not thought to ask for one when she was at urgent care. After a moment, she decided she didn't need it. She had crutches, and she'd be okay. Things looked worse than they were. Truly, the boot was overkill, but as a firefighter, she was trying to heal as fast as possible. She'd been grateful the doctors understood. She'd iced it again several more times in an attempt to speed up the process. But she wouldn't have any input on how it was doing until her appointment, the day after tomorrow. She suspected she wouldn't be able to serve her next shift either. She hoped she wouldn't miss more than 2 days of work, but she had to brace herself for the possibility. Missing work would mean a lot more time to volunteer at the library. So she headed inside, where she found Kara and Alan behind the front desk. Alan was pushing hard to take over as head librarian. Carol Kastrup, the current librarian, was well past retirement age and refused to listen to anyone who suggested it was time for her to step down. If Risa listened to Alan and Kara, it was about a decade past time. "Oh my God, Risa, what happened to you?" was Alan's greeting as she came around the corner and into the adult section of the library. Risa laughed. It was just like Alan to be so deep in the library, so full of knowledge, and yet have no idea what had happened to her despite the fact that the news of the body was all over town. She took a minute to explain. Kara twitched an eyebrow at her. "Well, you're not shelving stacks today then. I guess you get to read to kids in the children's room." 5 exhausting hours later, Risa was grateful for the work. She was glad to have been useful, but she'd been more than ready to head home. She'd picked up food along the way. The combination of her odd hours and lack of real kitchen skills made for a diet of snacks and leftovers most of the time. Parking in her assigned spot, she contemplated the way the building was structured for the first time. It hadn't really mattered before she had a bum ankle, but now it was a pain that the residents parked around back. Hopping out as gracefully as possible, she followed the small alley to the front of the building. Her newly found easy rhythm with the crutches was impeded by the bag dangling from her hand. Eventually, she made it to the stairs, but she stopped cold when she saw someone standing in front of her door.
Chapter 13. Early Monday morning, Ethan was back at his desk. The precinct, though always alive at some level, had yet to get crowded with the 9 to 5 staff that filled in all the other positions around the on-duty officers. He'd spent Sunday on the trails, tracing various routes up the hill, looking for the place where Kaylee might have originally been laid out. He spent another part of Sunday with Dr. Grunhild at the morgue. He'd stood by as the Shultes viewed their daughter's body for the first time. He'd been watching for any strange or unusual reactions from them. That was an unfortunately necessary part of his job. More than one parent had killed their own child, and they'd often been caught by their inappropriate reactions or the language they used when talking about the missing child. He'd spotted nothing like that with the Shultes. Still, if he hadn't shown up when they saw the body for the first time, if he hadn't at least taken note of their reactions, he would have been remiss. With too many I's to dot and too many T's to cross, Ethan was sleeping little and subsisting on cheap sandwiches and the thick coffee sitting next to him. Not only had he hiked the woods alone yesterday, he'd found the scene had been messed with. He'd stood there, angry at whoever had done this, but angry at himself too. He shouldn't have allowed the guard officers to leave the scene. They'd thought the yellow tape would suffice. but they'd also thought they'd gotten everything they needed. Crap. The swear echoed in his head, even though he hadn't said it out loud. He wanted to yell to the heavens, but he couldn't reverse the damage. The PD had already struggled to spare an officer to guard this patch of woods. Ethan understood that stress. There was always a worry about allocating the limited officers they had. He should have made them keep a man out there, but he hadn't. Now, he almost slapped his desk in frustration. He wanted the toxicology report to come back, but it felt like the lab was running at a snail's pace. He looked at the calendar and realized it had really only been 3 days. But oftentimes, any drugs used in an abduction were searchable in the FBI database. If anything popped, he could connect this case to others. And Ethan desperately needed this case to connect to anything. He'd sent out emails to every jurisdiction that hadn't replied to him the first time around. He opened an email from his cousin and found she'd not been able to help him. "Sorry," she'd said, "it's only one killing. It's not enough. Get another one, and I can do a profile." He'd emailed back, "But isn't this almost definitely a serial?" She'd replied quickly, "No doubt. Sorry to say so, Ethan. Love, L." He had actually yelled then. Crap. Crap, crap, as loud as he could standing there in his office. It was relatively soundproof, and luckily, there weren't that many other people around. The few officers who sat at their desks right now might have looked through the glass and seen that he was ranting, but he no longer cared. He was leaning on the local police heavily, setting them on a case to find out who had messed with the site and how the site might have been altered. He was hoping it was teenagers. Once corralled, they tended to crack like eggs and tell everything. He was also hoping another precinct would have a similar case, but given that the body was found in a national park, it was entirely possible the killer was not from around here. His cousin's confirmation of his own belief that this was the work of a serial killer was thoroughly disheartening. He desperately wanted it to be a one-off case. It would be easier to solve, there would be more evidence. Serials were serials because they were good at it. If they weren't, they got caught early without too many kills under their belts. Many never reached the stage this one had. This guy managed to abduct a girl, keep her for several days, kill her at another location, and then get the body, unnoticed, into the woods. He'd left it in a spot where no one would find it for another week, or maybe longer. That took a level of prep and planning that wasn't generally possible with a first kill. Accidents and adrenaline usually caused first-timers to do something stupid. In fact, Ethan mused, tapping his pencil on the edge of his desk as he leaned back deep in thought, it was possible, maybe even probable, that no one was intended to find the body at all. It was the rain, an out-of-season deluge, that had washed Kaylee from wherever she was originally laid and onto the trail. Even then, had Risa not had her whim of wanting to run on a relatively unused path, it might have been years before anyone found the body. He had another thought, and began tapping away on his keyboard, trying to hunt down information. Eventually, when he came up short again, he called Grace. "Hey, it's Ethan," he said, knowing his voice sounded a little curt and knowing also that Grace was used to working with people under pressure. "Hi. What can I do for you?" From the sounds in the background, she was probably out at breakfast with Nate Ryder, the detective she'd gotten involved with when he helped solve her brother's murder. Damn, he didn't want to interrupt them, but is Nate there? He had to know. "Ethan, let us know if there's anything we can do for you," Nate's voice came over the line. Yes, she was having breakfast with Nate. "Trust me, I will. There's not enough of me here to go around right now." "All right, just give me a shout," Nate said, and handed the phone back to Grace. "What can I do?" Ethan was grateful her offer sounded sincere. "I'm really sorry to interrupt." "Don't be. Nate and I know. This is our job, and this is about a missing child. Go ahead." The body was laid out, he said, beyond caring if anyone at the restaurant would overhear. He needed something, a break, a clue, anything. She was in jeans and a fleece sweatshirt and sneakers, the same clothes she was wearing when she left. Yes, Grace said. I don't think he meant the body to be found, Ethan blurted out. Grace paused for a moment. Go on. He explained his theory about the rains messing with the crime scene. Grace, as he went along, agreed with each point. So how long, he asked, would it have taken the body to get unrecognizable? How long before we would never have seen those cuts? Grace thought for a moment. That's why you mentioned the denim and the fleece, right? Yes. The hands and the face would have disappeared much faster, Grace said in a low voice, now trying not to upset any diners around her. Grace could certainly get into some disgusting topics, and she had no compunction about doing so while eating. Again, Ethan didn't care. The cuts on the body would have been preserved much longer because of the clothing, right? The denim would take a long time to break down, right? Yes, she said. The body would still decompose underneath it. It's not like shrink wrap, but the clothing would have prolonged the process, preserving evidence much longer than with exposed skin. Probably not surprisingly, the fleece would really stop it too. I didn't notice on the scene, but you should check for the polyfiber content. The more polyfiber it had, the longer it would protect the body under it from decomp. Plastics, Ethan though. Made sense, but would the killer know that? There was a soft sound from Grace, as though she was conferring with Nate for a moment. I don't know, she said. It's entirely possible that they did, but, Ethan added in, catching on to what she was thinking. Those are the clothes that Kaylee was abducted in, so the killer didn't choose them. No. He'd worked up a really great theory, and then disproved it. Still, he was onto something, he thought. Something about the body decomposing, and the cuts disappearing. He knew that if they didn't go down to the bone, marks in and on the skin would disappear with the flesh. He just couldn't grasp what it was about that idea, though. He hung up with Grace after thanking her for her help, and a movement in the bullpen outside his office caught his eye. He didn't know why, but he wasn't surprised to see Risa coming toward him. It was her worried expression that bothered him. Chapter 14. Ethan watched as Risa struggled a little with her crutches, but managed to get his office door open before he could pop up and grab it for her. So, he was already on his feet as she came in. Would you like to have a seat? He offered cautiously. Risa nodded, the worried expression still on her face as she sank down gracefully despite her ankle. As he sat in his own chair, he cringed at the metal and faux leather contraption he'd just had her sit on. It was an uncomfortable son of a bitch, he knew. It was ugly, too. Risa made it look better. She seemed to have gotten more skilled on her crutches over the past couple of days, but that didn't surprise him. Should I open the door or leave it closed? He asked. Closed, she said, certainty ringing in her voice. He shouldn't have been happy to see her, but he was. He shouldn't have been so concerned about the frown that pulled her brows together, but he was. What can I do for you? You're not going to like it, she warned him. Great, he thought. Well, then it wouldn't be any different from anything else he'd heard today. Go ahead. He had no idea where she was going to start. Somehow, it didn't surprise him that she began with Leah. Leah was having dinner with her family on Sunday, and they were talking. About the case? Ethan asked, knowing he was jumping to a conclusion but unable to stop himself. Risa tipped her head back and forth, as though assessing how to answer. Yes and no. Leah actually did a very good job, according to her own story, about not leaking details to her parents. She said she let her parents lead the conversation. She didn't tell them anything they didn't already know. Okay, Ethan drew the word out, waiting for more. Apparently, the entire town now understands that Kaylee was murdered. That wasn't a surprise. He hadn't released that information, but the family had. He'd seen it himself on the news the other night. They were pleading for any information that would help lead to the killer's arrest. Ethan had already set up a tip line that was fielding a large number of whacked-out calls by the hour. So far, none had yielded anything that had merit. Well, Leah grew up here, Risa went on, and they're very worried about having a serial killer in their midst. His brows went up. It felt as though his chest twisted. Everyone knew Kaylee had been murdered. She hadn't been sexually assaulted, and that had been released as part of the news. However, no one had said serial, and it was something he was hoping to keep a lid on. Especially since he didn't have any real evidence. You couldn't call any death a serial killing, by most standards, until you had 3 similar scenes. 2 deaths could be enough if the signature was strong. But Ethan only had 1 scene, so if anyone asked, he had to say no. He hated saying it, because the work that was done on Kaylee Shulte's body did not speak of a first-time effort. The whole ugly scene reeked of someone who had a lot of planning and understanding of how the timing and necessary spaces worked. Most people thought about becoming a killer in the weird little twisted fantasies that people indulged. Kind of in, if I was going to rob a store, I would do it this way scenario, but most people got it horrifyingly wrong. They had no idea what it took to keep a human being alive and hidden. Ethan knew though, and it was a mountain of effort. He looked at Risa. There's no evidence that it's a serial killer yet. She clearly caught and didn't like that he'd tacked on yet. But he'd been unable to leave it off, not wanting to lie to her. Yes, there is, she said. He cut her hands and face. People don't just do that. Could have been a cult, Ethan tossed out. Risa chucked it back to him. No way. Too clean, too easy. Anything like that around here, just no. I mean, it's not a huge city, but it's not the backwoods either. And with social media these days, well, gossip travels faster than lightning. There's no way there's a cult around here, and no one has heard about it. He tipped his head, and she explained. Your tip line would be ringing off the hook with, it must have been those Satanists over on the west side, and you haven't been hearing that, have you? Ethan shook his head. Hell. She was right. He was not going to be able to play off the cult story with anyone other than the most simple-minded of the town members. Not only was the cult, as a theory, a no-go, it was now not even plausible as bait. He'd wanted something to throw out to keep people away from the real investigation. Thus, it's a serial killer, Risa stated calmly. But we don't have any other local victims. Right? Does he just do kids? Ethan shook his head at her and shrugged. He didn't know any better than she did. And he shouldn't have said even that. So instead of not telling her, he told her that he shouldn't be telling her this. If I tell you any of this, then you're sworn to secrecy. She nodded easily, too easily, and he reminded himself her day job included constant separation of things she saw on the job that she couldn't tell about. So even though it wasn't quite legal, he needed someone to bounce ideas off. And hell, she had already tripped over the body. She'd been there when they'd first turned Kaylee over and seen her face and hands. Perhaps she'd seen something he and Dr. Lee hadn't. Maybe as someone who lived in town more than just the past 4 months, like he had, she would know something he didn't. Dr. Lee was new to the area as well, so, though Risa was not a native, of the 3 of them she had the longest standing. She might know the most town history and rumors. Immediately, she disavowed him of any idea that she knew what was going on. What she did say was, I don't know this town all that well. I know which people are most likely to catch their kitchens on fire, and which idiots have managed to do it 3 times. He almost chuckled as clearly someone had done exactly that. I know the roads in my district like the back of my hand, but I don't know the town that well. What I do know, she paused, is Leah. And Leah and her family do know the town. What I know is that we haven't seen a kid disappear like this in a long time. I know, Risa held up a hand to stop him from interrupting, because we put the missing posters up at the station. Part of my job description is disseminating that information. So I know far better than most around here that we have our fair share of teenage kids going missing. This time, he didn't even try to say anything. He just let her continue. Most of them run away, though. I'll be honest, some of them I haven't tried that hard to find." He looked at her a little sideways, and she quickly explained. "I've been in their houses. I've seen the things that burn down. I've seen some of these kids start fires on purpose just to get out. Nobody's taking care of them, so if they decide to take care of themselves, I'm in favor of that. Others," she sucked in a breath as those were harder to deal with, "I think they got themselves into bad internet connections and wound up getting trafficked or running away. I don't know. I try to help as much as I can. But this town hasn't really seen anything like Kaylee Shulte. At least, not according to Leah and Leah's family." Which, Ethan thought, according to Risa, Leah had managed to expertly maneuver into a conversation that didn't include the fact that Risa had found the body. According to this version, Leah didn't leak that she knew about it, or anything else that Risa might have told her in confidence. Good friends were prone to that, he understood, and he couldn't really fault her if she'd found some therapy telling her story to a good friend. He'd certainly done it himself. Hell, he was doing it right now. Sometimes everyone just needed someone to talk to. "The thing is," Risa continued, "the devs said nothing like that had happened here since Janet Devers went missing almost 50 years ago. But that when they found her, about 2 weeks after she disappeared, she had cuts on her face."
Chapter 15. Risa watched the emotions play across Ethan's face as she explained about Janet Devers. When her friend had first mentioned it last night, Risa hadn't known what to do with the information. She decided to sleep on it. It turned out she didn't need to sleep on it very long. She'd popped awake before the sun, knowing that she had to tell Ethan. Risa first searched a few things on her computer, hoping to have more to add. But the search turned up very little, and she knew she wasn't getting the whole story. Still, she told him everything because Ethan needed to be the one to decide what was and wasn't useful. Now she watched as he frowned at her. Her excitement at a possible break began fading. "I searched all our records," he said. "It didn't match anything." Risa pointed to his computer. "You searched there, right? You searched AFIS or CODIS. Or whatever database you use." She knew those weren't the right letters, but she didn't have her whole alphabet soup memorized like he and the cops did. "I searched actual FBI databases. We can match items found at the crime scene, toxicology reports, arrangement of the body, things like that." He kept listing more and more things in his super cool database, but his wording was vague. Risa understood. She knew the departments in most places were intertwined, and she had an idea what the problem was. "Right, but doesn't that database depend on people uploading information?" Ethan nodded. "Well, the Janet Devers case is 50 years old, and—" He held up a finger. "Give me a minute." Trying to be patient, Risa held herself still while he tapped the keys, then pointed at the monitor she couldn't see. "See Janet Devers right here. She is in the database." Honestly, Risa was impressed. Somebody had taken the time to enter in the backlog here in Dark Falls, because that was the only way information of that age would get into the intricate FBI search engines. However, Ethan frowned, there's no matching information on the cases. It's not a match. There, Risa thought, that's where it had fallen apart. Somebody had entered Janet Devers' name, but they hadn't put all the information in. Does your record have the cuts? According to Leah's family, Janet had cuts on her face when they found her, 2 weeks after she'd gone missing. Ethan looked at the screen again, frowning once more. She was 14. Not much older than Kaylee. Exactly, Risa said. And where was she found? He tapped a few more keys and stared at the screen. It doesn't say. I need to go pull the evidence. Anyway, she said, I don't know if Leah's mom's memory is correct or not. But her family has been here a long time, so if anybody would know, it would be them. It seemed the similarities were pretty bothersome. Sounds like it, he said. Every good lead needs to be checked out. Honestly, with all the calls on the tip line, you're the first one who's got something decent. Well, Leah was the one with the good tip. Not me. And they only remembered because her mom was friends with Janet's little sister. She was really young when it happened, but she remembers them talking about how Janet died. It's possible she might actually know a few more things the general public doesn't. Then Risa discounted that. It's probably in the police report anyway. Well, you've given me a direction to look. I can't tell you how much that's worth. Risa knew that was her cue to leave, but she stayed in the chair. Though she'd said her piece, she had a question now. Does the timing bother you? That was 50 years ago. What kind of serial killer operates for 50 years? Well, Ethan said, we don't know that it's the same guy yet. We don't know anything though. Honestly, 50 years is a plausible time span. Jesus. Risa felt that hit her square in the chest. How many bodies could you rack up in that time? And he's going after children. Ethan put his hand up. That's the problem. We don't know anything yet. That's why this case is so damn frustrating. She heard the anger in his voice, and she began to feel that though he was working frantically, he too felt like he was coming up against a wall. It seemed to be frustrating him more than it was helping anyone, but his irritation helped soothe hers. All right, I'll let you get to it. I just thought I'd share. She headed out of the station into the bright light of the day. Risa resented her hurt ankle and that it gave her no chance of running today. She thought about hitting the gym and tried to figure out what activities she could do with the boot on. In the end, it was so much effort to get just a little bit of exercise that she decided against it and headed home. It wasn't an hour later that Ethan called. I couldn't find anything. The case files were missing, he said. Risa frowned. Really? That's oh my God. Did someone steal them? Is someone covering this up? She'd had a struggle stopping herself from the worried babble that was pouring out of her mouth. Ethan offered some reassurance. No, nothing that nefarious. Just a simple case of old records. What do you mean? Old records get lost and misplaced all the time. In fact, it's not just Janet Deaver's case that's missing. It's the entire 3 years around her. Oh. How does that happen? Who can steal 3 whole years of records? She'd been in the records room once. The boxes were unwieldy, and the amount of records generated by 1 year of police work was phenomenal. Actually, he said, it was just an act of God. The local records were being kept in the precinct, probably for 3 to 5 years, before they were moved to off-site storage. There was a wave of massive storms a few years after Janet's case. It caused flooding in the building and destroyed almost 3 years of records. Oh, Risa said. That made perfect sense. Back in the old days when all the records were on paper until they were duplicated, any kind of disaster could be the end of them. Risa nodded as she thought. She'd run into similar problems during her arson investigation training and when trying to pull blueprints before going into a burning building. Most of the businesses had been renovated, and that would generate a new set of blueprints for the file, but older houses were often a crapshoot when firefighters went in. The difference was, in a fire, she could sense her way around. Bedrooms were usually in similar locations. Closet doors often didn't look like bedroom doors. But finding a murderer? That would be trickier than opening a door to see if anyone was still stuck inside. Ah, she said. What do you do? Well, that's where I'm hoping for a little bit of help from you. Oh. She'd been glad to tell him about what Leah's family had said, but it hadn't occurred to her that she could be helpful. You said you volunteered at the library sometimes? Without the police records, the best information will be in the newspaper archives. He smiled at her, a question on his lips. Can you get me into the back records in the library? Chapter 16. Risa led Ethan into the back room of the library, where the microfiche and the viewers were set up. They'd walked by the front desk where Alan smiled at her and Carol didn't. Risa had no idea why Carol disliked her so much. But Carol disliked almost everyone, so Risa tried to let it roll off. Normally, Carol liked to show people to the microfiche room herself, but Risa just smiled and walked Ethan by. His federal status probably helped keep Carol out of it. She liked to be involved in everything, and Risa could tell it was hurting her to let them go by. Pulling the door closed behind them, she shut herself and Ethan into the small room together. She turned on the machine to warm up before scanning the small, neatly hand-labeled boxes up on the shelves. "Looks like the records will be about here," she pointed. It was a little over her head. Normally, she'd pull the rolling stool over and step up and grab what she needed. But not with only one good foot. Besides, Ethan was already nudging her to the side and reaching up to get the box she'd pointed to. It shouldn't have felt good when he brushed up against her full-sided, and it shouldn't have felt good to have him smile down at her like he did. She was developing quite a crush here, which was a shame because it couldn't go anywhere. Loading up the machine, Risa deftly set up all the necessary knobs and dials, turning them to focus and light and getting everything ready. Ethan grinned. "You really do work the microfiche well." She laughed to cover her blush. Was he flirting? "This is what we have. Only some of the older records are digitized," she said. "But not from 50 years ago. Maybe one day, but Carol is holding out on us." Ethan had raised an eyebrow but didn't ask further, and Risa didn't expound on her stance on library politics. Instead, she quietly fired up a second machine and opened one of the boxes he'd pulled down. She noted which box she'd chosen, so they could search through them in an organized manner without missing anything. Scanning old newspaper articles wasn't easy, and it was certainly tiresome. "So," she said, "I know I'm looking for references to Janet Devers. Anything else?" "Missing children," he said. "I don't assume there was any particular place that would show up in the newspaper." Though Risa had not lived here long, the library volunteer work had led her to the microfiche room more than once. She'd gained a passing familiarity with the old newspapers in Dark Falls. "I don't think so. My guess, though, is that missing kids would usually have made headlines." "I would have thought the same, given the size of the town." They searched for almost 30 minutes without finding anything about Janet, and Risa felt her eyes crossing before she finally saw it. "There!" Her shout was a little over-enthusiastic, and she pointed to the machine as though it might just project the image up on the wall. "Look, that's the report from when Janet Devers first went missing." She scratched it down on a notepad she'd pulled out of one of the drawers. Golf-sized pencil stubs were scattered everywhere for random notes. It took a moment to scoot their chairs over so Ethan could look through the eyepieces of the machine she'd been using. "All right, let me read the article." She watched as he thumbed through a few slides, checking out all the information the newspaper reported at the time. As was the case with newspapers, articles started in one section and were continued in another one in smaller print later. That meant, of course, Risa had to go find it. She watched as Ethan made notes of his own. Then she scrolled through the rest of the paper from that day, making sure they hadn't missed anything. "Now," he said, "we've got a start date. We have to keep going forward, possibly on that deck that you have. I'll look on the next one and see what kind of follow-up information there is. Though honestly, what they tell us isn't going to be as good as a police report." Risa nodded. "My guess is you're going to have to question the officers who worked the case at the time." She'd been writing down dates and locations and information where somebody had last seen Janet or what she was wearing. Instead, Ethan had written down the names of officers on the case, anyone who made a statement, and the chief of police from 50 years ago. They were coming at it from different angles, and she was wondering if she was being helpful. She paused before flat out asking him, "Is it better if I'm here or if I'm not? I mean, I can go shelve books and you can stay here by yourself and just..." His hand was on her arm before she even finished the sentence. "Don't go," he said. "I actually really like having you here. I don't normally get to consult civilians." "I'm hardly a civilian," she laughed. "I know, but I don't normally get to consult civilians because of the type of information. I think it's good to have another set of eyes, somebody looking at the clues differently than I am. That's even more important right now, when I'm the only agent here. There was something in his voice, something that said he was irritated about that. Also a tone of regret, but she couldn't quite catch it. He'd moved on to the next topic before she had a chance. Given that you were already there at the scene and that you already know so much, and given that you're the one who brought this information to me, I'm letting you lead. So I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Risa frowned. Is there information you're holding back from me? He'd seemed put off by that, but answered honestly. Look, there's only so much I'm allowed to say. Right now, you know about as much as anybody. But if there's new information, I might not be able to share it. That sucked, she thought, but took it in stride. She understood what that confidentiality meant in cases like these. While she knew she wouldn't break it, she still wasn't authorized to get information on the case. 15 minutes later, they found a follow-up article. 10 minutes after that, they found another one. As they went on, they managed to gather more and more information about Janet Devers. Then Risa had an idea. I know who you need to ask. I know who knows everything about what happens in Dark Falls, Carol Kastrup, our head librarian.
Chapter 17. Ethan smiled when Risa suggested he talk to the head librarian about Janet Devers. What made Ethan laugh was Risa saying Carol was of an age. Still, the idea was a good one. Carol had grown up in Dark Falls. So, if the rumors of Carol knows everything about the town were true, the woman would probably be a help. On top of that, Carol was a librarian. If she didn't know what Ethan needed, she would know where to find it. Risa said Carol loved to be useful. That could be a help or a hindrance, but Ethan crossed his fingers and hoped. With the FBI database not up to par, and the local police records missing, he was stuck with whatever he could find. He didn't think he'd ever interviewed a town librarian as part of a case before. He smiled to himself, glad Risa had suggested it. Ethan would have gone back to the Devers family. He would have gone back to the chief, too. He would go to any of the still living officers who had interviewed anyone at the time about the case. But interviewing the librarian would not have occurred to him. Risa, as usual, volunteered her help. Let me introduce you. She doesn't like me, but she doesn't like anyone. Still, I think she'll like you. Is it my charm? He asked, glad they were behind the closed doors of the microfiche room. Though he didn't want to admit it, he was flirting with Risa. He couldn't seem to stop himself. That's not it. Risa made a face at him. It's because you're an adorable little red-haired white boy, and you need her help. That's what Carol likes. Ethan tossed his head back and laughed. It was the first truly funny thought he'd had in several days, and he was grateful for it. Again, he hoped nobody caught him. Quickly, he shut down the sound and turned around to look through the little wired window in the door. No one was watching. Ouch. Despite his word, he was still grinning at her. Risa's lush mouth smiled back at him, and he'd felt that kick in his chest, the one he had no right feeling, and had to quash entirely. But he didn't want to. Okay, let's go meet with Carol, he said. He'd gone out with a smile on his face. But an hour later, the smile was entirely gone. Shit on a cracker. The Janet Devers case matched Kaylee Shulte's closer than Ethan wanted to admit. And that would have gone entirely unnoticed if not for Carol and Old Town families like the Devs. It had taken 10 minutes to get Carol away from her perch. She'd made them wait while she gave very clear instructions to her coworker. Risa introduced Ethan to the librarian, then left him with sour-faced Carol, and began chatting up her friend behind the desk. Ethan had to say he was grateful that Carol felt the need to pull this fine-looking young man away from Risa. It was obvious the guy had a crush on her. The way Risa was smiling back at him, Ethan had begun to wonder if she had feelings for him too. She should have feelings for that guy, he thought. At least the logical part of his brain told him that. The rest of him, however, completely disagreed. Once Carol had led them into a private room, he brought Risa in with them, thinking she'd been very helpful so far. Surely, it wasn't just to keep her away from the guy behind the desk. It wasn't until he got the door closed, and Carol was giving a sour look at Risa's being there, that he thought better of it. By then, it was too late to ask Risa to leave. Ethan welcomed whatever insight she brought, and he wasn't sure he wanted to be left alone with the sour-faced old woman. Though he could admit that he was, for the first time, openly violating protocol by letting her into the interview. 3 different times he told himself to ask her to leave. Each time he didn't. In the end, he smiled at her and gave her instructions. Feel free to interject with any questions that you think of. It was the only way he could think of right then to make her presence necessary. So he pulled out a notepad and pen that he always had on him. He'd found a long time ago that when interviewing older people, having his recorder on the table made them nervous. He asked her if he could record their conversation, but then slipped the device discreetly back into his pocket. It would catch the sound just fine. Badge, gun, recording device, that's what the FBI demanded he carry, and pretty much in that order. So he kept the notebook out to jot down things he wanted to come back around to, but he wasn't really taking notes. He let the device do that. So we found a case and, he paused. He briefed her on her new clearance status, letting her know that this information and the very fact that he'd asked these questions could go no further. Carol put her hands on her knees, leaned forward, and stared at him with a prim expression. There are a good number of people in this library who just saw us come into this room. I have a suspicion that they'll have a suspicion of exactly what we're doing. Understood, Ethan told her. However, if anyone asks what we discussed, you are to say no comment. He then asked her what she knew about Janet Devers, and watched as her face changed from stern, reprimanding old teacher to concerned and saddened citizen. That was interesting. Janet was Ellie Devers' older sister. Ellie and I were best friends. Ellie and Carol all the time and all that. How old were you, he asked, when Janet Devers disappeared? Gosh, 5 or 6. Janet was almost 15 at the time. It was a good-sized family, and there were a few other siblings in between her and Ellie. And they were, he asked. Janet's obituary had listed her surviving family. But he wanted to know who Carol remembered. Newspapers didn't always get everything correct. The older woman listed all the same siblings the paper had. Ethan nodded and motioned her to go on. How do you remember it? Oh, I remember that first night, when Janet didn't come home for dinner. The whole family was at Witter, with wondering where she'd gone. She'd been seen talking to some guy. Ethan stopped her, got a name, a little bit of a reference, and motioned again for her to continue. It seemed like he was trying to be her beau, and the family didn't like that. So she said she quit seeing him, apparently. I really can't tell you how accurate all this is. Keep in mind, I was barely in primary school at the time. Then what happened? The whole town went looking for her, even though a lot of people were convinced she'd run off. And it was, gosh, maybe 2 weeks later, they found her. Tell me about that, Ethan prompted. Where did they find her? Out in the woods. That seemed to be the moment when Carol started putting 2 and 2 together. You're trying to connect Janet Devers to the Shulte girl. No, I'm trying to see if they connect. I don't make connections where they don't exist, Mrs. Kastrup. She nodded her understanding, her face pinched and prim, but as though she appreciated the logic of it. She then talked him and Risa through the family relationships and the funeral and more. It had taken him a little more prodding to get her to tell what she had overheard the Devers saying one night. Carol looked away, down and to the side. Ethan noted the motion, but her words hit him hard. Mrs. Devers cried for so long. Carol sighed, the sound sad. She would drink and yell. But one day I remember her yelling, "He cut up my baby." Chapter 18. Ethan dropped Risa off at home so she could get to her car and make it to her doctor's appointment on time. He wished her good luck, but barely managed to get the sound out. He was already pulling away, headed to interview the first of two officers who had worked the Devers case back when Janet first disappeared. Carol's information had knocked him for a loop. He thought, when Risa brought him the case, that it would be just a missing girl from 5 decades ago. He had not banked on a real connection between the cases. Unfortunately, young kids went missing all the time. It was awful, but it didn't mean the cases were connected. What he was looking for was absolute proof, and Carol Kastrup's words were stunning. According to the librarian, she had specifically heard Mrs. Devers stating that her daughter had been cut. That sure sounded a lot like Kaylee Shulte. Right now, the public record didn't reflect any of the cuts on Kaylee's body. He had to entertain the possibility that one of the Shultes had told people, and word had gotten around about the damage that little Kaylee had suffered. It was possible Carol had heard and was even exaggerating a little, just to get herself a spot in the action. But if she didn't know about Kaylee, and it seemed she didn't, then the Janet Devers story just got a lot more interesting. So did Risa's worry about the 50-year timeframe. While he'd been in the interview with Carol, he'd had 2 new voicemails from Mr. Shulte. Kaylee's father had been leaving ever angrier messages demanding action. He'd been calling the DFPD too, but this was Ethan's case. His big concern was that if he called back, Ethan could either tell Mr. Shulte nothing, which would only net him more yelling, or he could say what he was really doing. But anything about working a lead from 50 years ago would likely make everyone declare him completely batshit. The Bureau would probably pull him off the case. He first had to prove that he had a solid lead. The chief at the time of the Devers case had passed nearly 20 years ago. And sure enough, when Ethan asked around, he discovered a handful of people he wanted to question had already passed on. One of the 2 men he needed to interview, the lead detectives from the case, was in a nearby full-care nursing home. The place was keeping him on bed rest, but according to everyone he spoke to, the man's mental faculties were still intact. Ethan was hoping he would enjoy helping to solve an old, cold case. When Ethan arrived, he spent a few minutes getting checked in and making his way down various hallways to the right room. As pretty as the place looked, with its clean carpet and sunshine yellow walls, nothing could hide the smell of people in their final stages of life. Still, when he arrived in the correct room, Ethan found a bedridden man who smiled up at him and said, "Ah, Detective Eames, happy to see you. If you can close this case, I can die in peace." Ethan felt a genuine smile cross his face, and something unwound in his chest. He had no idea what the man would say, but he was confident it would help. Karl Marx's unfortunate name, Ethan thought, was full of information, but the warm, fuzzy feeling began to fade quickly. The more he spoke, the colder Ethan's blood ran. What hadn't been in the papers, and what young Carol hadn't known when she overheard the Devers talking, was that Janet Devers had been laid out in the woods. Hands and feet spread out. Like a starfish, Marx offered. She was still in the clothing she'd gone missing in, though it didn't look like she'd been wearing it the whole time. Truthfully, though, we couldn't tell. Ethan had to double-check, but instead of asking the same questions again, he asked Marx when Janet had gone missing exactly. He wanted to be sure the man wasn't spinning tales. Marx rattled off the date perfectly. It's one of those cases that sticks with you. Ethan understood that. They next discussed what the officers had done upon opening the case. "Not much," Marx snorted. "We thought her parents were hysterical and that she'd run away. It wasn't until she turned up dead that we felt we had a real problem." He went on about how they weren't able to lift fingerprints from the body and that collecting DNA wasn't a thing at the time. Ethan wanted to tell him that there was no such thing on this case either. The body had been too cleaned up in some places and too dirty in others. So far, no one had found a single fingerprint or splash of DNA to lift. He was working this one old school. Even the leaves that he and Grace had so carefully bagged had, so far, turned up nothing other than being the correct leaves to match the theory that Kaylee's body had slid down the embankment. Ethan asked Marx a few more questions, wanting to ensure he could trust the information the man gave. And when was she found? Jesus, weeks later. She'd been dead quite a while, but it had been a colder time of year than it is now. So she hadn't decomposed much. He looked away. I hate talking about this. I mean, I've seen worse, but the way they cut her. That was when Ethan leaned forward. He trusted this now. Besides, unless somebody was feeding the old man information here in the nursing home, how would he have known to mention the cuts in the first place? This also matched Carol's information. It might be the first real break in the case. Now, Ethan was on pins and needles waiting. What kinds of cuts? Up and down her arms and legs. Straight or curved? Straight. Every answer matched exactly what they had seen on Kaylee, and Ethan was getting chills. Where on her legs? Along the outside, kind of like the stripes the kids wear down their running pants now. The old man motioned with one hand. Ethan nodded. How were they arranged? Get me a pencil, boy. Ethan watched as the old man recreated lines that could have been lifted from Kaylee's tiny form. He asked Marks to point out any other locations, and of course, Janet's arms had also been cut, just like Kaylee's. Ethan took the paper and looked at it. Is this exactly what it was that was on there? Did you memorize this? Nah, I made that up. But that's what they looked like. I mean, it looked like writing, just like that. Ethan's eyebrows snapped up. Writing? That had not occurred to him, nor to Dr. Grunhild. The old man looked at him with sallow eyes. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I think it might be Latin.
Chapter 19. Risa's head automatically popped up as a knock came at her door. The knock sounded mushy and slow, and she wondered about that as she made her way to get her eye to the peephole. She'd wobbled her way to the door, her booted foot feeling chunky as she put pressure on it. Pulling the door open, she saw a weary-looking Ethan, but she found she still was smiling at him. Come on in. She was gesturing him inside and wondering what she could do to help, when she watched a return smile light up his face. Hey, no crutches? Nope, she said. Just the boot. He was looking down at her feet now and frowning. What's that? You're wearing heels? Risa laughed. On her right foot was a cute little shoe in beige leather from a pair she often wore with some of her nice dresses, but only the one shoe. She sighed, it's the right height to go with the boot. Otherwise, my hips will be off, and it'll throw my back out. If that happens, I'll be a lot longer getting back to work. Ethan smiled and then he frowned. How many shifts are you out? 2 more, she said, and heard the irritation in her own voice. But standing on it doesn't mean lifting. I can't do anything other than ride a desk and haul paperwork. Is that what you'll do? Oh, you bet. Honestly, the chief is being nice giving me these 2 days off. There was a brief pause between them then, an almost awkward silence. She'd closed the door behind him. Glancing up at the clock on the wall in the kitchen, she saw it was almost 9:30. Ethan? She asked. Sorry. I was just suddenly hungry. I need dinner. His phrases were disjointed, as though he didn't quite know how to say them. Have you eaten? Never mind, he answered almost as soon as he asked. Of course you have. Everyone has eaten dinner by now. He was shaking his head as though to remove a stupid idea, then stepping aside like he might push past her and leave. She laughed. Actually, I sat on my couch and had some chips. I was just talking myself into getting some real food. He looked up then, hopeful, and seemed to notice that she was standing between him and the door. There was no quick getaway for him, and Risa took advantage of that. She almost laughed at the thought. She was not going to get in anyone's way. Is there any chance I can take you out for dinner? He rubbed at the back of his neck as though it pained him to ask, but he smiled sheepishly. Did you come here to ask me to dinner? It almost sounded like a last-minute Hail Mary, because he'd found himself inexplicably stuck inside her apartment. When he nodded, she smiled. I'm good with that. Where to? That's the problem. This is a shitty offer. I don't know where to go. I only know we need to get out of town. I really would like to sit down and drink a beer and take a load off, but I just don't think. Risa nodded. She understood. If anyone in Dark Falls saw him drinking and maybe having a laugh or two, they might get angry. He was supposed to be working the Shulte case. It wasn't something she'd thought about before she'd become a firefighter, before she'd hung out with cops, but there were cop bars for a reason. Officers were expected to be on, and people got mad when they saw the detectives on a big case take a break. They had to take breaks, Risa had learned. They learned how to turn it off even in the worst cases. There'd been a string of Austins here recently, and she'd understood the officers had needed a place to go where they could throw back a couple beers and tell awful jokes and watch sports on TV. It had to be done so they could go home and get some sleep at night. She understood. Is Palisade far enough? It was a small town with wineries and high-end housing, the kind Risa couldn't afford, though the place was beautiful. On the other side, there's a roadhouse. No one will question you there. Are you up for a roadhouse? She scoffed. Please. I'm almost 6 feet tall. He moved closer into her personal space and stood up to his full height. He stretched upward, making up for where he'd been letting his shoulders slouch. You're not that tall. She laughed. I can handle a roadhouse. And I will tell you this, they have the best burgers. Good selection of beer? He asked. Solid. I mean, if you need any particular microbrew, probably not. He shook his head. I just need something other than watered-down crap. Once she convinced him that she could drive perfectly well with her uninjured right foot, Ethan gave in and thanked her for the offer. He'd probably been driving all over God's green earth. And she thought, he was less likely to be recognized in her car than his. She headed into her room to gather her things. He looked questioningly at her feet when she came back with her purse. Good point. The kitten heel did not go with her jeans and her t-shirt that read Seattle Cider Company. That part was fine for the bar. Honestly, even the boot was good. Give me a second. She traded the heel out for a sneaker that was a close enough match and told herself she'd spend most of the time sitting down. In the passenger seat of the car as she pulled out of town, he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. For a moment, she thought he was going to fall asleep, and for another moment, she thought she was going to let him. But then his eyes fluttered, and he sat up. Sorry, he said. I'm not being good company. I don't expect you to work at being good company. I know what you're up against, she said. Did you catch a break? She knew that's what he'd been wanting, and he nodded. You don't seem all that happy about it. Ethan was still talking to her, though he was looking out the window. He'd been watching the metal sculptures in the middle of the freeways go by. He had turned his head as they went past the library, as though he'd been looking at the city, but she suspected other things were on his mind. In a case like this, he said to the window, a break is good. But when you get a break, you always seem to learn something you didn't want to know. Risa waited a moment and absorbed that, not wanting to reply with the wrong thing. Eventually she'd asked, so you did your interviews, right? He'd nodded. And what you found then was that the Janet Devers case is related. It was the only thing that would have put him in this mood. Once again, Ethan didn't agree, but he didn't say no either. Risa knew that information made the case at hand much more serious. She wanted to ask if that was enough to declare it a serial killer. If that was enough to get a team out to look for the guy. Or if 50 years between murders was too long for them to put the man hours on it. But as she was opening her mouth, Ethan turned and asked her, Can you ask me about anything but the case tonight? Despite the new chill settling in her bones and her concerns about the man she'd glimpsed again at the bottom of her staircase that morning, Risa agreed. Chapter 20. Risa enjoyed watching Ethan relax as they waited for the food to arrive. He got the first beer in him pretty quickly, as though he needed to just turn the day off. She'd done the same, though as the driver she would be finished after just one. With a smile on his face and a clear desire to change the topic from the Kaylee Shulte case and the worries of the day, Ethan steered the conversation. He asked her all kinds of odd and inane things. He asked her to tell her funniest firefighter story, and she had to tell him about the time the sex shop on the edge of town went into flashover. He'd laughed so hard, he almost snorted his beer when she got to the part about the low melting point of sex toys. "Is that real?" he asked. "Yes," Risa replied, a smile on her face as she tipped back the last of her beer. "I mean, it makes sense. Sex toys are made for." She paused, wondering how much what she said gave away. "You know, they're made for texture and sensation, not durability." She heard the strange tone on that last word. It was an odd conversation to be having, but Ethan was smiling. So she went on. "And you probably wouldn't think about it, but all that cheap lingerie, it's cheap. Turns out it's highly flammable. I don't think the companies that make those worry about keeping the garments up to code. Not for a peekaboo corset." He raised his eyebrows, and for a moment she realized she had ventured into sex talk with a man she wasn't having sex with. She was grateful then that her dark skin did a reasonable job of hiding the heavy blush she could feel crawling up her face. She also tried to hide it behind a wide smile, as though she hadn't just wandered into dicey territory. The smile, or maybe the beer, or maybe the talk about sex toys and lingerie, created some kind of spark in Ethan's eyes. Risa found that she liked it far too much. Luckily, he changed the topic, though she realized she needed to get a new, funniest fire ever story. "So, what was the training like for firefighting?" He asked it as though he really wanted to know. "I mean, I hear all these stories from the macho guys, but I always think they're exaggerating." Risa laughed and told him about firefighting training, about how she hadn't been the only woman in her academy class. But she had hung in when others dropped out, men and women alike. It felt good when Ethan smiled as though he had no doubt she would. Her family hadn't doubted her either. She'd been raised to believe she could be anything she wanted. It had been more than a little bit of a shock, getting out of her insular community and finding out that other people didn't think so. Risa told him how she'd walked through her degree, knowing what she wanted to do. She'd gone into school with a plan and she'd aced it. She told him how she'd walked into firefighter training, expecting everyone to welcome her with welcome arms. She was, after all, a Caldwell. If it was anything like what officers or FBI agents go through, no one gets a pass, he said as he chuckled. Risa nodded. "Yeah, I don't know if they picked on me for being a woman and for being black just as a way to test me, or if there was really something behind it." She let it trail off. It was a question she'd probably never get the answer to. "I mean, the training officers, they ultimately picked on everyone for something. Maybe they thought those were my weak points." She shrugged. "But they weren't," Ethan added in, shaking his head as though he already knew that story. "I think it was the first time in my life that I really started to get some real drive. It was what I'd always wanted to do, but I hadn't ever had to fight for it before, you know?" He nodded. "I know. I wanted to be an agent from a relatively young age, too. My cousin went in the year ahead of me. And well?" He sat back a little bit, his expression turning more somber. "Her little sister went missing at age 8. She caught the FBI bug right then. I think she thought she'd find her sister." "Did they?" Risa leaned forward. "No." She didn't like the sad look that crossed his face then. "Emalini died. But Larry recently found her sister's remains and managed to bring them home. It only took 20 years. "Wow." Risa was stunned. "And what about your ambitions?" "To me, watching what their family went through was hard. There was nothing Elle or I could do. We were just kids." He paused. "Emalini was my father's brother's daughter. But seeing what it does to a family, it lit the fire in me." Ouch. Risa wanted to ask, like Haley, but she didn't. She'd promised not to bring it up. So she shifted the conversation again, trying to do as he'd asked. It wasn't very subtle, but she went for it. So, at the end of firefighter training, we had to do the hotbox. What's that? She explained to him about a multi-level crawl-through building that was designed specifically for firefighter training. Every trainee has to go through. Though you can choose your own path, you have to start at one end and get out at the other. And you have to hit certain spots in between before you can trigger the trapdoor at the end. So, he asked, I mean, it sounds like one of those fun mazes at Halloween, but no one jumping out at you. Most of it's not flat, it's vertical changes, stairs and missing floors, she said. You're in full PPE and all of it is on fire. Holy hell. Yeah, she said. I don't know if you've ever gone caving, but it's like that. But with fire. Some of the hallways are so low and narrow, you can barely get through. You're down on your hands and knees and your gear hardly fits, and you're shimmying along. You think about taking off your hat so you'll fit through. But you don't because that's really bad, he filled in as she nodded. Then he asked again, and it's all on fire? Him? She tipped her empty bottle at him. Then she added the kicker. And where it's not on fire, there's no light. What? He asked, leaning forward. The server showed up then, offered them refills, and Risa took water. But she motioned for Ethan to get another, and he took her up on it. Risa looked at him and said, Yes, it's pitch black. But you have a light on your helmet, right? In the real world, yes. But the training isn't for the everyday fire. The training is for when things go wrong. So you go into a practice fire, and your trainer will rip away your oxygen, or something like that. Holy hell, he said again. That's seriously badass. She smiled as though she knew. Firefighting was not for the faint of heart. It was mostly for adrenaline junkies and alpha males. But there she was. He narrowed his eyes at her. So why do you do it? She had to think for a moment. I guess because every once in a while, you get to pull a person out, or a pet, and that makes a difference. People remember that for the rest of their lives. It changes things. Sometimes you don't pull the person out, she said, that changes things too. And she paused. I guess it's like the library, I just need to feel like I'm being useful. The conversation stalled for a moment. Not as though things had gotten awkward, but as though they were both thinking. Ethan nodded, I feel that way too. But I think you are being a lot more useful than I am these days. His eyes got a faraway look that made her soul kick.
Chapter 21. Ethan looked out the window on the passenger side of Risa's car as she drove him back into Dark Falls. He shouldn't have said that about Risa being more useful than he was. It was the dead truth, but it prompted her to finally ask him what had happened that got him assigned to Dark Falls. Not only had she asked, he'd told her. He'd been drunk enough not to sugarcoat it at all. He told her about Florida as though he were testing the waters, though he had no right to test any waters here. This wasn't a date. It couldn't be, she was a witness. He had a dead child, and now a linked cold case from 50 years ago, and the whole thing was getting seriously screwed up. But there he was, leaning across the table, wondering how Risa would react to Florida. I shot a guy, he said blankly. She didn't snap back or look at him like he was a murderer. What happened? Her voice was soft, and he noticed that she wasn't drinking anymore, even though he was near the bottom of his second beer. He was a big guy. It didn't make him drunk, but apparently the beer, or the beautiful company, was loosening his lips. He shot at us, and he hit my partner. Risa's eyes went wide. Is she okay? It was a good hit. Center mass. Luckily, she was wearing her vest. But I saw her go down, and I thought she was dead. She's okay now, but I thought he'd killed her because I hadn't done the right thing. I should have stopped him from getting the gun. So I opened fire on him. Of course you did, Risa said. Isn't that in the training? A lot of people thought officers should shoot out knees or shoot the gun out of someone's hand. It didn't work that way. He figured as a firefighter, Risa knew enough cops to know that wasn't anything cops or anyone could really do. Ethan sighed. If we'd been following protocol, we would have shot him the moment he started waving the gun around. We might have stopped him without killing him. The problem was, and he hated this part, but he had to tell her, he was mentally ill and we knew it. We didn't want to shoot him. He paused then, trying to get his heart back in one piece. I killed this guy, and he was sick. He didn't deserve it. Ethan's voice cracked every time he mentioned it. Baron Estevez was his personal cross to bear and would be, until the day he died. I shot him 5 times. I just cracked. But if we'd been following protocol, he wouldn't have shot my partner. So I killed a man, and I let my partner get shot. He'd tipped up the last of the beer then, and tried not to see Risa's expression, but when he finally did, he found she was more sympathetic than angry. Instead of shutting up, as would be the reasonable thing to do, Ethan kept talking. We were there for his brother. We didn't want him. His brother was running cocaine through the Miami pipeline. The Miami pipeline? Colombia through Cuba, through Miami, into much of the rest of the U.S. Or Colombia, through Honduras to Miami, and so on. He mentioned a few other routes that they knew of. Cocaine's getting bigger in the U.S. People are less afraid of it. A lot of wealthy people want a nice high-end product for parties, that kind of thing. So what happened to your partner? Risa asked. She's okay, right? She is. She's fine. I mean, she had a cracked rib and all, but she healed up. So where is she? Risa asked. Still working in Florida, with a new partner. See, that's the thing. I couldn't have done everything right. I obviously didn't because they packed me up, and they sent me out here, where we don't even have a branch office. And that was another thing he shouldn't have said. Now, he looked out the car window, wishing he could take it back. He had not expressed his fears about being abandoned out here in Dark Falls to anyone before now. He wasn't sure why he had told Risa, except that the desire to do so had been hard to override. In fact, any wants regarding Risa Caldwell were getting harder and harder to override. It's why he wasn't looking at her. Ethan was stuck in the three-way tug-of-war of wanting to tell her everything, and of wanting to impress her. Those two scenarios were entirely at odds. He'd told her a lot tonight and she hadn't run screaming, but then again, it hadn't been a date. The third side of the war was that he shouldn't be doing either thing. She was a witness to a crime scene. He shouldn't even be out with her. He almost chuckled in the silence of the car. It wasn't like there was another agent for miles around, though. He was in no man's land, so who would see him if he did date Risa? Not that she would date him, because he'd just told her about Florida. His mind was running in circles. A few beers weren't usually a problem, but the way his brain had been short-circuiting, maybe tonight they were. His heart heavy, Ethan kept staring out the window while his mouth told her the rest of it. The FBI got me out of the way. I think they stuck me here, hoping I'll quit. They aren't throwing me other cases. Hell, I don't even have a partner. I think they don't want to fire me. But I can't shake the feeling they're trying to get me to resign. You can't quit. Risa protested. You've got a massive case on your hands, and they're not sending you anyone as backup, are they? No. They weren't sending backup, but he hadn't yet given them the Janet Devers info. So the Bureau didn't yet know it was actually a much bigger case than at first glance. In the end, he probably should resign. Either that, or they were finally going to have that nail they wanted for his coffin, with all the protocols he had broken with the beautiful woman sitting in the car with him. They didn't tell you why they put you out here? Risa asked. Because clearly we need you. We've got a serial killer on our hands. There it was. They were talking about Kaylee again, about serial killers again. It was his fault. He was the one who'd brought the conversation back around to the thing he didn't want to talk about. In fact, he had managed to talk about the other thing he didn't want to talk about either. Two things. Two things he had on his very short list, and he managed to check them both off. So now, he stared out the window again as the streets went by, and he saw the familiar landmarks. They were headed back to Risa's. For a moment, he'd forgotten they'd left from her place. Her parking spot wasn't as close to the front door of her building as he would have liked. In fact, the building didn't even have a front door, only an open staircase that led up to 4 doors that faced each other, each opening into a separate unit. It wasn't quite a street-side door, but it wasn't an inside door either. It very much lacked the kind of protection he would have preferred. Ethan told himself it was what he would want for any citizen of his town, but he wasn't kidding himself very well. He wanted Risa, personally, safe. He wanted to tell her all these things and more, but he hadn't been speaking for most of the ride home. She'd taken the turns deftly, stopped at the lights, and accelerated coming out of the curves without asking him to participate. She'd let him have his stories and his silence, and now he was supposed to go back to his car and drive himself home. Only he opened the door and stepped out. He felt the wind whoosh around him a little bit, and Risa laughed at him. "You're coming upstairs with me, big guy." He looked at her then, his heart surely in his eyes, wondering if maybe she meant something more. Chapter 22. Something warm shot through Ethan as Risa grabbed his hand and led him up the stairs to her apartment door. He thought for a moment that he was a little unsteady on his feet, and maybe it wasn't the beer or the stress of the day getting to him, maybe Risa was throwing him off his game. Ethan should be the one helping Risa instead of the other way around. After all, she was in that boot. Then again, she didn't seem to be having any trouble. Wasn't this her job? And she seemed to be so good at it. He let her tug him along up the steps. He'd wanted to ask her for her key so he could open the door for her. But without the crutches, he didn't really have the excuse. So he waited, but once the door was open, he motioned her to let him go in first. Jesus, he still had a gun on him, he thought as he stepped into the main room. He didn't pull it out, but still did his sweep. He parked Risa just inside the front door while he went through the entire apartment, looking for anything that might be disrupted, any signs anyone had come and gone while she had been out. He didn't find any sign of an intruder. However, he did see the underwear laid out on top of her dresser, and it gave him ideas. She probably hadn't meant for him to see that, but right now he didn't care. He'd headed back into the main room, where she stood patiently waiting for him. She reached out and took his hand, and it happened all over again, the flood of feeling, the idea that this was where he belonged. He didn't know if he belonged with the bureau. He didn't know if he belonged in Dark Falls. He knew for certain that he shouldn't even feel this way, let alone act on it, but he wanted something good. And whatever else she was, Risa was that. He looked at her then, his heart surely in his eyes, wondering if maybe she meant something more. There was something about her, and she'd told him that he was staying with her tonight. He was not protesting, so he stepped in close and leaned forward and put his mouth on hers. The first touch was tentative. The second was much more certain, as his arms tightened around her. Not only did he want her more than anything else now, he could feel her kissing him back. His tongue traced the edge of her full lower lip, and she tasted of beer and the chocolate cake they'd split for dessert. She tasted of a future he couldn't see, but he wanted. He breathed her in and kissed her as though this was everything he was worth. His whole body reacted to the feel of her pressed against him. Though his brain told him to take it slowly, everything else said go. When at last they pulled back, she looked up at him, her eyes wide in what looked almost like surprise. But how could she be surprised? She was the one who'd told him he was staying over tonight. He kissed her again, long and thorough, until he couldn't breathe. As he pulled back for air, he sucked in just enough to whisper his hopes against her lips. "Bedroom?" That was when he felt her entire body go stiff. She was no longer kissing him back. His own eyes snapped wide, and he was suddenly far more sober than he wished to be. She stuttered, the word breaking off. Oh damn. The words bloomed in his head, an icy cold dousing every fiery cell in his body. "I'm sorry." He paused. Had she really said that? Did he know? Had he simply made it up? I thought you said I was staying over. She nodded slowly, and he realized at least despite her stiff stance, her hands were still twined behind his neck. Maybe, he thought, just maybe, that was a good sign. Still, she stayed stiff as a board in his arms, and it clearly wasn't going to be the night he'd thought it would. I meant, she whispered, that you aren't safe to drive. I was going to give you the bed and take the couch. The words came out haltingly, as though they tumbled over roadblocks on their way out. This time Ethan stepped back. He had to. It was the only way to clear his head and start thinking like a human being and not like a man about to get laid. Breaking the clasp of her hands, he removed his own hands from where they'd settled on her hips. His hands had felt perfect there, on either side of her. He'd felt his fingers clench into her flesh as they'd kissed. He'd pulled her closer, but he didn't want to do anything he might regret. I read that entirely wrong. I'm so sorry. There was a long pause, but Risa didn't say anything. She didn't tell him it was okay. She didn't brush it off and say, "Oh, that was nothing," which was a good thing because it would have shattered him to have her call that mind-blowing first kiss nothing. When at last he found his voice, he looked to the side as though something fascinating sat on her couch. "I'm going to go home." She stepped deftly to one side as he made a move toward the door. He hadn't expected her to be that quick, not with that boot on her foot, but she blocked him. "You can't drive home. You're not fully sober." Oh, he thought, I'm certainly sober enough now. Her telling him she meant for him to sleep it off on the couch had been a bucket of ice water. This whole situation had gotten far too embarrassing for him to stay. But then she looked up at him. "Ethan, I meant for one of us to sleep on the couch. I meant just that I didn't want you driving after drinking. Even though I know you'll probably be fine, probably isn't good enough." But, she paused, her voice gone breathy with whatever she was thinking, "You didn't read anything wrong."
Chapter 23. Risa's emotions tumbled like laundry, thrown back and forth between two ideas: that she had truly intended to take the couch for the night, and that she'd love to be in her bed with Ethan. When he'd kissed her like that, he'd put the idea on the table. For a moment, she'd even looked at the table, considering it as an option. Unfortunately, it was a cheap piece of crap and wouldn't hold any weight without collapsing. She'd never resented her dining room table as much as she did right now. Reaching out, she grabbed for his hand, taking several tries before she caught it, or before he let her. As he tried to tug out of her grip, she held onto him tightly. Risa repeated her last words, "You didn't read it wrong, Ethan." Her heart was fluttering in her chest. She wanted this man, that touch, those kisses. She sighed, and he misread that too, once again trying to tug his hand away from hers, and once again she fought it. At least this time when he protested, it wasn't quite as harsh, didn't sound quite as anguished. But it did sound more resigned. "I should go home," he repeated, but Risa shook her head. "You shouldn't. You can't. You've been drinking, and I can't put you on the street. If I do, I'm responsible." "So you're staying here," she said, the last word fluttering off the end of her tongue. He had to stay here or else walk home. And it was too far to walk. Besides, she didn't want him to go. After those kisses? No, she wasn't letting him leave. She had to find a way to make him see. When she couldn't think of anything else to say to make him stay with her, she stepped forward into his arms again, laced her fingers behind his neck, and kissed him with everything she had. His breath caught, she could feel it against her mouth, and she pressed harder against him. It had been so long since she'd been with anyone, and she couldn't remember the last time someone made her feel like Ethan did. Ethan with his lush red hair. Ethan with his sharp sense of right and wrong. Ethan with that look in his eyes and that mouth that smiled just a little crooked, like she was the one catching him off guard. She was kissing that little smile away. He was kissing her back. Ethan leaned in, his lips moving against hers, his sighs bordering on moans. His fingers dug into her hips and pulled her flesh against him where she could feel exactly how much he wanted her. His mouth left hers, tracing a line up to the shell of her ear. He nipped at it lightly, then traced the curves with the tip of his tongue. Risa felt her head tip back, her mouth falling open as though she couldn't control herself. But she could. Her arms clung to him and didn't let go. Her feet were planted and wouldn't budge, but she couldn't have formed a word to save her own life. She sucked in air and felt her chest move against his, and despite the clothing between them, Risa felt it to her core. She was a goner. She'd had a boyfriend here in Dark Falls, another firefighter from one of the stations on the other side of town. That relationship had been so bland that when it ended, it hadn't even been awkward to run into him. It seemed she'd left every good relationship behind when she'd come here. She'd run from the bad ones, from the men who trained her who told her she wouldn't make it. From the people who looked at her oddly because of her job. From the men, and some women too, who would stand there with their houses on fire and insist that someone else come help them. In fact, Risa wasn't sure she'd felt anything with any real power behind it from the moment she entered Dark Falls, until maybe this moment. Now it was all flooding back. Her muscles clenched as Ethan's mouth worked magic against her skin. Her eyes clouded, and the world glazed beyond her immediate vision. They were in her apartment, they were safe, Ethan had checked. And she was safe with him. Her head was tipping as Ethan kissed his way around to her mouth again. His lips brushed hers lightly even as his fingers grabbed her and held onto her. Risa looked up at him, knowing everything she felt, everything she wanted was shining in her eyes. She couldn't help it. She'd never been very good at hiding her emotions, and now she wasn't even trying. Though he was still kissing her as lightly as the brush of a feather, his eyes were closed. Risa wasn't sure if she felt or heard the words, but somehow he said them. "I can't sleep on the couch. I wasn't going to make you." Her mouth pulled into a smile, and his tongue darted out to trace the lower edge. "You can't sleep on the couch either," he protested, making her heart race. "Then what should we do?" She was teasing him now, her mind made up. For a second, she worried. What if he just wanted to kiss her? What if he left her hanging, standing in her own living room, wanting him badly enough that she ached? What if he decided he wanted her, but it was just a bad idea? Could she convince him that didn't matter? Because right now, it didn't. Not at all. His hands left her hips and she stiffened, afraid. But his fingertips traced the edges of her waist, up along her ribs. She felt the touch through the cotton of her blouse, and as his fingers passed against the sides of her ribs, she wished he would take it off. She was about to reach for the buttons herself when his hands landed in her hair, squishing the springy curls she'd let loose tonight. He held her in place while his mouth plundered hers once. Twice. While she pushed against him, hoping he would understand that she wanted to do more than just want him. He pulled back with a deep inhale, as though he needed the oxygen. This time, he opened his eyes. "Risa." The gravel of his voice was deeper than usual, as he waded through the tones. "I promise if I go home, I'll be safe. But if you want me to stay, then know that I want to stay. But if I stay, we're doing this." Chapter 24. Risa reached out to him. It wasn't a decision she made. Her body made it for her. The way this man made her feel with just a kiss? She wanted more. Much more. Her mouth pulled up at one side as she realized he was waiting on her. Though Ethan still held her head as though he might dive back at her at any moment, he was waiting. He kept a small distance between them, as if that might give her enough space to make a sane decision. She almost laughed. Sanity and rational thought were not part of this equation. She spent her days making sharp, reasoned decisions to save lives, property, pets, homes. But now, she couldn't function for the haze of want and need around her. Decision made. Rational? Probably not. So she didn't think about the fact that he was a special agent with the FBI. She didn't think about what had happened on her run last week. She didn't think about all the reasons he was still in her sphere, in her home late at night with a few beers in him, and in the circle of her arms telling her that if he stayed they would both get what they wanted. "Then let's get you out of these clothes," Risa whispered into the space between them, as if she couldn't say it directly to him. The buttons on his shirt slipped between her fingers. Though she'd felt him touching her, she'd been concentrating on not tearing the stitching on what was clearly a work shirt. But as she looked down, she saw that her own shirt hung open down the front too. Ethan's open shirt revealed a plain white tank, and her face scrunched up at the unfairness of it. She'd been anticipating a fine set of abs. Undershirts were not okay. "Please tell me it all matches," he whispered against her skin. A grin spread slowly across her face. Then she tapped the shoulder of his tank with one finger. "I'm not telling you anything until you get rid of this." He stepped back faster than she'd ever seen him move, reached over his head and pulled the shirt up and off. Her mouth watered as the white cotton slipped up his abs and revealed his chest, then finally his expression. There was no doubt this man wanted her as much as she wanted him. The shirt remained clutched in his hand for a moment before he finally let it fall to the floor. His always well-pressed and cared-for clothing was in discarded heaps. Risa smiled until he dove for her again. He devoured her, and she happily let him. She leaned into his touch. There was nothing to be shy about, no chance to think she was anything less than perfect given the way he touched her. It was mutual, she thought, as her own fingers traced along the muscles of his arms as she bit and sucked at his skin, which was pale against her own. She liked the contrasts of them. Him in office wear, and her usually in turnout gear. His red hair, soft under her fingers and rough along his jaw. Her tight curls that he liked sinking those long artist's fingers into, as he held her close so he could devour her. She could get used to this. But that was a thought for another time. Why had she worn a matching lace set today? She told herself lies, that it was because she wasn't hauling gear and wiping soot off her face. That she wanted to feel feminine. Now she could admit it to herself. None of those things were wrong, but the real reason had been hope. She'd wanted to feel feminine when he saw them. She wanted him to feel her. She should have thought ahead about the boot. Risa sighed, not a good needy sigh but one of exasperation. "You get out of those pants and I'll take care of this." She saw him move his hands to finish the job she'd started, but he didn't stop watching her. Ripping open Velcro and revealing the sock she'd worn under the stupid boot was not sexy. Ethan stepped out of his shoes as she bent over and tugged the first strap open. The sound cut through the heat, and she was afraid she would be left here, needy and alone. She rotated away so he couldn't see the stupid black sock or watch her pull and tug at the boot. When she got it done, she felt it. The mood had cooled. Crap. She'd wanted to have him. She'd peeled the sock and revealed a foot that looked like it had been in a boot for 4 days. Nothing she could do about it now. Turning back, she looked up at him and saw that the heat had not left his eyes, and she felt her own flare again. "Did you purposefully stand there with your ass toward me? With that thong peeking out? Because that was very effective." She almost told him no, she hadn't. But rather than ruin whatever credit he was giving her, she just smiled. For the second time that night, she found herself reaching for his hand and tugging him along. "Nope. No walking on that ankle," he declared. "I'll be fine." She was scooped up before she could even finish the sentence, her breath hitching as he held her, not in any fireman's carry but cradled against him. He was taking her down the hall and toward her own bedroom, her skin pressed to his, her heart racing as he maneuvered through the doorway carefully enough to not bump her. He didn't even let her bounce on the bed, just gently set her down, letting her know how strong he was. Then he was over her, laying her out across the top of her comforter. Their mouths fused as words fled the scene. He whispered to her to wait. To have patience. She didn't. She begged. She wasn't sure if it was the sweetly dirty words that drove her to the edge or just being with him. Chapter 25. Risa awoke the next morning to an empty bed. As she looked up at the ceiling, suddenly awake, a chill settled around her heart. She sat up stiffly, hoping against hope to see Ethan next to her, though she already knew he wasn't there. She saw only her dark skin, fingers splayed against sheets where Ethan had slept the night before. The sunny yellow color looked a little less bright this morning. Her thinking was still scrambled. There had been moments when she thought her brains were going to come out her ears. There were other moments when she was certain they had disturbed her neighbors. And there had been more moments than she wished to admit when she'd felt her heart tumbling, changing whatever this was from a crush and a need into something more, something deeper. Clearly, the same things had not happened for Ethan. Maybe this whole thing was a misunderstanding. She'd suggested he stay over, and he'd thought she meant in her bed. Of course, that was eventually where he'd stayed. He'd asked later if she wanted to do this again. Risa had thought he meant go out. Like on a date. He'd meant sex right then. And of course, she'd ended up doing exactly that. They'd both been exhausted afterwards, and Ethan had fallen asleep just before she did. So, unless he managed to completely fake it and sneak out immediately, he'd slept here. But she'd been tired enough that she'd slept like the dead beside him. Somewhere in her own bliss, she'd managed to miss that the man beside her had gotten up and left. The fear settled in. Great, she thought. That was the last thing I needed, falling hard for a guy just as he realized she wasn't what he wanted after all. Never mind that he'd been the one to make the first move. The man had a few beers at dinner, and though he wasn't drunk, it was more than she was willing to put behind the wheel of a car. However, she hadn't intended to make him stay. Maybe he didn't regret last night so much as he'd simply decided the sex part was done, so they were too. Risa sighed and flopped back on the bed. This part sucked. Slowly she talked herself down. She was being unreasonable. Maybe he was in the bathroom or the kitchen. Risa told herself it was a real possibility that he was still here, even though the apartment had that feeling it had when she was the only one in it. Standing up, she pulled on socks, a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and began checking around. In the living room, it became clear she was alone. She'd limped past the bathroom, empty. And the kitchen, empty. Since it was basically the same room as the living room, she was done. Ethan was gone. His clothing was missing from the floor, though hers was still in crumples in random spots. It looked like she'd just decided to peel her clothing and her boot and leave them where they fell, even though the rest of the apartment reflected a relatively neat demeanor. If she was being honest, the mess looked like exactly what it was. Two people had gotten their groove on and one of them had cleared out before the other knew about it. She limped over and pulled the boot over the socks she'd put on. She was uneven, the boot making her left leg longer than her right. But she didn't go back into her room for a shoe. The strange gait fit her mood. Risa told herself another lie, that he'd likely left a note. He seemed like the kind of guy who would have at least left a note. She hobbled around and checked beside the bed, then in the bathroom, and at last around the kitchen and on the coffee table. She quickly ran out of options. There was nothing. The man hadn't even helped himself to a cup of coffee before he'd left. In fact, as she looked around, there wasn't much sign that Ethan Eames had been here at all. He'd managed to do up all the locks that he could pull shut behind him, but the bolts weren't turned. Ethan had been here and he'd locked himself out, letting her know he didn't intend to come back. He left one of her kitchen chairs positioned ever so slightly in front of the door. If anyone came in that way, they would run into the chair. It wouldn't be enough to stop someone from breaking in, but it would at least make enough noise to wake her up. She wondered if it was thoughtful or simply something he did automatically. She frowned. The chair was quite close to the door. He had to have dragged it along, shimmied out the door and then locked it behind him, knowing the chair would stay there. She wondered if they taught that at the FBI, and she wondered what Ethan might be thinking this morning. Her phone. Surely he'd texted her. Why would he leave a note when he could leave a message and she could return it? Risa fetched it from her purse, an almost smile on her face. But the smile faded as she saw that there was, again, nothing waiting. Not from Ethan. Leah, on the other hand, had texted to see if she wanted to go to lunch. Risa instantly decided she needed to get her mind off the horrible mistake she'd made last night, and promptly accepted. Maybe seeing Leah would shift her thoughts to something more pleasant. Maybe she could erase whatever it was in the way he'd looked at her, or the way he'd touched her, or the words he'd said that made her fall harder. Because right now, she was just angry. But as she reached up to turn the bolt, she saw that the piece had come loose, and she frowned at it as her heart kicked. It looked like someone had tried to get in.
Chapter 26. Ethan sat at his desk, his fourth cup of coffee beside him, only this one somehow remained untouched. He downed the other 3 fast enough to burn his throat, but he was only nursing this last one. He stared at the new paperwork on his desk, and it stared back at him. Another body had been found, written up, and the report placed on his desk. It called him incompetent, and reminded him this was why the FBI had stuck him in Dark Falls in the first place. Sure, he should be the lone agent inserted into the police department to see if maybe they needed a branch office, he thought sarcastically. Had he not been here when these things came up, the FBI would have sent an agent or a pair of agents in to investigate the case. Denver was close enough, he thought. Did he need to be here? Jesus. He did not. Forcing himself to drink the coffee, he swallowed some just for something normal to do. Only this time it didn't burn his throat. It had already gone lukewarm while he'd been staring at the paperwork. He'd thought he would never live down Florida, and now he realized he was never going to live down Dark Falls either. The report on his desk contained photographs of the skeleton of a young girl. The body had become partially exposed through the rains from the other week. He suspected the body belonged to Missy Harrison, who'd gone missing 20 years ago. He wouldn't know for sure until further testing came through, because it was impossible to determine gender with skeletal remains of children without DNA testing. But one of the local police had suggested the name, an older officer who'd worked the original case when Missy and her friend went missing. Ethan wasn't sure if the recommendation was off evidence or hope. They all had an old case they'd like to close before they retired. Either way, Ethan had managed to wake up his friendly local forensic scientist, Grace Lee. At least she understood waking up to ID a body, and she'd helped get Kaylee Shulte safely examined. So she was familiar with this case, as it were. Grace had immediately pulled some of Missy Harrison's dental records, and was currently in the morgue with the remains, taking x-rays to see if she could match them. The strong feeling in Ethan's gut said she would. The problem was, were the 2 cases related? This body clearly belonged to a child, clearly a child who'd gone missing, and whose body had somehow wound up in the woods. Not paying attention, Ethan gulped down the remaining half mug of lukewarm coffee. The dregs stuck to his tongue. It definitely seemed like that kind of day. Last night had been much better, but the instant his phone had rung this morning, his world had turned to crap. He wished they'd found this body sooner, and he almost blamed himself for that, but he couldn't. This one wasn't his fault. Still, he wasn't running low on crap that actually was Ethan's fault. Not yet. It seemed the section of woods where Risa had found the body of Kaylee Shulte had become a bit of a stomping grounds. That didn't surprise him. It had been a week since Risa tripped and triggered this investigation. Officers were no longer parked at the scene, though the crime tape remained up around the square of ground where Kaylee's body been found, and across the entry to the trail where Risa had been running. He had learned several days ago that people had been visiting the spot and making it into a memorial. In fact, he'd expected nothing less. Even the report that the yellow tape had been torn down twice didn't surprise him. But now the visitors had been fanning out. He didn't think they'd been actively looking for more bodies. But what did he know? People had left cards and flowers inside the border of the crime tape. Even now, that made him shake his head. People wanted him to solve crimes, then they actively hindered his investigation. He also suspected many of the people who came by, whether or not they added to the memorial, were really looky-loos. On the one hand, he faulted them for what were essentially vulgar activities. On the other hand, he understood that was just the way people were. He wished he could have searched that area of the woods when Kaylee Shulte had first gone missing. But they hadn't looked that direction at all. He'd aimed the search parties where they'd most believed she would be found, if she'd been in the woods of her own accord. She hadn't. When she'd first gone missing, and everyone had turned out to search, he and the rescue team had instructed them that they were looking for a child who'd wandered off. That expectation had been one of a girl alone, cold, hungry, maybe sick, and regretting her decisions. Not one who'd been kidnapped and then murdered, so they hadn't been looking in the right place. The national forest area around Dark Falls was large. And honestly, if he hadn't positioned the searchers where he had, he would have had a whole team of suburban moms and dads coming across the rotting corpse. The people were volunteers. They'd been hoping to find a live child, and though he'd had several psychologists on hand, knowing exactly how this could go down, he couldn't say he wasn't sorry that they hadn't found her then. Now he was fairly certain they'd found Missy Harrison. Another girl missing, but this one for almost 20 years. Or at least that's what he thought. Whether it was the Harrison girl or not, there was no way he could discount that there was a fully decomposed body of a small child on a table in the morgue. Grace had already called to say her initial visual assessment suggested a match. Also, the body was in a location similar to the one where Kaylee Shulte was found. It was, as best they could tell since it had been there a long time, fully clothed and laid out like a starfish. Crap. He was disturbed. He didn't know how long she'd been there, but 20 years. The size of the skeleton, the clothes, the way it was arranged? He had a serial killer on his hands. One who killed children. Ethan prayed he was wrong, but just then his phone rang and he jolted. Not usually one to startle, it was an odd feeling and he didn't like it. Then again, what had he liked about this day? Looking at the screen, he saw Grace's name pop up, and his heart sank like a rock. He knew what she would say, but he aimed for politeness. He'd screwed up enough today. Alienating Grace wouldn't help him any. Hi. I'd love to tell you that I hope you are having a good day, but I imagine it's not any better than mine. Oh no, this is a shitshow, Ethan. Is it a serial? You know I can't officially say anything. That should be answer enough. So that's a yes. He sighed again. Did you manage a match or a rule out? Grace's next words started on a sigh. I'll give this information over to a certified forensic odontologist for the official report, but you can get working. This is Missy Harrison.
Chapter 27. Risa looked across the table at Leah. Well, she said, I feel like crap. I should feel good today, but it's the opposite. She used her straw to stir her soda, which didn't need it. That sucks, Leah commiserated. Leah's love life was only slightly better than Risa's on a normal day. Though right now, Risa couldn't decide if nothing happened was better or worse than everything happened, and then he ghosted. Yeah. You know what? It really does. I really like this guy, and she looked at her watch, almost 1. He's been gone since before 6 a.m. this morning, and nothing, Leah filled in, her tone indicating her own level of disgust with Special Agent Ethan Eames. I wish I could do something more. Maybe introduce me to the love of my life? Leah laughed. Yeah, I've got my own to work on. But if I hit on the secret ingredient, you'll be the first one I tell. Risa could only smile. She didn't know why she'd thought this time would be any different. Her history with men was not stellar, to put it mildly. She kept her high school boyfriend through to college, but he left when she'd gone into fire training academy. Apparently, he thought the dream that her entire family followed their passion for wasn't worthwhile. He'd also seemed to think that she wasn't serious about it, though she had professed a love for the job from a young age. He claimed that he was worried about the danger to her, but Risa suspected he simply hadn't liked the idea of being with a female firefighter. She'd gotten over him, though. Things like that took a while, but she found it was easier to get over a man when he turned out to be an asshole. She moved on to date another guy at training academy. But once the instructors had lit into her, that had been over as well. It hadn't been made any easier for him when Risa was assigned to the fire station he desperately wanted to work in. They'd both worked in the Cheyenne Fire Department, though in separate houses. When the two trucks would work the same fire, his bitterness could have put out the blaze all on its own. Risa hadn't had much luck since then. Just some casual stuff, just the one firefighter in Dark Falls. That was when she realized she had a thing for men with that kind of job. So she clearly hadn't learned anything, had she? Ethan might not be a firefighter, but that apple had not fallen far from the tree. Leah, she leaned onto the table, the next time I do this, you have to stop me. Leah almost laughed. You are aware of just how infrequently you do this? If I stopped you, you'd never get laid. Risa laughed at that too. Was that what it was? Did she fall for these guys so she could get some sex? What you're saying is I just need to find some hot casual guy? Maybe, Leah shrugged. Then again, what do I know? She held up her left hand, showing off the finger that no longer held the engagement ring. It's like the blind leading the blind. All right, honey. I've got to get going. The office actually expects me to clock my hours for my paycheck. It's so pedestrian, she mocked as she smiled. I know. Risa was glad to finally be laughing. I'm so glad you planned this today. I really needed it. She was still busy trying to convince herself that Ethan Eames was an asshole and she should get over him. Sending her friend back to work, Risa waited to cover the check. By the time she'd finished at the diner, she made a decision not to go home. With her bad ankle back in its boot and her other foot in the one stupid kitten heel, she told herself none of that mattered. The one guy who liked the way she looked apparently hadn't liked it enough to stick around, and the other one hadn't mattered enough for her to even care when they broke up. Her final tally was one boot, one kitten heel, no men. Score settled. No longer on crutches and no longer stuck at home, she was still stuck out of work for another day until she could go back to desk duty tomorrow. Sitting around today would only leave her restless and trying to figure out what the hell had happened with Ethan, so Risa decided to make herself useful. She hoped she could just show up at the library. Luckily, when she walked in, she found smiles behind the front desk. Kara, Alan. I can see Carol's out today. She let the words trail off, only then realizing she shouldn't have said it out loud. But she could not imagine Kara and Alan being as happy as they were today, with Carol breathing down their necks. Alan turned to her, his expression suddenly somber. Shut your mouth, girl. Carol dropped dead of a heart attack yesterday. Risa stopped cold, her heart freezing at her massive blunder, but in that moment Alan and Kara looked at each other and burst into giggles. Of course she didn't, Kara said. She's far too ornery to die. You know this. Risa paused a moment, then laughed. Not prepared for a practical joke from my friends today, but thank you for the reset on my heart rate. Can I at least make myself useful? The other two looked at each other, and then at her. This time, it was Kara who leaned across the counter at her. Sorry, hun, when Alan and I are the only ones here, this place runs like clockwork. It's Carol who dicks up the works. Of course, it figured she'd get herself out of the house and then not have a place to go. All right, guys. I appreciate it. She was turning to leave when she had a thought. Maybe she could be useful anyway. Maybe Ethan Eames was an asshole, but maybe it wasn't all about him. Kaylee Shulte had been an innocent child, and she deserved some closure. As of right now, the only other case Ethan had been able to match to it was Janet Devers from almost 50 years ago. Can I use the microfiche room, just do my own research? Kara tilted her head. Alan tilted his to match, leaving the two of them looking a little like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Risa didn't say so. Of course you can, honey. It's a library. 30 minutes later, Risa was sitting in front of the bright screen, her eyes scratchy but her heart stunned. She'd found another one. Esther Holtzclaw had disappeared 75 years ago, and her body had been found with knife marks on it. Janet Devers going missing 50 years earlier. That a killer might have operated for that long and gotten away with it was worrisome. But Esther Holtzclaw? 75 years ago? Risa could only pray she was wrong, but in her gut she knew she'd found another case. The feeling she had of being watched just became even more concerning. She would have told a certain FBI agent about it if she was speaking to him. Chapter 28. Risa stared at the screen in front of her. Why hadn't Ethan found this? Then again, she thought, the FBI search engine was cutting edge, but it was only as good as what it was fed. The Esther Holtzclaw case was from 75 years ago. Risa was looking at newspaper archives, searching for knife. The story sounded strange, though she always thought this with older newspaper articles. The writing itself indicated that it was from a different time. Word use was different, sentence structure was longer and more complicated. Also, what was important to people 75 years ago was not quite the same as what was important now. In fact, Esther Holtzclaw's initial missing story was relatively unalarming. She'd been 14 years old, and though the official police report had wound up in the newspaper, it barely garnered a 2-inch mention on the back page. The notice could not have been more buried. That a missing child wasn't a priority in itself was concerning to Risa, not that there was anything she could do about a 75-year-old case now. On top of burying the story, the paper wasn't even really concerned about the missing child. It was simply a note from the police letting the townsfolk know that if they saw Esther, they should tell her to call home. Apparently, when a child went missing back then, no one suspected that someone might have preyed on their kid. It seemed clear that they all believed Esther had just up and run off. Maybe the era Esther lived in had just been more naive, but the biggest worry seemed to be her mother saying that she was concerned Esther was probably eating that junk food. Her mother also suggested she was gallivanting about with some boy. The write-up made the woman sound more irritated than worried. Risa frowned and wondered if maybe Esther Holtzclaw hadn't disappeared willingly because her parents were such dickheads. Then again, Risa told herself the newspaper was decidedly different in that era. Parents had been different. Maybe kids had been different too. What she did know was that 3 weeks later, when Esther Holtzclaw's body had been found, the town had turned upside down. So they might not have worried when she went missing, but they did at least care that she'd been killed. And they worried that they had a killer in their midst. Risa didn't want to believe this case was connected to Kaylee Shulte's. The Esther Holtzclaw murder was almost 3/4 of a century old. Janet Deaver's case was 50 years ago, and that had already concerned the crap out of her. It was beyond scary to think there might have been a serial killer operating for that long. Risa didn't want to believe that Esther Holtzclaw fell into the same category, because if she did, then this man would have been working for a much, much longer time. Consoling herself that she didn't have enough information yet, Risa kept staring at the screen. She told herself the cases didn't match, but there were some disturbing coincidences she couldn't get past. Esther Holtzclaw's body had been found on the other side of the national forest. In fact, if Risa had followed a line from the entrance to the trail she'd run the day she found Kaylee, directly through the point where she'd stumbled over the body and straight out the other side, she would have hit the spot where Esther Holtzclaw was found. The designated forest land was relatively narrow there. So while Esther had not been found in the park, she was very close. She was also found in a wooded area and wearing the dress she disappeared in. As Risa read through the case, this led police officers at the time to come to the brilliant conclusion that she had been murdered the day she left. Risa didn't believe that now. Another checkmark, Risa thought, about the way things had changed. There was no information about whether she had been assaulted or about collection of evidence. Though it was entirely possible they had checked, and it was just that no one put that kind of information into the newspaper. The good people of Dark Falls were worried enough with the murder. They wouldn't need to know if it was actually worse than what they believed. Of course, there was no collection of fingerprints or DNA. Fingerprints, and the idea of identifying a person by them, had been around a long time, Risa knew. But no one could collect them off a body or clothing at that time. And DNA? Not part of law enforcement then. No, it seemed most of the officers at that time had gone boldly forward with Sherlock Holmes-style evidence. I see she's wearing the same clothing, therefore she must have been murdered the same day. Never mind that if she'd been kidnapped, she probably wouldn't have had anything else to change into. The real Sherlock would have caught that anomaly, Risa thought. Still, she read through the story. What bothered her was a hand-drawn picture that looked almost like Greek tally marks. They weren't quite counting in fives. They didn't quite look like letters either, but they didn't look random, and they didn't look like nothing either. In fact, the newspaper had printed a plea from the police department for help deciphering the marks. They also said the marks had been found on this young woman's legs. There was a knife, an old hunting knife, found near the body. The paper didn't say if this was the knife they thought had been used to carve the marks, or even that the marks were carved into her. As Risa reread the article, she realized that was her own bias creeping in. She'd seen Kaylee Shulte, and she was looking for similarities. Given the wording in the paper, anything was possible: paint, marker, pen, carving. But it didn't say. Risa sighed and reminded herself that old journalism was more concerned with the sensibilities of good upstanding citizens than current papers were. This article didn't seem all that concerned with actually solving the case, but that just might be hindsight. It might be the bias of trying to tie her case to another, mixed in with all the tech an average citizen of today knew about compared to a police officer 75 years ago, and Risa was frustrated. She wanted more, but this article was all she had. She searched in the days and months after the killing for others like it. She found a memorial for Esther on the 1-year mark of her disappearance. Still, even that piece didn't mention that she'd been murdered. Only that her death had not been solved and no new clues had turned up. Risa searched through the following years, looking for things the police tied to Esther. But there was nothing. There was absolutely no photographic evidence of Esther Holtzclaw, and walking into the police station and pulling old evidence files was not anything Risa was capable of. She'd have to hand all this information off to Ethan. She'd been there 2 hours by the time she stood up and stretched, her worry gnawing at her. She printed out the documents and paid her $3.72 of print fees at the front desk, even though Alan and Kara told her it was unnecessary. "Please," Risa scoffed at them. "When you two are here, the place runs like clockwork, right? So I'll be a private citizen and pay my fees. Plus, I stole a manila folder. It all comes out even in my book." Then she took a deep breath before picking up her phone and texting Ethan. He was the last person she wanted to reach out to today. Entangling things with him would likely work better if she did it later, when she had some perspective. The need for deep breaths before she texted him told her she hadn't yet found it. Still, she tapped the letters to say, "I came across something you need to see." Well, crap, she thought after she'd sent it. That was not clear. And could be interpreted as, she found some lingerie, or couldn't take a hint. She tapped more keys and sent a second text that added, "related to Kaylee." That would have to do. She tucked her evidence under her arm and limped her way out of the library. She still wasn't telling him about the stalker she now believed she had.
Chapter 29. Ethan stood in the hallway just outside Risa's door, raising his hand to knock. Holding his breath, he lowered his hand, took another breath, raised it again, then lowered it again. Holy hell, he thought, this is hard. He needed to explain, but no matter his reasons, he'd wound up being a prick. Though he was man enough to admit that he needed to apologize to her, he didn't actually want to live through whatever she threw at him while he tried to apologize. It was worse because he knew he deserved it. She'd texted him and asked him to come over, and he immediately checked everything he could remember. No, he had his underwear, his wallet, his shirt. He wasn't missing his badge or gun, though he had taken all those things off the night before. In fact, he'd removed every last stitch he had on, and then some, but he hadn't left anything behind. Then she said it was related to Kaylee. Still, he was concerned that what she had for him might be a mean right hook, even if he deserved it. He raised his hand again to knock, when the door swung open before him. Risa stared at him, with a flat enough expression that he was unable to read her emotions. That was probably worse. Damn. She didn't look fiery angry, nor sad. She didn't even look cold. It didn't seem that she'd spent the whole day crying over him. While it certainly wasn't what he wanted, he also wouldn't have been upset to see it. No, she seemed exasperated more than anything. Her words confirmed it. You know, I can hear when people come up the stairwell. You've been standing out here for a good 30 seconds. I'm not sure what you needed to do, but you can knock. I'm going to open the door for you. Yes, he thought. There it was. Her dry tones certainly said, I am the bigger person here, and you, sir, are a dickhead. Shit. This was going to be even harder than he'd expected. Ethan stepped through the doorway as Risa gestured him inside. He wanted to ask what was going on, but the first words out of his mouth were the necessary ones. I screwed up, Risa. I screwed up big time. She looked at him, eyebrows up. How? Well, crap. She was making him say it. Though he deserved it all, he still didn't want to have to do it. His throat tightened and his chest clenched, but he manned up and said the words. I ran out of here this morning. I didn't leave you a note. I didn't do any of it the right way. By the time I realized what I had done, it was so late, too late to fix it. He realized, as the words fell out of his mouth, it was a shitty thing to say. He'd run off and not even realize that he had left her with no note, no contact, not even a thanks. That was really great. See you again, babe. He opened his mouth again. Please, let me explain. No. She said it calmly. Too calmly? You don't need to explain what has already been made very clear. Crap, crap, crap. The swearing in his head got louder. No, Risa. It's not like that. She stared at him, one eyebrow still cocking up, one hand on her hip, the boot giving her a questioning stance. She did not believe anything coming out of his mouth. Sure it is. No, it's not. He held up both of his hands, palms out, still not knowing what she had for him, but knowing what he had for her was an explanation. Whether she hated him or not was entirely up to her, but he at least wanted to explain that he hadn't been a total shithead. None of it was about her, though it should have been. That was his problem, right there. My phone rang at 5 a.m. She narrowed her eyes. I don't know how you didn't wake up, he protested, hands still up. He felt like a prisoner, hanging on her every expression, waiting for her to pardon his crimes. At last her expression changed, and he realized he had no idea how she hadn't woken up. In fact, this whole day would be easier if he hadn't woken up and taken that call. But as an FBI agent, he was so tuned to that phone chime that he wasn't able to sleep through it. I rolled over, ran out of the room and answered it. Late last night we had a search party, find another body. Her head jerked back just a little bit. Clearly, she'd not been expecting to hear that, and certainly he hadn't either, at 5 a.m. I ran. He sighed, and owned up to as much of it as he was capable of. I ran because there was another body. I should have stayed. I should have woken you up. I should have told you. Believe me, this is not how I wanted it to go down. Risa frowned one more time. Not how you wanted it to go down, that you ran out. Or that you had another body? Well, crap. Both, he admitted. Obviously, I never want to find another body. You'd be out of a job, she was quick to point out. I'd be happily out of a job. I can do other jobs. If people quit killing each other, my life would be much, much better. Damn it, now he was getting angry at her, and that was the last thing he needed. He'd already done a very good job of pissing her off. Ethan dialed his temper back. I wish I hadn't run out this morning without saying goodbye to you. I wish I had told you that I desperately want to see you again, and I'm guessing I screwed it up enough that you didn't call me over here this evening with anything even remotely like that in mind. No, it's not like that. You're right. She delivered every word in a flat tone that told him he hadn't won her back with his crappy apology. Still, he wondered if he'd seen her features soften just a little bit. Maybe he'd imagined it. She frowned a little. This new body they found, was it by any chance related to Esther Holtzclaw? What? He asked, now the startled one. Esther Holtzclaw. A girl who disappeared 73 years ago. Ethan stood there stunned. It couldn't be related, he told himself. But it could. The case from this morning was 20 years old. Janet Deaver's case was 50. Why not 73? Why would this case not get stranger and stranger? Of course, Risa was not welcoming him with open arms. Far from it. He was going to need her. And it wouldn't matter. He'd screwed it all up, and he was going to have to go it alone.
Chapter 30. Risa spent the night alone in her own bed. Though that was definitely her normal, it felt odd. The bed still smelled like Ethan. She hadn't changed the sheets. She thought about doing it, but then she thought about not doing it. She thought about his apology, even though she hadn't accepted it. She was still angry. It wouldn't have been hard for him to wake her before he ran out the door. There must have been something that he was thinking or not thinking that had him exiting without even saying goodbye to her. Maybe he really did want to see her again, and he'd simply panicked at 5 a.m. That was entirely plausible. No lies, no gimmicks, just panic followed by an apology. But Risa was tired of men who didn't know what they wanted. If he panicked and ran once, what was to say he wouldn't do it again? Despite wanting Ethan Eames in her life, she didn't need that. She told herself she didn't need him, and yet she hadn't changed the sheets. She'd gone into the station house the next morning. Ethan asked her if she could help out with research, and for the first time, she had a legitimate excuse to say no. Though she'd wanted to help, she also enjoyed being able to say she wasn't available. After 3 hours at the gray metal desk, even turning down Ethan had lost some of its luster. Being a firefighter was a job that attracted doers. It wasn't that they didn't think they had to, but their primary goal was always to move forward. Putting a firefighter at a desk was usually the worst form of torture. Risa often imagined that was the reason her superiors were so grouchy. She would be too, if this was her permanent job. This was why she was training to become an arson investigator. She would not survive being at a desk 5 days a week. Right now, lunchtime couldn't come fast enough. The chief left busy work for people who were stuck on medical leave but still needing to clock hours. According to the city laws, she had to work if she could, and Risa understood. It just sucked. Staying at home had sucked too. At least now she had a reason to get up in the morning, and a legitimate excuse to tell Ethan she was busy. It was strange, though, being in the fire station and not wearing her t-shirt and regulation pants. Though she was still in uniform, it wasn't her station wear. That one she would wear under her PPE when she headed out for a fire. No, this one was a white button-down short-sleeved shirt. This one scratched. Sitting quietly in the hard chair at the ugly desk, she entered report after report into the system. The pile of work went back several months to when Wilson had thrown his shoulder out and wound up on desk duty. Apparently, he sucked at desk duty. She was getting ornery sitting there, so she headed out for lunch by herself. The guys on shift might do a sandwich run with her, but they wouldn't stay and eat. And she needed to be away from that damn desk the whole break. She was not looking forward to tomorrow. Gathering her food at the pickup counter, she headed to the back of the tiny shop. This sucked, she thought, taking the first bite out of her sandwich. She debated before she sat down. She wound up sitting on the wall side of the little booth and looking out at the restaurant. She tried to look like eating lunch alone was normal and okay. She had her tablet out and she was reading, so she wasn't just staring at people, but every other table held more than one person. She played a little computer game and told herself it was fine. Then she told herself she needed to line up lunch dates, that she needed to find more friends she could call. It was hard to reach out, though. When she was on the job, talking to people was easy. She had specific questions to ask. She had a place in the conversation. But calling someone out of the blue and asking them if she wanted to have lunch was harder. The next time Risa was in the library, she was going to ask, "Hey Risa, would you mind if I join you?" Speak of the devil. Nicole Salway slid in the seat across from her. I mean, unless I'm bothering your alone time. Oh dear God, no. Risa smiled wide, glad for the company. She and Nicole had crossed paths often and always got along well, though she'd never reached out to the woman outside of their work, Nicole as a detective, Risa as a fledgling arson investigator. I had to get out of the station. I'm on desk duty. She pointed at the table as though Nicole could see her ankle support boot through the fake wood countertop. Nicole nodded. She understood. I get it. People like us, we're movers and shakers. Desk duty is probably a punishment from hell for you. You hit the nail on the head, Risa acknowledged. Medical leave sucked, but downgraded medical leave is even worse. Nicole laughed, then her expression turned a little more somber. I saw you come in and talk to the FBI agent, Eames, the other day. Can I ask what you were discussing? I mean, you went in and then he went bonkers. Not that he talks to any of us. Oh yeah, that, Risa commented between bites of her sandwich. It suddenly tasted a lot better with company. Don't ask me why I was doing it, but I looked up old cases to link to the one that Agent Eames is working on. Ooh, the tone in Nicole's voice clearly conveyed what she thought of Risa doing favors for Special Agent Ethan Eames. So that sounds like fun. Did he enlist you to help? No, Risa admitted. I mean, he did at first, but yesterday I was bored out of my skull. I did it on my own. Nicole looked away, thoughtful for a moment. I mean, with your position, it's not inappropriate. Wait. I don't mean it that way. I get it, Risa laughed. I think I just wound up doing research for something to do. I was looking into old, cold cases reported in the paper. Nicole took another bite of her sandwich. Oh. Yeah. I don't know what I can tell, Risa commented. I won't push you, Nicole told her, but I can keep a secret too. Well, Risa debated her thoughts out loud. I guess it's public knowledge because it's in the newspapers. And what I found was a DFPD case. I found a missing person file from 50 years ago. We interviewed the head librarian, Carol, about it. Then there's another from 75 years ago. Risa took a breath before continuing. And just today, Ethan found another case of a missing girl from 20 years ago. Risa watched as her friend stopped moving and her face went pale. Nicole, is everything okay? Do they know the girl's name? Nicole was blinking rapidly. She looked clammy, and Risa launched into firefighter mode. She knew how to handle people in crisis, she'd just never expected that person to be Nicole. Reaching out, Risa placed her hand softly over her friend's and let it sit for a moment. She took a few deep breaths, hoping Nicole would mimic her. When she did, Risa finally gave her some information. I don't remember. But I think her first name was Missy. She watched as Nicole went sheet white and almost passed out.
Chapter 31. Ethan startled as the door to his office slammed open and Risa filled the space. She looked like an avenging angel. He didn't know whether to smile, grateful that she'd come to see him, or shake in his shoes. Whatever she was here about, it was important, and his money said it wasn't about him, which sucked. You will not believe what I learned today, she announced, her voice steady and forceful. Whatever it was, it would be important to him. However, he found he didn't really want to hear it. He wanted to fix what he dicked up. Take me to dinner and tell me about it. He hoped his upbeat tone and accompanying smile had the effect he wanted. He'd been stuck behind his desk all day. While he was excited for the new avenues he'd figured out for his searches, he'd still spent almost all of his day hunched over the keyboard, typing in whatever keywords he'd figured out. He'd eventually broken down and pulled every missing woman and child from the Dark Falls area since the town was established. That meant pulling cases dating back almost 300 years. His whole day had mostly sucked, and Risa was now frowning at him. Wait. She held out one hand as she narrowed her eyes even more. I make less money than you do. You're the one who still owes me a reasonable apology. I come in here with news that's going to help your case, and you want me to take you to dinner? Yeah, that had been a shitty way to put it, he realized. His brain was well and truly scrambled. But Risa slamming his door open and standing in the entryway and lighting every single cell of his body on fire certainly hadn't helped. Crappy things were probably going to come out of his mouth, specifically to her, for much of the near future. He wondered if he should just tell her how she scrambled him, so she might stop judging him for it. A guy could hope. Yeah. I meant I should take you to dinner, but you should tell me where we should go. She clearly didn't believe him. He wasn't sure he did, either. Aha. What if I picked that super high-end steak place downtown? He shrugged. You could do that. I mean, I'd hate to ruin a steak with whatever case info you might be carrying around in that brain of yours. I see what you're saying. You're trying to talk your way out of having to buy me the most expensive meal in town. She nodded at him, a slight smile on her mouth at having cracked his game. Ethan shrugged, as though it didn't matter. I'm going to expense tonight's dinner. You're talking about the case, right? She only nodded in reply, her expression toning down a little bit. She'd become animated when she called him on his F-ed-up wording, but now her expression flattened. Of course it did. They'd been talking about going out to dinner, and he'd brought it back around to missing kids and dead bodies and a serial killer. He wondered if it was specifically the subject matter, or the fact that he wasn't talking about taking her out on a date. Ethan shifted in his seat, the discomfort of the situation coming out physically. If he was going to fix things, sooner was better than later. So, let me tell you what. I'm going to take you out, and I'm not going to expense it. I'd like to ask you out on a date, for a really nice steak at that nice restaurant downtown, with a bottle of wine at their best table, and no discussion of anything related to anything regarding the FBI or this case. He watched as his words sank in, and he hoped his tone did too. The more he'd said, the more he realized how much he wanted that. How much she'd maneuvered him into wanting it. And exactly how much he didn't care. Her expression softened, and his heart fluttered with hope. Somewhere in the back of his brain a voice whispered, "Say yes, Risa. Say yes. Say yes." He tried to ignore it. She would say what she would say. All he could do was wait. Tonight, she asked. I'm not really dressed for steak tonight. She waved at her work uniform. It shouldn't have looked hot, but it did. Maybe it was just that sexy women looked sexy in anything. He figured Risa was one of those women, because the uniform was turning him on. He shook his head. Any time. You say when. Also, you should probably tell me how important the information you have for me is, and whether or not our date should be tomorrow. Or you can tell me whatever it is that you found out right here, right now. Then you can go home and change, and we'll have that steak tonight. Or maybe you've decided you hate me, and you're just using me to get the steak. He was rambling. He'd been at the desk too long. He probably needed a rum and coke, or 5, and he probably didn't really need any. She was laughing, and he had no idea if that was a good sign or a bad one. Everything was falling apart. He'd managed to sleep with Risa Caldwell, and he'd messed it up. He'd found out information about his case that was alarming. Then Risa had come along and messed that up too, with information that he clearly needed, that he feared would make the case 5 times worse. Not to mention if he didn't solve this one, and fast, he was probably going to lose his job. Right now, the only information he could give his special agent in charge was that he had a seemingly immortal serial killer who popped up every 20 or so years, but irregularly. The immortal part couldn't possibly be correct. Ethan knew it. Anyone he told would think it was batshit crazy, and that was also going to lead to his sack calling for his badge and gun. He'd never work in the field again. And yet, Somehow, it seemed more pressing to get Risa that steak. "So," she said, thinking about it. "Take me somewhere else tonight. Expense it. No steak. We need to talk. Maybe tomorrow or the next night, you can take me out somewhere really nice." That finally made Ethan smile, but then she said the words that made his heart fall. "I was talking to Nicole Salway this afternoon, and she has information on one of the cases. You need to talk to her." The expression on Risa's face made Ethan's heart go cold. Her next words confirmed his fear. She was there when Missy Harrison was killed.
Chapter 32. Risa woke to a strange light in a bed that wasn't her own. It took a moment to place her surroundings and remember that she'd followed Ethan to his apartment after dinner the night before. Clearly, she'd stayed. As she rolled over, she felt the familiar stretch of muscles that reminded her of his hot mouth on hers, and other places. The feeling of satiety wasn't familiar to her. Nor was the feeling that she might have made a mistake, and that it might be one she would make again. The beeping from her phone alarm was at least something she recognized. Reaching out, Risa smacked at it a couple of times until it quit. However, she knew it would start again in exactly 4 minutes if she didn't sit up and input her code. She'd done that on purpose, given her tendency to roll over and slip back into a nice deep sleep. But this morning, she was awake. Awake. Ethan lay beside her, yawning and stretching from his horizontal position. He'd been dead to the world, but her alarm had woken him too. He sounded groggy and a little unhappy at being beeped at 4 a.m. "Jesus, Risa, it's so early. I've got to get home. Then I have to shower and change for work." "What ungodly hour do you have to go in at?" he asked. The slur in his words indicated that he still wasn't fully awake. 8, she told him. "Crap. Babe, it's 4. Your apartment is not that far away." "Yeah, well," she looked at him. "I don't want to do my walk of shame late enough in the morning that everyone can see me." That, it seemed, finally woke him up. His eyes were wide and blue beneath frowning brows as he repeated her words back. "Walk of shame, huh? That's what they call it." "Well, what do you call it?" he asked. "Are you ashamed of this? Of us?" "No," Risa said. "But I'm clearly in the clothing I was wearing yesterday." Ethan tilted his head and frowned. "You wear a uniform. How would anyone even tell?" Risa had to admit she was going to go home and dress in an exact copy of the uniform that she was slowly putting back on from where they'd scattered it around his bedroom floor. She sighed at him. He didn't understand, and she didn't know how to explain. "The wrinkles give me away. Also, everyone will see me walking toward my house in the early morning hours." "So yeah, but really, is anyone going to notice?" "That's the idea. I want to do this before anyone is on their way to early coffee to spot me. I mean, Dark Falls isn't some tiny little burb in the middle of nowhere. The people around here know me. I'm their local neighborhood firefighter." She was getting louder, and she was fighting to bring her tone back down. Her hands had quit doing up buttons and were now waving around. "You know who's up at 4 a.m.? Firefighters and cops. They are out on the streets 24/7. And I'm praying I don't run into someone I know, because I don't want to deal with the speculation." Ethan nodded, finally understanding. It wasn't that she was ashamed. It was just that she didn't want anyone up in her business. People already knew that there was something going on between her and Agent Eames. She did not want to pour fuel on that fire. Not when she didn't even know if he was her boyfriend. Her shoulders slumped, and she hoped Ethan didn't see it. Even going home at 4 a.m. wouldn't fix things. She truly might run into a coworker. Nicole had already inserted far too many lilting OS during their lunch the other day. With a few deep breaths, and Ethan no longer trying to stop her, Risa buttoned her wrinkled uniform shirt over her bra and stepped into the pants that had been pressed when she started her day yesterday. It was no designer pantsuit, but her uniform was expensive on the earning the right to wear it side, and she was not going to jeopardize that by showing up in yesterday's wrinkled clothes, even for desk duty. Even for Ethan Eames. Though God help her, he made it tempting. She struggled to say no to him about anything. She hadn't demanded a steak last night, and they'd wound up going out for pizza. Once again, they'd sat in the back booth and talked about the case, much more like co-workers or Holmes and Watson than a man and a woman. Risa's news had been a bomb dropped into his case. And Ethan had called Nicole right after they'd finished eating. The Missy Harrison murder had happened with another child in tow, Nicole Salway. Ethan was hoping she might remember some details about the killer. As children, the two girls had been kidnapped together. It seemed she was the only one who'd ever seen anything, but Nicole had not held up well to questioning. Honestly, neither had Risa. She had hoped that she and Nick would become better friends in the future, but after last night's dredging up of bad memories, Risa didn't think Nicole would associate her with anything good. The detective had wanted to help. She hadn't seen her friend's death. In fact, many of her memories about the incident had been repressed until recently. But Risa figured Nick probably wouldn't want anything to do with her again. Risa understood that she might not be welcomed by her friend when she showed up at the station for more arson investigation training with Noelle Gray. No one would want someone who triggered bad memories working there with her. Crap. Still, the case was far too important. Children's lives were on the line. Probably not for another 20 years, but that assumed she and Ethan were right about the time frames. Risa slipped into her sock and back into the ankle boot she was now allowed to remove at night. She stepped into the stupid kitten heel that she was going to throw out when this was over. And she considered climbing back into bed and staying with Ethan a few hours longer. Let everyone see her walk home, let the world know that this was just what adult women did. Ethan apparently wouldn't have had any compunction about walking home from her house early. In fact, it seemed he'd bolted from her apartment several mornings ago at 5 a.m. without even the slightest thought to what people might think. Risa wasn't quite ready to embrace all of that, so she leaned over, kissed him goodbye, and told him to stay in bed. Then she let herself out his front door and prayed she didn't run into anyone. At her building, she climbed the stairs and opened the door, hoping she didn't wake any of her own neighbors. She closed the door behind her and thought, safe. But when she went to turn the bolt, it didn't slide into place. Risa froze and looked around the apartment, her heart pounding at the thought that someone had been in here. She checked the whole apartment out, realizing she still hadn't told Ethan about her suspicions. Once she determined the place was clear and she didn't find that anything had been moved, Risa jammed a chair under the door, then showered. Even then, she still had several hours before she had to get dressed and go to the station. It only took a moment to convince herself to climb into bed. There wasn't much else she could do at this hour except go down to the neighborhood coffee shop and wait out her time there. Also, she told herself that she wanted to be available in the evening, in case Ethan still wanted to go for that steak. Then she told herself to live her own damn life and not make plans around a man who hadn't made plans around her. Ethan had a full day of research, and she had to debate telling him about her bolt. It could just be broken, but she didn't think so. He had to look into the Esther Holtzclaw case and see if it really fit the pattern. He had to use all the little odds and ends of information Nicole had given him and try to put the Missy Harrison case together. Risa lay in her bed, wrapped in her towel, as a thought nagged her at the back of her brain. They found a case from 50 years ago, one from 20 years ago, another from 75 years ago, and none of it made sense. 50 years was a long, long run for a serial killer. 75 was improbable beyond belief. She wanted to go to the library as soon as she was off work and recheck the records. She was going to dig even further back. Something told her there was nothing normal about this case or this killer. And she had to tell Ethan about her door tonight. Chapter 33. Risa opened the door to Ethan's office and stood in the space it made. Though she didn't slam her way in as she had the evening before, she did open it without knocking. This man had been in her bed and she in his. Behind her, she imagined the eyebrows of several of the detectives rising. Right at that moment, she realized her leaving his apartment to go home at 4 a.m. had been a complete waste of time. She'd clearly changed after work into a skirt. And she was showing up at the local FBI agent's office. There was probably no one in Dark Falls who didn't at least have some idea of what was going on between Ethan and Risa. As she took in the view in front of her, she noticed Ethan looked worse for wear. Risa imagined that he'd likely rolled over and gone back to sleep when she left him that morning. He'd said it was his only chance to sleep in, and by that he meant 7 a.m. rather than a bone-jarring 5. It was why she hadn't called him when she found her bolt. He almost looked as though he hadn't shaved. The day was wearing on him, she could tell. She almost didn't want to give him her news, because it certainly would not make things easier. He looked up, seeming to know what she was going to say. She wanted to believe she could be casually dropping by to see if she could get dinner for him. But no, he looked her dead in the eyes and seemed to read her very clearly. "Let me guess. You found another case?" She nodded, even though it wasn't the whole truth. "Me too," he said, and Risa frowned. He'd been through everything in the FBI database before. So how had he come up with something that wasn't there yesterday? What did you search this time that made it different? Everything. Some of the same things, new combinations, and honestly, I went back and asked Carol Kastrup. Really? Who knew the old biddy would turn out to be a font of information? It turns out Carol had a metric ton of gossip about the state of the DF police department and crime in the area. But it paid off, because like the librarian she is, Ethan said, the exhaustion still showing through his voice despite his pleasure that Carol had actually done something worthwhile, she pointed me in the right direction. Risa frowned. But I was just at the library. No library for me. I went back to pulling old police records. He motioned to his computer. I have more possible missing children cases, bodies not found yet. One relatively recent, and the others spread out. I pulled every missing child in the entire history of the town. Holy crap. Risa felt the exclamation burst out. I thought you were supposed to use that supercomputing algorithm of yours to sort it out, so you didn't have to do that. It wasn't working. Something about that phrase explained the look on his face. I have 5 more cases. I have no idea if they fit or not. I really want to hand them to you to take a look at, but I'm pretty sure that's highly illegal. No, he paused. I'm confident it is. Well, Risa said, what's the oldest case you found? 90 years. I had another one that's over 100, but I can't make it fit. This time, Risa had paid almost $10 in copying fees to the library. She laid out all the things she'd brought on his desk. I found 3 more cases. Did you now? Ethan looked at her, with a wary look in his eyes. He didn't want more cases. She could tell. One side of his mouth quirked. Well, it will be good if they line up with mine, and harsh if they don't. Risa understood. If they'd pulled the same cases, they confirmed each other's work. But if hers were different, and if hers matched the pattern, it would mean that his method was still incomplete. My oldest one, she said, the sound of her voice echoing softly in the room and making her wish she'd closed the door, is 200 years old.
Chapter 34. Ethan felt his head sink into his hands. His elbows rested on his desk, his face down, and his body almost melted into defeat. Long day? Risa asked him. The longest, he told her. Though he'd had worse, few had been as relentless at delivering one negative piece of information after another. The immortal killer angle was clearly incorrect, and he'd begun searching for groups, cults, any organization that had been in the area dating back to the earliest killing. He'd found several that had changed hands over the years, but nothing that connected even slightly to the killings. Several of the groups had gone inactive during a time when one of the murders they had found occurred. Several others had disbanded 10 or even 30 years ago and couldn't be responsible for Kaylee Shulte's death. What he'd thought was a solid idea was just another dead end, and one he couldn't tell Risa about unless she brought the evidence to him. He'd already told her far more than he should. Giving her keys to his research into the case could get him fired. Ethan thought he might plausibly defend the rest of it, but not this. He sighed and tried to let the ugly day slide away. The latest thing I've been failing at is requisitioning protection for Nicole Salway. At least that was something he could tell Risa. Why would she need it? I mean, this guy has been killing children. I know you told her to stay safe the other night and not be alone, but I thought those were normal precautions. And she's a detective. Risa's words trailed off into a frown. That's true, I was trying not to alarm her. He'd been trying to get a security detail because Nicole was likely the only witness who had ever seen this guy, even though she'd been clear in all her statements at the time and again now that she hadn't actually seen him. She'd been young and frightened when she and Missy were kidnapped. Nicole's memory included only flashes and images. She'd seen a knife, indicating further that Missy's case was one of this batch. It also stood to reason that if there was a serial killer on the loose, he might come after Nicole to stop her from identifying him. Ethan looked up at Risa. I'd been going through the records from Missy's murder. Because it was 20 years old, I had to pull the records from off-site record storage. So I knew there was a friend with her when she was initially abducted. I didn't connect that it was one of the DF detectives. She changed her last name between then and now. The Janet Devers case would indicate that the killer was likely now well into his 70s. The Dark Falls PD was struggling to find money to protect an adult woman from a serial killer who wasn't really a serial killer yet and was likely too old to offer much real harm to a trained officer of Nicole's age. One who wasn't even living alone, like Risa was. Telling Nicole she might be in danger again had been painful for both of them. He hadn't told anyone in the public that he was trying to get Dark Falls PD protection. In fact, he tried to downplay it the night before, which was what Risa had seen. Now, however, she heard the other side of it. Honestly, he was afraid for Risa too. She'd tripped over Kaylee. Did the killer know it was her? I just hope you aren't afraid too. The police don't want to do it, Risa asked, her tone a little odd. He shrugged. Of course, they want to do it. But who's going to put in extra hours for free? On top of the extra hours most officers already put in. There's not money to cover overtime for trained officers. We could hire a couple of bouncers, but that doesn't really work. An elite security firm could actually keep her safe. But Nicole's an officer too. She doesn't have the money for that. Risa was nodding at him as she began to understand. Ethan kept going, the complaints pouring out. It doesn't seem to matter anyway, because in order to get her security, I have to prove that she's a witness to a serial killer. I haven't yet proven that we even have a serial killer. He wanted to reach up and grab his hair just to do something to let the frustration out. But he didn't. For whatever reason, one he wasn't ready to admit to himself, he didn't want Risa to see him lose it like a toddler after 3 days with no sleep. Still, that's what he felt like. Risa frowned at him. Isn't it obvious the way Kaylee Shulte was cut and left out? That wasn't a crime of passion or even a sexual assault. What else could that be but a serial killer? It is obvious. It is to you and me. He was working to watch his tongue and not let his new information slip out. In some cases, it would be enough to open an investigation. I have to meet certain criteria to declare it. The Missy Harrison case really helped in that regard. But I didn't have quite enough information to connect the two. But we had Janet Devers first, and she makes it less likely that it's one person doing the killing. So we had a problem before we even had a link. He was pacing the small space, unable to contain all the buzzing inside him. When we add in Esther Holtzclaw, it actually makes my case even less viable, he said, hating the way it sounded. Hating the expression on Risa's face as she frowned at him one more time. How is that the case? I mean, I thought the standard was 3 killings to prove that you had a serial killer. Only 1 in some cases, Ethan told her. The idea was to make it easier to start investigating the worst cases. Unfortunately, his was falling apart even as it came together. And in fact, the Kaylee Shulte case could have been one of those. It is so obviously not this killer's first time. So how does Esther Holtzclaw make it worse? Because it takes this case outside of the norms, he told her, feeling the weight of the long day settle back over him. His sack had just told him that he needed more. He wasn't sure how much more he could find. The Esther Holtzclaw case is 75 years old, which gives me at least a 95-year-old serial killer. If it's one person, the chances that he's going to kill again in another decade are almost 0. He's already beyond the average life expectancy. The chances that he'll keel over tomorrow from diabetes or heart disease are much, much higher than the chances that he'll live to kill the next child. Thus, he's not considered a threat. Mathematically, that makes sense. But he was 95 2 weeks ago too, and he just killed a child. Right, Ethan said. We're also assuming the killer is male. We don't actually know that. We don't even know that we have only one killer, he thought. The profile that eventually came back has too many gaps because of the number of cases and the time between them. Risa looked at him. But you pulled all the cases from Dark Falls yourself. So you were already looking through the full history of the town. I was, said Ethan. But the cases I matched are newer, and unfortunately, I'm struggling to line them up. Well, look at mine. Maybe I'm wrong. She shrugged. Maybe he didn't kill anyone 200 years ago. But Ethan could tell from the look on her face that she didn't believe that. She wouldn't have copied them if she was just looking at missing kids. She wouldn't have shown up at his office late at night with files unless she was convinced they matched. As Ethan looked through the 3 files, he felt more weight settle on his shoulders. Risa wasn't wrong. Then she said, I think he broke into my apartment. And Ethan went cold.
Chapter 35. Risa had watched him change as the words came out. When? Ethan's stance was suddenly still, predatory. Last night. She let it all tumble out, the moved mat, the bolt looking loose the other day. She protested, it might be nothing. It might be everything. And the timing is too perfect to be a coincidence. His breathing was heavy. This is why I didn't want to tell you. What if I'm wrong? What if you're not? He's killed Risa. I can't let that happen to you. The words stopped abruptly as though he were censoring himself. Then he started babbling. I can't get you a detail. Stay with me. When she started to protest, he shook his head, cutting her off. Nothing has to happen between us, but you stay at my place or I stay at yours. You don't walk alone. Ethan, she interrupted him. I'm 5'10". I'm a trained firefighter. He's not a fire. He's a killer. Something in his eyes made her give in. Fine. Just read the files. See if I found anything. Her concession apparently didn't strike him as convincing, but he sat down and read through the files. She watched as his eyes drifted closed for a moment, needing a break from pictures of the bodies of dead children. She watched as his shoulders slumped right before he told her she was right. 2 of these are boys. He said it, without inflection. She tried to think of why she'd pulled them. I went in the old newspaper files again. All the way back to when it was the Dark Falls Examiner. He looked at her, his eyes squinting as he shook his head like he was trying to figure something out. How did you figure out the newspaper changed hands? I volunteer at the library. I know the town. She shrugged as though it were no big deal. You've only been here about 6 months. You've only been here a few years, he countered quickly. Maybe that's why? It's my job to learn as much as I can. Where fires will start. Where I'll run into medical emergencies. Which streets clog at 3 p.m. when the school's let out. She paused. At the library, I see a lot about the town's history. She had to give Carol Castrop credit for that one. Well, I'm going to get fired for having you on this case already. I might as well use you. Fired. She jolted back. Because of me? Not because of you. Maybe if I don't get this case solved. Are you really worried about losing your job? He tipped his head side to side, in as much of an admission as he seemed willing to make. It was the first time she realized he was concerned about his livelihood. Being an agent was what Ethan Eames was. He'd worked hard for that badge, just like she had for hers. The thought that he could lose it was humbling, especially when she'd seen nothing from him but the actions of an exemplary agent. Come with me. Let's head over to the records building and pull the police records from these cases. Maybe something will prove these aren't related. She could tell he wasn't really hopeful about that. But she couldn't tell him no, either. The distance to the courthouse was walkable, and with a few reassurances from her that she was slow in her boot but not in pain, they headed down the street. The walk was quiet, Ethan stuffing his hands into his pockets, then immediately pulling them back out, as though he needed to be ready. He'd rolled up his sleeves, and she was sneaking glances and thinking about how far gone she was to be ogling forearms. He pulled a ring of keys from his pocket and led her into the courthouse, holding the door as she walked past him. It felt strange walking into the empty building, and stranger still heading down the stairs. Her footsteps echoed oddly, the boots squeaking on the linoleum as Ethan's wingtips made a soft patter. He flipped the light as she headed past him and started looking for the dates they needed. The shelves were deep and tall, and though they were organized, they also contained a mosh of different kinds of boxes and containers. There were paper bags folded, labeled, and stapled, and occasional piles of manila envelopes tied shut with red string. 2 hours later, Risa sat back, exhausted. She'd helped Ethan pull the evidence he needed. She'd even grabbed the sign-out form off the wall and hopped up onto the desk to fill it out. This is a crappy system. Anyone could run off with evidence, she commented even as she diligently entered codes and dates. Only 3 of us have the keys. Usually there's a gatekeeper. He pointed to the desk she was sitting on. He was close. Risa concentrated on the codes. No transposing numbers just because she could smell him. Her body reminded her what it felt like to kiss him. What it felt like to be under him, on the brink of an orgasm. Ethan moved closer, his leg brushing hers. Suddenly, he was standing between her knees. She didn't look up, not all the way, but enough to see his chest moved with heavy breaths. She knew that chest. She knew those lips slightly parted, waiting, wanting her. He pulled the clipboard from her hand and set it aside. Her arms wound around his neck as his fingers grabbed her hips and pulled her forward. In a second, she went from hot to on fire. This man did it to her every time. He didn't speak, but he convinced her to do everything he wanted. She wanted it too. She wanted his fingers popping the buttons on her blouse. She wanted him to push it off her shoulders and peel the spaghetti straps on the thin cotton camisole she wore underneath. She enjoyed the way his breath sucked in. Her eyes flitted to the door to see that, at some point, he'd closed it. The building was empty. So she unbuttoned his shirt and helped him shrug out of it. She was pushing up the clean white tank underneath it before he even had his arms free from the sleeves. Risa, oh my God. Give me a minute. No. She was smiling, her mouth tracing the lines of his abs. You can't come at me like this and expect it to be slow and docile. She licked up to his neck and placed tiny bites along the muscles corded there. He moaned and tried to get himself together, even as his hands moved on her. He did it again. On the 3rd time, he gave up and lifted her hips, laying her back across the large desk calendar. He was whispering to her. Dirty phrases, sweet ones. Everything he wanted to do to her. It seemed like hours afterward that she sat on the desk, curled up against him and around him. He didn't speak now, all his words used up during. But his breathing was steady, and the man who'd slumped earlier now seemed perfectly content. Eventually, she realized they had to get out of here. Slowly, they put themselves back together, straightened the desk, and gathered their things. He locked things behind them as they went. In the hallway, just before he unlocked the front door again, this time to let them out, he turned to her. "Risa, remember, you're coming home with me tonight." She wanted to say no. She wanted to tell him she'd be safe. She wanted to not need him. He must have seen it. "Risa, please. I need you with me." She nodded. She couldn't tell this man no for anything, it seemed. They stepped out into the night and headed down the street hand in hand. Anyone could see them. Though they hadn't declared, even to each other, that they were together, anyone looking would certainly presume that they were. She smiled up at him, her smile growing wider as he smiled back. That was when the hair on the back of her neck prickled. "Ethan, I think we're being followed."
Chapter 36. Ethan looked at the trailhead at the edge of the national forest with a little bit of trepidation. Risa stood beside him, sneakers on both her feet, her workout gear distracting him from the task at hand. While she'd spent the night with him 2 nights ago, she'd insisted she needed her space last night. He'd spent the night in his bed alone, clutching his cell phone, petrified. He'd never found anyone following them. Though he'd inspected everything more carefully than he normally would have, he couldn't prove her bolt had been tampered with and hadn't just failed, or that her doormat had been moved. The super had replaced the lock with a better one, and Risa insisted she'd be safe. Ethan had felt like vomiting until she called him this morning. Now she'd showed up here, in leggings and a tank top and a light jacket, as though it were any day. Now that he knew she was safe, he'd relaxed his guard just a little, and the shape of her was constantly tugging at his attention. He wanted her. All the time. He wasn't used to the whole package. Usually he admired a woman, or she was fun, or she was sexy. Risa was all three. And her being in danger was scaring him. She was a bomb going off in his life, when everything was already a screwed-up mess. But here was Risa, right at his side. Strong, capable, smart, and completely distracting in those blue leggings. He wasn't sure what he was doing with her. Obviously, they were lovers, but beyond that, he didn't know. Ethan didn't know he had anything real to offer her. After Florida, he'd been floating along, not even sure how much his job meant anymore. He'd never intended to stay in Dark Falls, but Risa was growing slow, firm roots into the town and its people. The two of them weren't at any point where he could ask her to come away with him if he got a promotion, and he wasn't at any point to get a promotion. At best, he'd get transferred to some outpost in Siberia. This case was like digging his own grave and climbing in. Having Risa on the trail beside him wasn't going to do him any professional favors, and he told her so. "I don't think it's legal to have you along on this search." "Look," she said. "I just happened to be here, hiking. This is the last trail I tried to run, and maybe I want to walk it again." He raised one eyebrow at her. "Like anyone is going to believe that. I can't just requisition a civilian to come along on official business." "Yeah. You understand that I'm not really a civilian, right?" She looked at him sideways, stubborn, and he knew she was going to win this argument. But he wasn't ready to hand it over quite yet. "Oh, you're an FBI agent now?" he asked. "I'm on the Dark Falls SARE, the Search and Rescue and Evacuation Team. You're heading into a national forest. A lost FBI agent would not reflect well on either the city or the bureau, would it? So, if you would, please explain to me how familiar you are with the forestry area." She looked up at him, as though she were innocently awaiting his answer. Score 1 for Risa, he thought. "I'm familiar with the hike up to where Kaylee Shulte's body was found." He was not from around here, and though he was athletic, he ran on city streets, not wooded trails like Risa did. Which of course was exactly what he was doing today, heading out to where Esther Holtzclaw had been discovered. He was checking several sites associated with other murders, too. He was in workout gear. If anyone saw him, he didn't want to look like a fed in the woods, just a man out hiking the trails on a decent day. Exactly, she said. Please explain to me which portions of the forests are open to hikers and joggers, and which are closed to the general public due to mudslides, fast water, sharp trails, and… Oh, shut up. He grinned at her. Clearly, you know the area better than I do. So I'm your guide, she smiled back. I'm also an arson investigator, so while I'm not a crime scene tech, I can be helpful. You can give me an official title in your report. She shrugged, as though it were a done deal. Ethan mulled it over. It was a good excuse, but I don't think I've heard of anyone taking a firefighter along with them before. Well, there's a first time for everything. I'm guessing Dr. Lee wasn't available, which is why you're coming out here by yourself. He didn't even answer her. Being in these woods alone wasn't the brightest thing to do. Perhaps if he got himself lost, it would give the Bureau the excuse it needed to fire him. If anything happened to him, he could be stuck without even a phone signal, which would be beyond embarrassing. He did have his gun and badge on him, so he wasn't helpless, but it wasn't the same as contact with civilization. Or a buddy. You need me, Risa told him, folding her arms again and staring him down. And if she was with him, she wasn't alone in her apartment, he mulled. If she was being followed, and he was growing more convinced she was, then maybe she was safest with him. Tell me about the ankle, Ethan countered. He wasn't as worried about her being with him as he was about her health. He had no concerns about his ability to carry her out of the forest, but he didn't want her to hurt it again. Still, he grinned. Nice knee socks. Hiding my new smaller brace, she said. The boot went off yesterday morning. I walked on this all day yesterday. In fact, I'm only in this brace so that I don't re-injure myself. Are you sure you're okay for hiking? He asked. You know this trail. It's not easy. I have a long path planned. Pulling out his map, Ethan showed her all the places he had marked, all the locations where the bodies had been found. I'm okay for any of it, and you shouldn't be out here by yourself, Ethan. He could agree with that statement, but he struggled with wondering whether he agreed with it because she wasn't just anyone coming along. She was Risa. He was beginning to think she could handle anything, and the fact of the matter was, she probably could, possibly better than him. So, he turned to her, something in his chest twisting as he took in her smile at having won. Let's get going.
Chapter 37. 2 hours later, Risa stood at a small summit looking out over open land. Her crossed arms helped hold up the backpack that was just a little heavier than it was when they'd started. She pulled out a granola bar, unwrapped it, and handed half to Ethan. I'm good, Ethan dismissed it with a wave of his hand. He was looking off over the land in front of them. You don't have to eat this, but you need to eat something. I can tell you're not quite the hiker. Hey. His protest was swift and sharp. No, you're in good shape. Her voice turned soft then. And I do like the shape you're in, but different activities call on different muscle groups and can wear you out much faster than you might expect. She shoved the food back at him. Eat. She could tell the backpack wasn't his usual mo either. While hers held hiking materials, food, water, and spare straps, his held almost nothing for the actual hike. She'd also packed first aid, bandages, as well as inflatable braces for a broken arm or ankle. She had learned that one the hard way. His pack contained case files, maps, GPS locations, and pictures of crime scenes. She hoped nobody caught them and examined his bag. They shared a water bottle, and Risa thought that was an intimate thing given that they hadn't still decided what they might be to each other. The hike would have been a good opportunity to talk about that, except that they were literally now stuck with each other, unless they veered separate ways in the woods. 1, that would have looked terrible in his report, and 2, it would completely undermine everything she'd said to get him to let her come along. So maybe later they could have a chat, and see if she should call him her boyfriend. Or if maybe he thought they were just having sex, and she misunderstood. They'd first stopped at the site where Kaylee Shulte had been found. The yellow tape was broken again, the loose ends blowing in the light breeze. The area still bore the remnants of the mementos people had brought to memorialize the little girl. Leaves had fallen on top of it, but there was nothing new to find, evidence-wise. Using her compass and her own navigational skills, Risa had led Ethan to the next site, where Missy Harrison's body had been found. There wasn't much to see here either. Once again, the crime scene tape was broken and the scene trampled by visitors, but with so much less evidence to collect, no one had bothered protecting it. Only a single candle sat here, snuffed out some long time ago. Hopefully, it had not been left to burn while no one watched it. Ethan commented that he needed to get someone out to pick up the debris, particularly the candles, as they were a fire hazard. He'd suggested carrying the candles out themselves, but Risa convinced him not to. "Mind the ounces," she told him, "and the pounds will mind themselves." He'd looked at her oddly. "You don't carry anything you don't need to. Your pack can easily get too heavy, and extraneous items make you more likely to have an accident or wear out or whatever. Someone else can get the candles." He'd nodded in agreement, and they'd left that site quickly enough, heading next to where Esther Holtzclaw's body had been found. They'd intended to make a loop, checking that site, then Janet Devers. Ethan had pointed out on the map the way the scenes were clustered together. The visual was helpful, but his notes made it clear there wasn't a consistent 20 to 30-year turnaround. There were gaps. They had gaps of 50 years between some of the killings, but Risa now suspected there was another murder or more in that time span that they simply hadn't matched up. She wasn't sure they wouldn't stumble over another body as they walked the area where all the kids had been found. Ethan had intended to come out here on his own, but he needed her, she thought. However, her need for him was beginning to concern her. When he'd invited her to stay over 2 nights ago, she hadn't been able to say no, having just been thoroughly satisfied on an evidence room desk. She should have taken that satisfaction home and slept well. But he'd asked so wonderfully, as though he wanted her. He'd said he needed her there. But last night, Risa had put her foot down. She'd slept in her own bed, alone, just to prove that she wasn't afraid. But while she had stayed in her own bed all night, alone, it had not been mission accomplished. Though she even managed a little sleep, had she proven that she didn't need Ethan Eames? Not in the slightest. Ethan broke her line of thought, pointing into the distance. "Okay, somewhere between here and there, we leave National Forest land, right?" She nodded, holding the map out, tracing lines to show him where they were. "Esther Holtzclaw's site is in that direction?" he asked her as he pointed. "Yes," Risa told him. "Ready to head over?" Ethan nodded, and they started down the hill. It was a beautiful day, the temperature low enough to offset the exertion of the hike. If only they'd been out enjoying it, instead of running a macabre trail to all the sites where bodies had been found. Risa shook it off and tried to enjoy the walk and the company for the 30 minutes it took to get to the next location. The distance itself was not long, but the hike was difficult. Ethan let Risa pinpoint the spot as much as possible given the GPS, but it wasn't precise. "I think this is it." Ethan shook his head at her and pointed, then moved them over another 10 yards. He pointed to the ground. "This is the spot," he said. "And we definitely have a serial." Chapter 38. Risa was certain that they were being watched. She'd been feeling it so much lately, it was getting familiar. And she certainly did not like feeling it out here in the woods, with no cell service. She turned to tell Ethan, though he'd never seen the man she was certain was following her. He'd found no evidence of it, other than what she'd already seen. Though he'd not had that same sensation of being watched that she did, he'd never discounted hers either. "Ethan, they're out here." "What?" His whisper matched hers. "Whoever it is, they're out here, Ethan." She said it with a bit of a hitch in her voice. The sinking sensation in her heart didn't make her feel any better. There were no good reasons for the person following her to be out here. You're sure? She understood. It was ludicrous, really. I am? Cray. Ethan, I feel like I've been seeing someone out of the corner of my eye for the past 40 minutes. Why didn't you say anything? He put his hands on his hips and walked a tight circle. She hoped it looked like a normal gesture to whomever was watching. Because it's like before. There's no real evidence. I don't come face to face with anyone. I can't even identify a face. I just feel it. Maybe I'm paranoid. I did stumble over a body in the woods, after all. Ethan ran his hand over his short, dark red hair and nodded at her. His frustration was clear, but so was his understanding. Without gesturing that direction, look like you're telling me something interesting. Now, where did you see him? Or them? Them? Risa hadn't considered that possibility before. Maybe it was one of those things Ethan couldn't tell her about. Trying to slow her suddenly rising heart rate, Risa pulled out her water bottle as cover for their talking. Unscrewing the cap, she forced a grin and told him, "Off to the right. Sometimes it sounds like they're behind us." "Jesus, Risa," he said. "You've been hearing this, and you didn't say anything?" "I think I'm paranoid, Ethan." She was making her fake grin face. "And it never occurred to me there might be more than one person." He completed several full circles before he spoke without moving his mouth. "I don't see anything. Not even an odd movement." Even though Ethan had been taking stock of their surroundings all along, she appreciated that he was now doing so with more conviction. Risa changed the subject for her own sanity. Surely no one was out here. The idea was ludicrous. "What is it about this site that made you confident we have a serial killer, or killers?" He took a deep breath. Though they'd come to where Esther Holtzclaw's body had been found, they'd had only enough information to get to the right general area. Using the property lines listed in the original police report, they'd managed to narrow the location down to about an acre. However, Ethan had looked around a bit, walked over, turned a full circle, and chosen a specific spot that he declared to be the site. Risa pushed a little harder. "What is it?" "It wasn't in any of the reports," he said, "but Kaylee Shulte's body and evidence from the original site." He was keeping his voice low, probably in case someone was following them. "Suggests she was lined up in an open clearing among 5 large trees." Risa tipped her head and blinked. He was right. She'd heard nothing about 5 trees. Her head was aimed north, the arms and legs splayed out like a starfish. Risa searched her memory. She'd seen that, not with Kaylee Shulte, but in pictures from the Esther Holtzclaw scene, from Janet Devers. She could see it in her mind. "Yes, but not quite evenly." "You noticed that from the pictures from the old crime scenes?" "Not until you said this now. But thinking back, I remember the bodies weren't perfectly arranged. Sometimes one arm would be a little higher, one leg a little lower." "Correct. The limbs were pointed to the trees." Risa jolted at that. She'd not figured that out, but Ethan had. "Still," he concluded, "I don't know what it means, but right here is the only spot in this area, at least the only spot about 30 yards off the property line, where we have a similar cluster of 5 trees. And if you look at the original drawing from the crime scene." Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out the police sketch. "You can see the 5 trees. This is the spot." He pointed. Laying the bodies out toward the trees, not symmetrically, well, that's one of those signature moves. "Which means," Risa filled in, "this is definitely a serial killer." Ethan nodded and she felt her heart clench. Even though she'd already figured that out, she'd wanted to be wrong. This case was 3/4 of a century old. One of the cases she'd dug up, the Barry Smith murder, was 160. So while everything in the cases pointed to a serial killer, the timeline didn't. Unless there was more than one person, as Ethan had just suggested. Risa looked at each of the trees as they told her she'd been right. She and Ethan examined the scene, the heavy feeling in her heart lingering long after it should have faded. Though she tried to ignore it, the feeling of being watched persisted. Ethan was snapping pictures with his phone, gathering evidence to support his current case. Standing in the center of the trees, Risa turned occasionally to check the area around them in a different direction and moved out of the way as Ethan needed to get certain pictures. As she stood there on the hallowed ground where Esther Holtzclaw had been laid out, she tried to distract herself. The day was beautiful, and if anyone was following them, shouldn't she have really seen something? Her breathing was finally starting to settle down. She was just telling herself that she felt secure with Ethan on the case, when the tingling and prickling feelings in her bones told her their watcher was getting closer. She'd experienced that sensation before as a firefighter. It was that extra something that told her to dive under the bed and look for an extra kid, or to head back in to find a dog or a cat that had been left behind. But in most of those cases, it had been her doing something to save someone else. This was about saving herself. Risa sighed. The feeling was a mistake. No one was in the woods with them. And Ethan had just offered a very earthly explanation for the ongoing deaths in her community. That was when she saw Ethan's head snap up just as she heard the noise, and behind her a voice said, "Don't move."
Chapter 39. Ethan froze at the command. His mind thought several things at once. 1. Risa had been right. 2. How had he not heard this man approaching? He was a trained federal agent. He should have been more aware of his surroundings. And 3. This man must know the woods very, very well. He was capable of sneaking up on Risa, even though she'd been relatively aware of his presence already. But it worried Ethan more that the man was capable of getting the drop on a trained federal agent. Ethan's instant concern shifted to worry that there were more people in the woods that neither of them had detected. Slowly, Ethan put his hands in the air. It was intended as a show of good faith. He hadn't looked at the man yet. He could still see Risa standing to his side, slowly moving to face the intruder. As she did, Ethan motioned to her with his shoulders and his own hands to put hers into the air. The two of them needed to show this person they weren't any threat. Right now, Ethan was going to follow orders. He didn't want a sniper shot taking him out. Turning, Ethan found a man in jeans and a plaid flannel shirt, his shotgun aimed straight at Ethan's chest. At least it wasn't aimed at Risa. Ethan waited for the question, "What are you doing trespassing on my property?" But it didn't come, and that worried Ethan more. If he didn't ask why Ethan and Risa were trespassing, it meant he either knew or thought he knew. Neither option was good. Though Ethan kept his eyes on the man, in his peripheral vision, he scanned Risa head to toe to see how she was doing. She was following his lead. However, he was afraid she might make a sudden move, dive for the gun or something heroic like that. While it was a great tactic for a lone offender, he didn't think this man was alone. Risa managed to look more irritated than anything, but he could see the beat of her pulse at the base of her throat. He was thanking God for her training right now. Both of them still wore their backpacks, and hopefully it made them look like harmless hikers. That they might have simply wandered off a trail and onto this property. Doing a quick assessment of the man in front of him, Ethan decided he looked perfectly ordinary. Probably 40 or 50 years old, although it was hard to tell at a glance. Though he looked for it, Ethan saw nothing that indicated that this man murdered Barry Smith almost 160 years ago. As the three of them stood there, the man with the gun in charge, Ethan stayed silent, waiting and hoping the man would give something away. But he didn't. He just kept the shotgun aimed at them. Eventually, Ethan realized that if they were going to get out of this, he had to speak. He started with an attempt at being friendly. "We're just out hiking today. Can you put that gun down?" "No sir, I can't," the man said. "And you're not out hiking. You're that FBI agent." Damn, Ethan thought. He did not like getting recognized, but to be fair, the red hair didn't help. It probably was why he was no longer undercover. This time the man spoke, punctuating his question with movements of his gun. Why are you out on my property? Ethan's eyes flicked to Risa. Hers to him. He couldn't have helped it. He didn't mean to give away how much she meant to him, and that she could be used as leverage. But right now, the job he'd worked so hard for, the position he'd wanted so desperately not to lose, didn't mean anything if it came down to someone hurting Risa. The man, though he did not take his aim off Ethan, swung the butt of the gun a little bit toward Risa. She's that firefighter. Ethan swore in his head again. They had been following Risa. He had no doubt of it now, and he wanted desperately to ask her if this was the man she'd been seeing. He didn't have to ask. With the smallest of movements, Risa shook her head. Her shoulders hunched in a small, quick shrug, and Ethan read that to mean she'd never seen this man before. And that made the single killer theory even less likely. As stupid as it was the theory Ethan preferred: a lone killer, a man with a bizarre and evil need that he tried to quench. But that was wrong. This was a group. One Ethan had not found in his research, and he didn't like those odds. Maybe the man really was after them for trespassing. He just had an odd way of going about it, and he also happened to know exactly who they were. No. Even as he tried to play that scenario out, Ethan discarded it. He couldn't make it work. They were well and truly screwed. The man took a few steps back, as though realizing Ethan might make a rush for him. It worked. The step back definitely made any kind of inside move harder to implement. Ethan played a gamble. As of yet, he hadn't seen anyone else in the periphery of his vision. Risa had made no motions, but that didn't mean she didn't see someone. Still, he had to try. Tell me about Barry Smith, Ethan tossed out. Again, his stomach dropped when the man didn't flinch. The case was well over a century old, but this man looked like he knew her name. Ethan could only hope it was because he understood the body had been found on his property. But it was getting harder and harder to sell those lies to himself. The man shook his head. I won't tell you anything. Tell me, Ethan demanded, even though he was clearly not the one in charge. He was trying. His cell phone had no service. He knew that because he'd been taking pictures with it a moment before they were interrupted. They hadn't had service for a while, so until he could get a good distance away, he wouldn't be able to call this in or even signal someone. He pushed again. Tell me what happened to Esther Holtzclaw. The man frowned, and Ethan realized his mistake right as he heard the shotgun blast. He stumbled backward, the pain radiating through him as Risa screamed.
Chapter 40. Risa watched as Ethan fell backwards, the gunshot blast aimed right at him. Though she tried, she couldn't hold back her scream. She wasn't sure if screaming was a good idea. On the upside, it would alert everyone around them. On the downside, it would alert everyone around them. And she had no idea who that might be. It was probably not anyone who would help. She wanted to yell at the man, "What the hell did you do?" But that wouldn't help Ethan. She was trained, so rather than putting her hands to her face and losing it, she acted. Perhaps her actions startled the man with the gun a little bit, a man whose name she still didn't know, whose place in this whole shitshow she still didn't understand. She crossed the 3 steps to hover over him before she even thought about it. Only as she put her hands on him, touching him, testing the bloody spots, did she realize that she too could be shot for doing this, and she found she didn't care. Even as she probed his wounds gently, she must have touched something wrong. Ethan popped up, sucking in a gasping breath, and muttered, "Buckshot?" "Probably rock salt," she answered. Luckily, the man had not fired a slug. It was only small pellets. Now that Risa knew what she was looking for, she tried to count the spots. It looked as if about 15 of them had hit Ethan. So the man hadn't been aiming to kill Ethan. He'd had salt, and he'd moved far enough back that it wouldn't kill. Risa took that bit of knowledge and tucked it away for the time being. Now that she knew he'd survive, Risa was able to make a more thorough assessment. She took her own deep breath. Ethan wasn't dying, but he did have tiny spots of red blooming at various places on his skin and along his shirt. Nothing seemed to have penetrated anything vital. As she put her hand on his chest and asked him to breathe, it became apparent his problems were likely more from slipping backward and having the wind knocked out of him than from the wounds. His leg was what bothered her most, and she was reaching down, looking at the cluster of tiny tears in his skin, when she felt the barrel of the shotgun hot against her shoulder. She jerked back. The sharp movement knocked her off balance, and she tumbled onto her butt. As Ethan pushed himself upright, his face and angry words indicated that he was angrier the man had touched Risa than he was at being shot. "You do not touch her," he commanded. It wasn't a yell. But even on the ground, on the receiving end of a gun, Ethan Eames was a force to be reckoned with. She wanted to tell him she was okay. But the shotgun came into her vision again. As she turned, she realized she was looking right down the barrel and the man behind it. He had already displayed his willingness to pull the trigger on another human being. It hadn't seemed to bother him that he'd actually shot an FBI agent either. So Risa tried out her bored face and propped her knees up, slung her elbows over the tops and folded her hands together. Ethan hadn't died. He was basically okay. Now they just needed to stay alive. She stared at the man. "What do you want? I can't take care of him? You shot him." "He'll be fine," the man repeated. "Now you, on the other hand." Risa watched, knowing she wasn't quick enough to get out of the way as the gun swung hard and connected with her head. Chapter 41. Risa woke to a loud moan that turned out to be her own. She lifted her hand to check the side of her head where it hurt. The groan seemed to be coming from the pain she felt there. As the heel of her hand made contact with the skin just above and behind her temple, she groaned again, instantly regretting the action. "Thank God you're awake." A voice came through. "Ethan." She breathed a sigh of relief, even though she couldn't feel him touch her, and she hadn't yet opened her eyes. She was curled somewhere cold and hard, and Ethan sounded far away. She was lying on her side, one arm wrapped around her waist, the other held to her head. She groaned again, not quite ready to face the world. Still not sure what was going on or where she was, she knew she was cold. Her clothing didn't cover her enough to fight the chill in the air. As she slowly opened her eyes, she discovered it was dark. Metal rattled near her, startling her into a movement she shouldn't have made. As she moaned and lay back down, she clunked her head and muttered, "What the hell?" "Oh my God, Risa. I'm so sorry. Don't move. Just stay there for a minute until you feel better." She was processing his words better now. That was good, she thought. She assessed the situation, this time listening for specific things. Home or industrial noises? Human noises? Nature noises? Once again, she heard nothing but Ethan. No industry. Only a bit of nature, but it sounded muffled. Slowly she opened her eyes again, though it made no difference at all. The room was too dark. Over the next few minutes, her eyes adjusted, and so did her memory. She was cold because she was in her running gear. She had gone out hiking with Ethan. She reached to her shoulders and felt that there were no backpack straps. Ethan, who seemed to be able to see when she couldn't, said, "They took the backpacks. They took everything." They? Risa thought. But she wasn't quite in any position to say it. Slowly, her eyes adjusted to the dark. She saw Ethan on the other side of metal bars. She was in a cage, and so was he. Right next to each other. At least she could sit up and put her hands out and touch him. He laced their fingers together tightly, almost enough to hurt, but it was comforting. She took a deep breath, which somehow made the throbbing in her head worse, as had sitting up. But now was not the time to be concerned with the pain. Clearly, they were in a lot of trouble. "You're going to be okay," he said. "I'll make sure of it." This time she whispered back, "You?" She remembered he'd been shot. Rock salt only, but he had tiny cuts everywhere. He'd been bleeding. He nodded. She saw that he wasn't wearing his shirt. Then she noticed bandages he hadn't had before. He must have taken the shirt off and ripped it up and wrapped it around his ankles and legs. Even his shoelaces were gone. Risa looked down to discover that hers were too. I thought they only took your shoelaces if they were afraid you were going to hang yourself, Risa muttered. Ethan smiled. She could see it in the very, very dim light in the room they were in. It felt good to see him smile. Then she looked around. They were in a shed or something. It looked to be made of concrete, maybe cinder block. Damn. Ethan's voice stayed low, but he said, well, they must be worried we could do something with our shoelaces because they took them. Where are we? An outbuilding, he said with an impressive level of certainty. Did they knock you out too? He nodded. But my skull seems to be thicker than yours because I came to while they were carrying us off. They? She asked aloud this time. In the dim light, she saw Ethan nod. 5 men, 1 woman. Holy hell, Risa muttered. Did they just appear out of the woods? Basically. As soon as he knocked you out, they all emerged, shotguns in hand. They patted me down. They took the backpacks. They took everything. Found your gun and badge, huh? She asked, hoping he'd say no. Unfortunately, Ethan nodded one more time. Oh well. It wasn't like these people didn't already know he was an FBI agent, so no surprises there. How well fortified is this place? Looks like cinder block and cement foundation. Not like we're going to be able to dig ourselves out. Or, she looked up, maybe we can bust through the roof? She knew that wasn't the way normal people thought. Firefighters, however, were intimately familiar with structure. Though they'd been following her, she could only hope that these people didn't know that. Ethan said, I've been thinking about it, waiting for you to wake up, and hoping you'd be healthy enough to make an escape. Problem is we're locked into these cages. Padlocks. He said the last word as though it were a curse. She checked the locks and noticed they were the key versions, no codes needed. Risa then looked up and saw that the bars were part of 2 separate cages, one for her and one for him, inside the structure. Maybe they'd even been constructed inside this shed, which was pretty damn concerning, Risa thought. Each of these cages is bigger than that doorway, and it's the only entry I see. I know. I thought about that too, he said. Luckily, the space wasn't big, and therefore the cages had to be stored side by side. Risa could touch Ethan because the bars were touching. Had they been built into the shed, they probably would have shared a central set of bars down the middle. While I agree with you, Ethan said, that the roof is probably our best chance of exit. The problem is the cages have tops. So, we have to break out of the cages and then out of the shed. What do you think is the likelihood they didn't lock the shed door? She said. Pretty low, he answered. I'm pretty sure I heard them bolt it and put another lock on the outside as they left. Right now, I'm trying to figure out the likelihood that the place is bugged. Shit, she muttered under her breath. While she had been looking at various possible places to breach the construction, he had been thinking about tech. They made a good team, she thought. Except for the part where they were in separate cages, in a cinder block shed. She realized she couldn't tell day from night. She asked him, how long have we been in here? A couple of hours, I think. I mean, it was still daylight when they were carrying us back. I don't think I was out very long at all. Honestly, I'm really concerned about your head. Can you come over here? He asked. She scooted closer and endured his probing fingers, feeling the side of her head for the goose egg there. Risa was going to tell him to stop, that it was hurting and she was okay. But her gaze snapped to his. He'd heard it too. Footsteps just beyond the door.
Chapter 42. Ethan didn't move. Without a word, he and Risa had both quietly laid back down and pretended to be asleep, or still knocked out. He listened, as the lock on the outside of the shed door rattled. Definitely a padlock. Then came the squeak of the latch swinging open, followed by the creak of the door. Thinking their captors probably wouldn't buy that they were both still out cold, Ethan moaned a little and added a little slur to his voice. Who is it? He was answered with a boot to the cage. Next to him, Risa startled. He was glad to see she was smart enough to act like she was just coming around, too. Ethan was simmering by the time the voice answered. Any noise out of you two tonight and we'll just shoot you. Understand? Ethan nodded, until the boot again bashed the cage, making a ghastly noise. He spoke out loud, trying to cover his rage. Yes. Then he waited while the three men left. It felt like an eternity, until the door was closed and the lock clicked shut. He waited longer, until the voices faded beyond the shed, and far enough away that Ethan could be relatively comfortable they weren't coming back. Ethan had no idea what their plan was. He only knew there was a group, and they were willing to shoot at a federal officer and put people in cages. That did not bode well. The man they'd met didn't appear to be stupid. He didn't appear to be hiding anything like a meth lab or an illegal operation on his farm, not one worth killing a federal officer over. Risa, he whispered, they made us promise to stay quiet tonight. So you can get some sleep if you need. I don't think they'll be back tonight. He didn't add that he thought that meant the men intended to let them live through the night. He did think that, but he didn't want to get Risa thinking about what that might mean about their chances of living through the next morning. There was also the ominous issue that they had not been offered food, water, or any kind of facilities. He didn't share that either. The sum of all his observations sped up his time frame. They had to get out of here, and fast. There wasn't time to wait and strategize. Despite desperately needing a plan, he didn't have one. He was swearing in his head, but he also reminded himself, with an impossible situation, start with what was possible. He scanned the whole building again, searching for weaknesses. It was now past dark. No light had come in with the men who checked on them. Next, Ethan scanned the floor and found what he was looking for, a discoloration. Following his suspicions upward, he found a tiny gap in the roofline. It dripped. Hence the spot. The tiniest bit of moonlight peeked through, the only reason he'd been able to find the gap at all. Hopefully, these people would go to bed thinking Risa and Ethan were safely tucked in their little cages, unable to get out. Unfortunately, from where he sat they were correct. He couldn't quite stand to his full height in the cage, and Risa wouldn't be able to either. However, if they could get to the tiny gap in the roof, he thought it was plausible that they could break through and climb out. Now, whether they could do it quietly enough to not alert their captors was another problem. Even getting the cages open would be a major coup. They'd still be stuck in the shed, but they could close the cage doors, and when someone came near, he and Risa could swing the unpadlocked doors as a weapon and maybe catch their captors unaware. That might get them an advantage. Surely the shed door would be unlocked when someone else came in. It was dark inside, and the doorway was slightly recessed, making it hard to see. The inside of the door appeared to only have a push plate, no handle. Nothing he could get a grip on. It didn't even look like it had a bolt. So their likelihood of being able to get out of the shed through the one entryway was very low. He was breathing softly now, and Risa, while initially straight-backed and stiff as they heard the voices, had finally relaxed a little. As he looked her over, Ethan realized he was close to shivering. Not a pleasant thought. The night would only get colder. He wondered if his captors were hoping the two would freeze to death out here. He wasn't sure it would get quite that cold, but in their separate cages, they wouldn't even be able to huddle up and share their warmth. That at least would be something they could do if they could get the cage doors open. As he watched, Risa began to move. Slowly, she flexed her feet, moved her knees, stretched her arms, and reached up. She stood slowly and told him, "I'm not going to sleep, Ethan. Let's get out of here." He liked her attitude. He watched as she reached upward and grabbed onto the overhead bars, testing them, pulling her weight up. They rattled just a little, and he held his finger to his mouth, not sure yet what she was doing. Though, if someone was sitting outside, surely the guard would expect the two of them to rattle their cages at least a little. Once Risa had tested all the sides of her cage, she sat back down in the middle, cross-legged. But then she picked up one foot, pulled her laceless shoe off, and began peeling her sock. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Ankle brace," she whispered, her tone relatively chipper. Ethan frowned. She undid the Velcro, the ripping noise seeming dangerously loud in the night. Though that was a positive of the cinder block, he thought, it would muffle their noise. She pulled the ankle brace off, and then immediately replaced the knee-high sock, and put her foot back in the shoe. To anyone walking in, it would look no different than before. Ethan began to understand. She yanked at the plastic of the brace. It had two molded sides, connected to a webbing strap, attached with metal rivets. Flipping it one way and then another, Risa examined it. Then she began rubbing one of the edges onto the floor. After about 3 minutes of that, she became frustrated and went to the wall. "Cinder block," she said by way of explanation, and began rubbing it again. The rougher surface of the wall did what she needed, and in no time at all, she had the brace sharpened on one side to a point. Though the rest of the ankle brace dangled loose, she rubbed it again and again until it cracked. "Yes," she exclaimed softly, and Ethan thought he might have just fallen in love with her. Stepping backward took her close enough to his cage that she handed him the larger piece, keeping the small shard for herself. Then Risa went to her lock and began deftly picking it. Chapter 43. Ethan sat huddled on top of the cage, as uncomfortable as he could possibly be. He'd wedged himself in between the rafter beams and was sitting on top of the cage. He was hunched over, making a deep breath difficult, and the position made it impossible to get to Risa if anyone came into the shed. He could only pray no one showed up. He was pushing at the boards, widening the gap he'd found earlier. They had no tools, other than Risa's ankle brace, so he'd shoved it into the space, attempting to use it as a crowbar this time. When she'd picked the first lock, she opened her cage door with a big grin and come around to the front to start on his lock. As she finally lined up the tumblers, the click lifted some of the weight from his shoulders. Swinging his own door wide, Ethan breathed out the words, "I think I love you." She'd stilled as he realized what he'd said, and the words had fallen like lead to the floor between them. The air went stagnant as he searched for something to say to follow that up. The problem was, he didn't even know if that was right. Did he truly love her? Probably. But there was no time to debate the depth of his feelings. They wouldn't matter, and neither would hers, if they couldn't get out of here. Now, he was trying to open a roof with his fingertips and wondering about what he'd said. None of it changed the fact that they would have to work as a team if they were going to survive. These people killed kids. They wouldn't hesitate to take him and Risa out if they felt it was self-preserving. Ethan figured they were only alive overnight because the people wanted information. Risa, too, had done a good job of ignoring his declaration of love, and they'd turned to deciding who should climb up on top of the cages and who should stand guard. It had been a tough call. Ethan was the better hand-to-hand fighter, but given his upper body strength, he was also the one more likely to be able to get through the roof. However, Risa had better knowledge of roof construction. In the end, she stayed on the ground watching the doorway and giving him instructions on exactly which pieces to push. Where he'd seen the light, Risa had seen a gap in the construction. His fingers hurt. He'd already ripped 3 fingernails, one of them down below the quick. "Crap," he muttered as he bashed another nail, the wood snapping back down on it. He'd raised it enough to see the shingles on top. Ethan was grateful it wasn't a metal roof. Risa, down below, tried to be encouraging. "You're doing good, Ethan. It's not easy work." She stood facing the door, arms loose at her sides, feet rolled forward, ready to take all comers with only her ankle brace shank. Ethan hated it. She didn't even have shoelaces, for Christ's sake. If someone came through that door, there was no way he was going to get down in time to help defend her. Risa would have to hold them off while he crawled through the rafters. Any well-aimed shotgun would stop him. Ethan worked faster, the pain in his hands be damned. 20 minutes later, and a handful of pauses every time he made a noise, he got a hole big enough to push himself through in the roof. He'd peeled shingles with his fingertips and pushed at old plywood. The shed was damaged, and while parts of it had been well constructed, he'd gotten lucky. It bothered him, though, that the roofing was so old. It meant the shed and the cages inside were not a new thing. He wondered if this was the cage from Nicole Salway's memory. He peeled back one more shingle, then held his hand down for Risa to climb up the side of the cage. When she reached the top, he slowly stuck his head out of the hole he'd made. Scoping out the area, Ethan made sure no one was watching them, ready to shoot just as they escaped. The night was quiet. The house in the distance was dark, and Ethan's concern grew. He'd been upset when he first figured out the cages had been built inside the shed. It upset him more now, knowing that the roof construction was old enough to have rotted. He thought of Missy and Nicole in here. As kids, it would have been terrifying. Anyone without something to fashion into a weapon, in addition to having a combination of backgrounds as a firefighter and an FBI agent, wouldn't have gotten out of here. The girls hadn't stood a chance. No wonder Nicole had been traumatized. With Risa beside him now, he pushed the thoughts away and motioned her to be quiet as he slowly pushed himself out onto the roof. It groaned beneath him, and he thought of the irony if it caved and he fell through. He didn't want to jump off until Risa was out, but she motioned to him and whispered, "Go all the way down." While he thought about all the ways he'd wanted to protect her, and all the ways he thought he should offer a hand and help her out, he realized she should probably be offering him one. As a firefighter, she'd likely already climbed on and off more roofs than he would in a lifetime. Leaning over the side, he hung off the edge for a second before dropping to the ground with a thud. He took half a step back and watched as Risa emerged far more gracefully than he had. She crab-walked down the slope of the roof, and unlike him, she didn't lay on her belly and dangle her feet. She simply looked for a good landing spot and jumped. He cringed as she hit the bad ankle, but noticed that she didn't seem to think too much of it. If it hurt her, and it probably had, it didn't show. But then he heard sounds from the house. Grabbing Risa's hand and tugging, he hissed, "Run!"
Chapter 44. Risa ran with her ankle throbbing, but that was the least of her worries. She was grateful that it didn't collapse. Hurting was fine, her head hurt too, but as long as everything worked, she'd be okay. Ethan held tightly to her hand, and when one of them stumbled, the other would yank them up and pull them along. They were running in entirely the wrong direction. She wondered for a moment if he knew that, although she figured their direction was the least of their concern. They were running from people with guns, one of whom had pulled the trigger on them before. These were people who killed children. If they were caught, she and Ethan would not be left with the resources to escape again. In fact, they'd likely just be killed. This was their only way out. Luckily, by the time the noise of their escape had woken up the home dwellers, Risa and Ethan had already managed to get to the edge of the woods. If they were lucky, they wouldn't be found. If they were unlucky, these people would have dogs and their escape would be short-lived. Ethan ran in front of her, following a trail that was only passably marked. The benefit of staying on the trail was better footing, less likelihood of getting caught on something and stumbling. And wasn't that how this whole mess started? Her breath heaved, and Risa thought briefly of Kaylee Shulte's body. Her heart was cracking. But she couldn't afford to think of anything except her own escape. The downside of staying on the trail was that they would be easy to follow, but the speed was the deciding factor. They ran until Ethan came to a dead stop, and Risa blundered into the back of him, knocking him off his feet. His hands flew out wide to stop both of them from falling on their faces, as he stumbled several steps forward with the force of her impact. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes," she muttered, deep breaths soughing in and out. "Why did you stop?" "Look." He pointed forward into a clearing, and Risa knew instantly what it was, and that she wasn't supposed to see it. The trees towered high overhead. This site had been here a long, long time. Drones and helicopters would not see it from the air. Fire pits marked both the north and south ends of the space. A large wooden table held court in the middle. The rough-hewn plank surface sat approximately 3 feet off of the ground. On each corner, bolts held chains with shackles. The table was stained, and Risa's stomach turned. It was blood. Some of it fresh, some old. So many layers. The ground around the table was well worn, as though rituals at the space were common. Spikes were stuck into the ground on the four corners, and she saw they were designed to hold large candles. She almost vomited. She needed no further evidence that this was where Missy Harrison was killed. She'd been brought here, laid out and murdered on that table. Missy and probably all the rest. Jesus. So many. Ethan's eyes were taking in every aspect, and she could see where he reached toward his side, the automatic gesture to pull his gun. He didn't have it. The men behind them did. He wanted his gun, and Risa wanted a camera. But they had none of their usual equipment. In fact, she had only the sliver of her ankle brace. It wasn't much, but the sharp end could do some damage to someone. "We have to go," she tugged at his hand. "We have to figure out where this is," he argued back, ever the agent. "I know, Ethan, but if we don't get out, we don't get back. No one is looking for us but them." She jerked a thumb over her shoulder and tugged at him again. He still didn't budge. His eyes were scanning, taking in every memory he could. Though he was in danger, he was still working for Kaylee. For Missy. For Janet and Esther and all the others, Risa's heart broke for him. It didn't really matter if he loved her, if he meant what he'd said back in the shed. She loved him. That's actually not true. His words broke her thoughts as he finally moved, grabbing her and tugging her to get started. They passed by the horrid table, her heart stuttering at being so close. Her feet pounded an unsteady rhythm through the woods. She followed Ethan, only stopping after what was possibly half an hour. She had no watch, no phone, no GPS, only the moonlight to guide them. The shadows from the leaves were making it harder to see what the forest floor was like, and she worried about re-injuring her ankle. If she did, it would stop them both. Ethan would never leave her behind, not even at certain risk to himself. So Risa was both trying to flee and trying to be careful so she didn't get the man she loved killed. In the distance, she heard a twig snap. She and Ethan froze, then whirled around to face the noise in case someone was closer than they thought. Petrified, she tried to breathe softly, but couldn't achieve it. Risa looked to Ethan. His chest also heaved, but he looked more determined than anything. After staying quiet for a few minutes and realizing they heard no more sounds, Ethan turned to her. "Let's go." But he didn't move. He just stared for a second. Then he swiftly reached for her and pressed the fastest, most wonderful kiss she'd ever had to her lips. It was over almost before it began, and she wondered if it would be the last kiss she ever had. He squeezed her hand, and they took off running again. It must have been another half an hour that they jogged through the woods, no longer sprinting, but trying to conserve energy. The land became more open. No one lived out this way, and Risa was growing more and more concerned. They had to be out past the areas where the bodies had been found, at least that's what she told herself. But she wasn't sure the math added up. Their foot speed was nothing compared to what a car could do. So no matter how long and how far they had run, it still probably wasn't far enough. They came to the edge of farmland and found a house, but Ethan shook his head at her. "One more. We have to go one more." Risa could only nod in response. She was hungry, tired and petrified that she'd be shot at any moment. Or worse, that he would. Yet she didn't say anything, and they pressed on. It was almost daylight before they came upon another house. Surely there had been others closer, but with no map, no cell signal, and no knowledge of the area, they were unable to see where the closest place was. They simply had to keep going, until they stumbled upon one. Risa believed, given her sense of direction, that they had not gone in a full circle. Though to be fair, she couldn't say for certain. Ethan assured her that Grace and Nate and several other officers would be looking for them by now. He pushed his words out between heavy, exhausted breaths. "We just have to get in touch with them." Risa watched as he lifted his hand and knocked on the door. They looked terrible. They were dirty and breathing heavily, and Ethan didn't have his badge on him. They could only pray that the heavy footsteps they heard on the other side of the door didn't belong to someone just as willing to shoot them. Looking out at the land behind her, Risa saw there was nowhere left to run. Chapter 45. Risa sat in the emergency room bay, the gurney squeaking underneath her as she made her decision. Hopping off, she pulled the curtain back and went in search of Ethan. From what she'd been hearing, investigators had been coming in and talking to him, several going back and forth to the scene over the past few hours. She whispered his name, grateful when his response was fast. "Over here." She hobbled 2 curtains over, her ankle far worse than she'd thought while she'd been running. The adrenaline had kept her going, but now it was a mess. The doctors had booted it again. She wanted to be angry about missed days at work, but she couldn't be. She'd escaped people who were willing to kill her to cover up their secrets, and she'd not damaged her ankle beyond repair. She was starting over, but it was better than the alternative. Slipping through the curtain, Risa entered the enclosed space where Ethan lay on his bed. Though he was still in the running shorts he'd been wearing the morning before, he was now also covered in bandages. White gauze wound around his ribs and his lower leg. Several graced his upper arm. Another circled his wrist. "Are you going to be okay?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm good." "Stitches?" "About 7 in my leg. Nothing major. I'll be fine." His smile and the way his eyes didn't leave hers were the only comforting part about it. Risa smiled and nodded. Under the gauze, she could see the purple and blue marks where he'd taken hits. He would be okay, but right now he was battered and bruised. So was she. She'd discovered what seemed like thousands of cuts down her sides and along the backs of her arms. She imagined they were from branches in the woods snapping at her, clawing her as she went past, with no regard for anything but speed and escape. Ethan slung his legs over the side of the gurney and sat up. "Come here," he whispered, patting the spot next to him. Risa hobbled over and hopped up, discovering it was much, much harder with the boot on. Ethan laughed a little, and on her 3rd try he grabbed her around the hips and helped her up. "Can I ask you something?" She nodded, puzzled at the tone in his voice. The 2 of them sitting in the ER, as damaged as they could be and still be walking. "Would it be okay if I meant what I said?" Risa frowned. "It's always okay if you mean what you say." "No, I mean." He looked away and then somehow seemed to stir up courage to look back at her. This time, he was looking in her eyes. "I mean what I said when we were getting out of the cages." "When you said you think you love me?" She blurted it out, not stopping to think that she should have made him say it. Risa almost laughed, as though she could brush it off to mean nothing. Ethan didn't laugh. He merely nodded. "Would it be okay if I meant that?" Risa's heart stopped. She took 3 deep breaths, noticing that his expression had gone still with her lack of an answer, and slowly she nodded. Then she said the words, admitting to him what she hadn't quite yet admitted to herself. "I don't think I'll ever be able to say no to you, Ethan Eames." He grinned and leaned forward, his mouth closing over hers. And when at last they broke apart, her heart had settled firmly into the middle of her chest. She loved this man. She loved that he'd been willing to fight for her, that he'd worried and fought along beside her without shoving her to the back. And she hoped that it all showed on her face, in her touch. She didn't quite know yet where they were going, but at least they'd figure it out together. "Please tell me they're going to spring you soon," he said. "I just got word that I can get out of here as soon as they sign the papers." "Actually, I'm already signed out," she grinned. "Not fair. So, let's get out of here. We've got to find someone to drive us all the way back to Dark Falls." He frowned, realizing that wasn't a simple thing. "One of the PD guys is on his way to get us," she said. She had this. Half of what she did as a firefighter was all about logistics. "I'm sorry you'll be riding the desk again at work." He was frowning at her, as though her ankle was her big concern. "I'll bring you lunch." "Won't you be snowed under with paperwork?" she asked. "Oh hell yeah. I don't even know how to write this up." I don't think anybody in the Bureau has heard of a family killing generation after generation, looking like a serial killer. It's pretty impressive. Pretty sick if you ask me. The father showing the sons how to do it? That table in the woods? Do you think the kids played out there? She asked. It had been a rather large family at the compound, and some religious belief apparently told them that they needed to keep killing to appease whatever sick god they thought protected them. Ethan had been right when he said it wasn't true that no one else was looking for them in the woods. Before they'd left the morning before, he'd told Grace he would send photos of the sites as soon as he got back into cell vicinity. He'd also told Detective Zaragoza where he was going, and had even left a copy of his map. So as soon as Grace didn't get her pictures on time, she called Mari, and Mari knew where to start looking. By the time Risa and Ethan had reached the farmhouse with the friendly rescuers, the SWAT team was already swarming the family compound. Several of the suspects were caught later, running through the woods, shotguns in hand. And now all Risa wanted to do was go home. With Ethan. Chapter 46. Risa waved goodbye as she headed out of the library. After several weeks, she had been upgraded from a boot to an ankle brace again. While she now had a second boot, because the hospital had issued her a new one, she should also have had an ankle brace already on hand. Since she had ground her first one down into a shank, she'd needed a new one of those too. She'd seen Nicole at the station, and so had Ethan. The detective was noticeably happier, smiling and even saying she was sleeping better now that the people who had kidnapped her all those years ago had finally been caught. She thanked Risa for catching them, though it was hard for Risa to take that credit. While she was more than glad the family had been taken into custody, unfortunately, their children had been put into foster care in various places around the state. DHS had thought it best to separate them, given the horrid family history. For at least 15 generations that Ethan could find, the family had kidnapped and sacrificed a child when the oldest male in a new cycle came of age. It was chilling in its simplicity and disturbing in its longevity. At least it was over now, Risa thought. Ethan pulled up in front of the library just as she was coming out. It seemed he would be doing paperwork for this case for the next 5 years, but the upside was that the case had secured his job. He was on the phone as she climbed in, and he continued talking. It took her only a few seconds to ascertain it was his sack on the line, so she wasn't surprised when he pulled into a parking space and continued the conversation. Risa nodded at him and stayed quiet. She would want the same if she'd been on the phone to the chief. She had slept in her own apartment only once since they'd come back from the hospital. Though she told herself she wasn't afraid, she made herself stay alone one night, just the once to prove she could do it. However, she discovered, while fear was not an issue, missing Ethan was a huge problem. She'd showed up at his place the next night. He'd looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. When she asked if he was all right, he'd simply commented, "Didn't sleep without you next to me in the bed." She was opening her mouth to agree, but he shut her up by saying, "So fix this. Move in with me." His apartment, though sparsely furnished, was a one-bedroom, since he'd not planned on staying in Dark Falls. She agreed to move in with him, but was coming to terms with the fact that she might have to make a decision one day soon about whether to follow him to his next appointment. At least he had closed this case, she thought. Then, as he put his phone down and turned to her, the grin across his face reassured her. "That went far better than I thought it would." He reached for her, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. "I love you, Risa Caldwell. I don't know how much you love me, but I'm going to stay here and find out." He paused. "They're opening a bureau branch in Dark Falls." "What?" "I thought they parked me out here, but apparently they were really trying to determine if there was need for an FBI presence in town. My SAC said they decided that while Dark Falls itself doesn't necessarily need the office, she advocated that the FBI does need access to the surrounding areas." "That's fantastic, Ethan. I told you they weren't going to fire you." "Well, I'm glad you believed," he whispered. "For a long time I didn't." She understood. The incident in Florida had not gone down well for him, but she was grateful his bosses had seen him for what he was and understood it wasn't time to let him go. His expression turned a little somber then. They said, "Since I closed a case that was so bizarre and hard to solve, thank you for that, by the way. I know I didn't close it myself." She opened her mouth to say something, but he held his hand up. "They said that because of my investigative skills and my knowledge of the area, I am getting a promotion." Risa dove forward and threw her arms around him. But then her heart froze. She was on the way to her own promotion. She'd been training to be an arson investigator for quite some time. She'd trained specifically for the position that was opening in Dark Falls. If she moved somewhere else, though she would still have the training, she would have to wait. She would no longer be first in line, if she was in line at all. Her heart thumped heavily in her chest, trying to think how to say that, if she could ask him to stay. But Ethan smiled at her. "I'm staying. I can take a smaller promotion and run the Dark Falls branch office." "Do you want that?" she asked, cautiously optimistic. "I want to be where you are. If I can run a branch here, where you are, I can't think of anything better. We're a team. You're here, so I'm here." Risa felt her chest twist and almost burst, though this time it was out of happiness. "You know what," Ethan said, "I think I still owe you a dinner. How about I always owe you one?" Thank you for listening to Dark Echoes. Remember to subscribe to this channel. If you enjoyed the story, please also leave a comment. Your reviews and likes and subscribes help us know that people are listening and let us know to put out more full-length audiobooks here for you.
Afterward. Dear reader, I knew even before I wrote the first line of this book that it would open with Risa tripping over a dead body. The story just took off from there. I've done a ride-along with the fire department in the past for another book, and I found their information and training so useful here with Risa and Ethan's story. I have to give a huge shout-out to the fire department at West Columbia, South Carolina, and their generosity opening their doors to me for a week. I hope I got all of it right. For fun, Ethan is the cousin of a main character, also an FBI agent, in a series one right under the name A.J. Skadier. Larry Eames is the senior agent of the dynamic duo in the Nightshade Forensic Files series. I've had a few readers already read both and catch that. So if you were wondering, then yes, you got it right. I hope you enjoyed going on this journey with Ethan and Risa, as they figured out a nearly unsolvable crime. If you did, and you'd like to leave a comment or even subscribe to my channel, that would mean the world to me. Thank you for visiting Dark Falls with me. I hope you loved it here as much as I did.